it's been a long while.
It's just, I accept the apology because I don't care. These are people that are going to be still mad and have a right to be mad are the soldiers, right? Who have actually served and done some of the things that you mentioned they lied about. But I can't get over what he did. It's so strange because I can't relate to it at all. Just think about like you worked at a golf course, right? What if you were like, the golf course, it's crazy. I trained Tiger Woods. I showed him I got a swing back, and then dude, it was crazy. I was so good at being a caddy that I actually got to go to the Masters, and then they made one of the so it would just be like that's essentially what he did.
At night, I stayed up and I killed anyone that was on the driving range. I just had a heart monitor and I was just like aiming and shooting.
It goes back to work. That's also it's even weirder.
I walked into a clubhouse and threw a grenade in the window where there was a machine gun sticking out the window. Dude, it was crazy.
All night long at the law firm, I shot people from the window. That's what makes it weird. You're not just lying about exploits. It's like
great guy never meddled. The great guy never meddled with each other.
I got this squeezing the life out of 15 children in an hour. What? It's not good. If the idea that you just indiscriminately kill people is not actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff is impressive that you said you did. But some of it is also just like, why would you? That's not a good thing that you said.
It would be cool if you would have admitted that he took dead people's stories too. So apparently he was taking like this one guy Mike's stories. It's like, yeah. And the guy's dead, so he can't really stand up and be like, that wasn't you, Tim, that was me.
On a much lower scale, I've already admitted to stealing another person's story. I used to do this terrible streak of throwing hands, and I've admitted that somebody told me that I should do that. And I did that immediately too. Where were you? You were talking about some hero you stole his stories and you said that you're on it. You didn't even say it in your apology.
That's true too. Formula One, I did not fuck Squirrel. That was somebody at the golf course, and I took their story. So I apologize.
And if you believe that,
that's the Squirrels, dude. You gotta switch it in once in a while.
They're still going off on the wrist. They're saying I'm good. Look, are we in a SMW chat? Everybody in it on our Reddit calls me daddy. You don't have to do that, but if you don't do this one.
Oh shit, I can see. Let's hear this.
Think who did unalive an insurgent, realised it was the wrong person, brought him back to life with a roll of paper towel elastic band and the Bible.
He's like a MacGyver, a religious MacGyver, just like making up shit, bringing people back to life.
That would be funny if he goes on a podcast right now and he's like telling a story and then at the end he goes, I got apologize, that story wasn't true.
Every time. In fact, I didn't come here for our fitness.
I told you guys I was at Jamba Juice earlier. That was a lie. I was at Juice It Up.
I didn't just finish doing my leg workout.
And I'm so sorry I lied to you about that. There is no marijuana in Austin. I created a dollar monster as chasing me. Frankenton Kennedy Stein. Okay. Sir Tony says, Sled, never met him before. This was posted by Aggressive Ass Monkey. It's an aggressive name. Papa Cinco acting toxic towards Rick for going on vacation with his family. I've already seen this one. I mean, it's just like him being catty again. I think it's just like documenting the sourness between the two teams here.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen this yet, but do you think they're more angry at each other now because of the weird situation?
Yeah.
That's probably true.
I mean, and your home's getting sued. So
that's over their head too.
Apparently, according to the podcast Cringe, they showed the certain papers at Papa's house, and I don't know if this is true though, because everything's a bit online. But apparently, Papa was like, "Yo, my bad for not being at the house. I'll meet you at the pizza place." And he met him at a pizza place to get the certain papers. That could be big. Shout out to the subscriber. But is that real? I think our audience has seen this video that I'm referencing the podcast Cringe. He said it at the very beginning, so I'm like, is that real? How do you know? Because I feel like podcast Cringe has some sort of in with the person that's suing.
Maybe they might be meeting him in It's a big channel. Like there's like Kennedy and Ford. You know who it is? Oh, you're obviously. When I listen to podcast cringe videos tonight, it's for some reason the Australian accent completely takes me out. Like I start listening to it, like I'm gonna listen to this and figure this shit out. And then he's I didn't know anything about Papua or not New Zealand accent, sorry. I like lose I'm like the video's over and I understood nothing. I haven't listened for the last 15 minutes every time. You're like, fuck, it's already been 20 minutes. Oh my god, this guy's New Zealand. I parked outside of a house with my girls like to feed cats for somebody, and I was like, great, time to listen to podcast Red. And then she came out after she fed the cats. The video was over, and I didn't start a minute. You were 7 into that, dude. Yeah. Let's see here.
Like, you get a good restaurant in Austin, and it's not like, what? You know, this food in Italy is amazing. It's good. It's pasta. Good. You find that again. Obviously. Yeah. Like this year-old man had fun, right? He had fun. Did he know
This is like I've talked to a girl that sounds like Rick Chubb. Like, your mom was fine though, right? The ones that go to 4th of July? Yeah, it's cool. What's it though? Is it though? Oh, God. It's like, I answered your question and you tell me that I'm wrong immediately. Yeah, it's weird. You make me try to do like a bit of some kind, like some sort of weird job joke. Yeah. But yeah, that's strange to be like, is your dad enjoy it though? He probably fucking hated it. And then putting his hand in his hair while saying it too.
He had fun. Did he know things are a lot for him? He's 85, so what he'll do is stay inside his cabin, read, do everything he does in Utah, but then have dinner with his whole family. He did it anyway. Probably. We see him. But the kids love it.
Oh, he's still dead. I see. He's mad that Brian is seeing his family. Petty thinking, all Brandon talks about is visiting his family. The Tims are the weird shoelaces.
Everything about this. The socks. There's no socks. I mean,
He's a style guy. He's bringing back whatever
gay shoes.
Tims. I don't know.
Get out of my daughters. If your kids don't over there in fucking Italy or fucking Chuck E. Cheese, they don't give a fuck.
It's a weird thing to say about your kids. My kids they're not going to appreciate anything. They're fucking like 10 years old. They're going to know the thing.
Do you want to go to Chuck E. Cheese? I don't feel like having pizza today. We're not going to Italy.
They don't know the difference between Chuck E. Cheese and Italy. Can you imagine your parents take you to Italy and like way later in life, your parents are like, remember when we went to fucking the Coliseum and you got to see the Roman history and they're like, oh yeah, Chuck E. Cheese, right? Or like the opposite, like, remember the mouse in the Coliseum? Is that Chuck E. Cheese? Is it a mouse? It's a big mouse, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we saw the big mouse in Rome. It's like, damn, I raised strange children.
I mean, why are you bringing up that nice animatronic? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that was in Sicily, right? It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Podcast cringe goes in on Papa again, exposing Chop for who he is. This is dicey. So the embarrassing text Brendan Chop didn't want you to see. I think we already went through all the texts in the post earlier. I already saw that one. This one's posted by AMQ5QA. Chin watches podcast cringe to keep up to date with Brendan's lawsuits. Yeah, basically the same thing. It's me. That's it. Somebody needs to put a fucking handcuffs on his tongue, dude. He's just like, that tongue is keep you busy. It's different, yeah. So, yeah. Clint Fuller Clips posted this one. Callan is really keeping his distance from Shop since the movie. We watched this. Oh shit, thank you, James Freeman. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
James. Lots of fewer record tweets right there.
Gerard Elliott, Coffee Bean Cody, keep rocking.
I think Cody he drinks coffee too, dude. So people, maybe throw him some. And I'm the one that rocks, dude. I'm the one that
you shred.
Yeah. And Cooney likes coffee. This is gonna be about stuff we already saw.
I'm laughing at Jared Pizza reminds me of that one episode of People Love Family Guy, thinks it's like a pizza shop. I love stuff like that. And I mean, Don Vito, Brennan Schaub, that's a great comparison. Same way.
Let's see. I feel like I watched this on my own time. So, how far do you live from Brian Callen?
I have no clue. That's a friend. Do you understand? That is what a good friend is. No, the good friend's right here. You two are pieces of shit, okay? That's what that is right there. You don't know where Brian lives? So has Brian been on the lake with you guys? Brian hasn't been on the podcast.
That's funny. Some break shop is really laugh.
Looking at statues with dicks. Yeah, fucking right on the lake. We should get on that.
Here. It's so funny when Brendan tries to have some fun, but he just can't speak English. We're trying to get him on the ear.
You guys are right, man. I was thinking, man, cheers, dude.
Cheers. Well, cheers to that, Chris. I will say this is an impressive setup as far as like video quality goes. With somebody on Zoom.
So this is just the backup, like this is Zoom. So is it like one of the Zoom things in the back of Chris?
They're on a set in Los Angeles, but they're talking to Brendan Schaub, who's on a set in Austin.
So this one is like we're different though, right? The golden hour thing, they completely changed it up.
It could be different, or they could just be sitting in different spots because there's no more Brendan.
I see.
I feel like they didn't change it up. They just changed the background a little bit.
Like purpley, and there's some gold, shiny shit.
You didn't even bank episodes? You just took off?
Yeah, they're like, they gotta call
Give me like a 2-day notice.
Kennedy or whatever.
Yeah, Tim Kennedy did it right. I've been hanging with him.
He seems cool.
Tim's the best. Cool. Yeah, he's great.
I don't know him. I never met him. I want to know him.
You would love him.
Really?
Yeah, he's great.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, great.
He seems like a cool dude.
Yeah. He's a guy who's pretty good at lying too.
Eric gets 1.2K views on his own. And it's about 5 followers to target. Did you donate the red chairs? Do you want to take that?
No, I sold it. But wait, I said I wouldn't reveal what I actually did, right? Unless you join the Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta join the Patreon and then I tell it all.
Well, you told the public that you sold it, but you didn't tell them who you sold it to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that information will be access to Patreon. It's a big thing. Trust me.
This one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. Coming in 2026, the faith-based fraud era. Proverbs 22:6 be chin for sure. He's gonna get into deep waters, dude, and then he's gonna come out and just be like, I remember when I was up for all those fraud cases, and I was on my knees begging this guy not to leave. And then when she walked out the door, I looked up and I said, God help me. And then everything was solved. Chin stayed by him all the time, and then so Chin got the little pastor or like the free suit where he's got the white neck part there. Okay, I know they're gonna have to go religions because they have to have some sort of chemistry on the show. Right. Chin's gonna go Catholic. Papa's gonna go Presbyterian or Islam or something. Islam.
I love that.
But he's got violence in his DNA.
I definitely can see the religious thing. I think he's probably gonna be like Protestant or something right there. He'll be selling holy water. The holy water they sell holy water. This holy water appears here. Promo code SHAW. It'll be the same thing. It'll just be religious.
He's gonna read the thick boy test.
I know you guys out there are thick boys that love the Lord. Instead of modding trucks, they'll be saving souls. We got a demo problem, y'all. Hey, that works. We got a demo problem. That works, man. I think you're onto something here. As opposed to being with it.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna. Oh, Baba going full Amish. Okay, Alan.
That is interesting, dude. Who said that? Victor says going Amish. Shot. Have you said Islam? That would be a funny post. there's like shop. We're talking about shop in every different religion. Jewish shop, Islamic shop, Baptist shop. What's what is
It's too easy, dude. Jewish shop,
yeah,
boy, gay. It's so easy.
That's good.
Yeah.
What's the one? Buddhist shop.
Confucius shop.
Confucius saying you're gay.
Yeah. Communication.
He becomes mad.
Scientologist.
L. Ron. Wait a second.
L. Ron Bubba. You say L. Ron Bubba.
Well, yeah, L. Ron and Bubba. You read Dianetics?
Today only, if you leave the kind of review Brendan and Bernardo and his parents before Brendan John was getting sued again, you will receive a one-time quote for 50% off your entire spectrum.
Yes, that's true.
Your fucking audio, what the fuck is going on with the sound? What do we do? Oh no.
Does it sound bad?
Oh, is the sound back? No, let's see.
It's like, wow, sound big.
No, it's good.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
No, it's good.
The sound is Netflix's for that one. I think we got that because we were on our hands.
Fix the audio. What do you guys mean?
So you hang out with Shab and you go see her like they ask you how to hang out with Shab and you go and ask me like what to do. You're reading. They're like he finds a way to he'll do one of those religions where they have to like sell you whatever. It's like man, he's fucking he's a Jehovah's Witness now. He's crazy.
Oh my god.
Seventh Day Adventist show.
Just so good, dude. Just so good.
Sharia law. Shop's house under Sharia law.
The message of the cross.
He would get it so wrong. He'd constantly be eating food that wasn't halal and doing things that are haram. It'd be like a joke. Other ones would like, here he goes again. Fucking says he supports Israel. What the fuck? He'd have a fatwa against it quicker than any Muslim in the history of Islam.
That's totally possible right there, dude. Just the Jesus piece.
Yeah, no, yeah. This is why I think this is the most likely scenario is for Christianity, especially since he thinks he's like some sort of Americana guy or whatever. But it would be very funny if he was something else. Or Christian. Either one.
When he heard Rogan went, like to the church where he's like,
Fuck. What church did he go to? Why am I not there? He's a Unitarian Universalist. That's the least likely one, I think.
alrighty, let's see here. What's this? Okay. Now I buzz my head myself. Yeah, we can tell. Posted by Bright Red. So listen, I was keeping up with the Changs a little bit this week. And so when I saw this post, dude, I was like, there's no way that they're just optical illusions.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
And so I went to the video. And I don't know why this movie so much because I got hair issues. Listen to Record Tweeties if you want to hear one of those. Dude, it's for sure fucked up. Like, part of his hair is fucked up. When he starts turning his head, you can see it. So it's real.
Yeah, I mean, in the clip it looks horrible. Yeah. It really looks strange. He's got some weird bugs. It looks like it's like a guy who's going wrong and is trying to do something to draw attention elsewhere. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's just like, how much of a hurry is he? He's busy. He's got a lot of stuff to do. But
It leaves me begging the old question, what are we doing?
I do that sometimes with my balls.
Why do we leave something around?
Like by accident. And then I'll be exfoliating my balls and shit. And be like, what? There's a big fat patch of hair on my balls right now. So then I gotta bring the razor back out and chop it off.
In the bathroom or when you're exfoliating outside of the face and sun?
Oh yeah.
Like in public?
No, what?
Yeah.
Probably. No, dude, it's private. I've got a private pool right now. I got 2 balconies here, dude.
Right now I can see you shaking your ball.
Not right there. To not seem like they are. Alan, okay, cool. I don't know what Alan thought about, dude. Let's see here. Can you guys put quickly thoughts in the chat, please? Let's see. I'm not mad at you, I swear to God. Papa insulted a legend like Mike Tyson. I saw this earlier, dude. This is insane. Posted by Somali Gang 2025. Papa insulted a legend Mike Tyson that currently shifts the blame to Brandon Marshall like a snake. Papa lies so much he believes his own BS. Delusional. Doesn't even cut it. Papa's fully detached from reality. Go ahead and tell me what you want to.
saying Brandon Marshall is trying to fuck with Tyson?
Everyone has seen it. It's like a video on YouTube that people can watch.
It's funny that it's just a strange thing. Like, unless Cormier is doing some sort of joke bit for the show, and they'd be like, hey, Mike Tyson got fucked up. Me and Brandon, we can beat the shit out of Mike. That is set.
That's so crazy. It's clear that Brendan Schaub was annoying Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
It's like, I think this would be so funny to watch with a black guy that has seen the video. You know what I mean? It's very cultural, like laughing happening, and Brendan thinks that he's cool in the middle of it, which is hilarious.
You're gonna get fucked up, dude. 100%. Mike Tyson's anytime like poking the bear, like making fun of him and shoes. Like you tell Mike Tyson, like, fuck this, dude. We want to break. He's like, what the fuck is that? You see, he told him, okay, fine. You don't have mine and Brendan's skill set, man. You're gonna get fucked. That's what keeps looking at. You don't speak this. I know.
You don't speak. So Daniel Cormier decided to warn Brendan that, he shouldn't poke the bear.
He thinks he's not the Brandon Marshall right there.
She thinks Cormier is Brandon Marshall. You can still send Brendan to the shadow realm, and of course Brendan laughs it off. And that was it to you.
There's no Brendan Marshall anywhere.
Yeah, he's not right.
Once he gets mad, it's over. I like how Daniel Cormier didn't say it, so he had to say it like he's talking to a kid. Once he gets mad, it's over.
Yeah, well, it's exactly like that because he's on it with like the dad, he's kind of like checked in like, don't hands on the counter, you're gonna fall.
No more cookies. We're going to
But that's actually something that probably needs to be said to show. All right, yeah, sir, you already had it. The dad is desperately trying to have 30 minutes to himself. All right, now I mean, come on, no more cookies.
just like, no, sure shot does not get rid of your drug. No, we have no more rain in the fridge.
You cannot do another CBD company because they're tied to this. Right?
Can't promote a TV company for 12 months, Brandon. All right, let's go to your room.
Gringo Bobby. You dropped another special? Last cowboy in town, Los Angeles, North Korea, the beach. You throw your phone across. What the fuck?
It's your belt down. Fuck else up.
The belt's coming out. Fucking put your neck up, too. Nuts.
That is funny to think that, like, you know how my dad is bad, but I'm better than my dad. Just like you had it in your grandpa. Like, how fucked up was Brendan's dad's English? You know what I mean?
His side goes stupid or pop goes on.
Oh, that's so good.
It's like, like it got bad. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. They couldn't understand what you're saying.
That's it. Slow. You know what his brother was? Oh, yeah, you can hear it.
You can hear the voice on.
Oh, we know Daniel Cormier is talking about Shop. Because Shop said something about size of his Mike was like,
Yeah, and the shop was talking. I think Brandon Marshall's not even on the couch. He's standing up practicing his boxing. He literally told Daniel Cormier that he performed a double leg takedown on Mike Tyson. The scenario where Mike Tyson jumps him for acting disrespectful, which is beyond illegal. Even at 50 years old, Mike still got that snap in his hips. He starts Brendan so fast that he forget all about the trust walk. I think Brendan feels inferior to the Mike Tyson, UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Daniel Cormier.
So he'll manage once he gets mad. So once he gets mad, it's over.
So normally when people sit down to do a podcast with Mike Tyson, they treat him with the utmost respect. I'm such a fucking huge fan. I can't even thank you. I can't even I'm like a kid right now, man. That's not really news. In fact, Shaw did just about the opposite. Brendan Shaw deliberately went out of his way to challenge, belittle, and disrespect Mike Tyson to his face. seen other people do. Right? They're just regurgitating things, and it comes off weird because it's not. They're not originally thought. They just want to be heard say something. And Chop does it more than everyone else. Everybody does it to some extent.
Yeah, because people are so scared of silence when you do comedy, especially as an open micer, where Shop is in his comedy career at this point. Silence is the worst thing.
And it's a natural thing. And silence actually should be what happens on this podcast because it shouldn't be existing individuals.
I feel like that would be such a better podcast.
Silence.
Oh no, they do this too though. There's parts of the podcast when we watched on here at length. We get silence.
Not only is there silence, the lights go on.
Yeah, they don't. Oh, they really like that pendulum swinging. Like good podcasting, bad podcasting. And they're trying to find the medium.
They've done like everything that a bad podcast, like sometimes our sound doesn't work. We have issues. Never have. You're right. It's never happened to us, but they do the fucking random guy walks in. That's my favorite. Some guy just walks in. He doesn't work for the show. That's a good one. The noises. You're very good at catching the noises.
Yeah. Shut down. Shut down.
Oh, audio is off. Oh, fuck.
God damn it.
Did you hear any of that?
Did you guys hear anything?
I was doing full-on act outs.
Yeah, dude. Water.
You hear now? Fuck.
So.
I was saying I was going to turn the car around. I was threatening everyone. So I threatened the entirety of our viewership, and you didn't see anything.
And we didn't get a single microphone.
Not a single. God damn. Listen, if you've watched the live before, you know that I don't know if you've already heard this because I'm not sure what you did here. If it doesn't get over 100, I make the annoying sound happen. I'm the only one that can fix it. Gerardo can't stop me. He knows what's his thing. Oh, but I'll circle that.
Oh, my bad. No, we're at 102. We should stop. All right, okay. We're good.
We'll leave this thing on the skate. But I just got back from doing my footwork.
Oh, yeah, I just got done with the short run.
Yeah, you work at the feet?
Yeah.
Can you do that? Can you work out feet?
For sure, dude.
Okay, well, that's what I blame the team duty.
Let's see here. Mike Tyson. You can see Daniel Cormier getting visibly upset about it. Look how visibly pissed Mike looks in the face here. Mike then gets up, walks over in front of Brendan, and stares him down while eating a piece of watermelon. Bear look him in the eye for a second.
Get us on the grill. Mr. Black, you were part of me. I'm overlooking it. Mike Tyson knew what he was going to do. He's like, damn, this food is good. He's gone for like 4 different reasons.
Yeah, I honestly think that Tyson is just maybe intrigued by Shop to some extent. I'm not sure how really mad he is. I think he was just hungry. He wanted to eat food. In the show, there's zero professionalism from Shop as usual. So he's like, I'm just going to go eat food. I'm not sure he's really trying to like stare him down or something.
I get that. I understand. Don't kill me. Yeah. But Shop is trying to go viral by saying some wild shit to Tyson. Okay, that's what I know. Yeah. Like, why are you saying all this stuff to Tyson? Like, you don't have to be constantly objecting to whatever's happening. And like you have some sort of fucking brain. Or he doesn't have a brain for that. I've never seen one like you.
Maybe he's marketing genius. He knew that. I mean, we're talking about it now. This is years later. Years later. If he had just been like, Mike, you're the best, we probably still think.
Yeah.
But this is more entertaining.
Mike's still pissed off at him too.
Yeah.
Coming up right now. That's the last time Brendan Schaub's ever done a podcast with Mike Tyson. It's funny. It wouldn't last over a minute. You grab his legs and it's no disrespect. No, but I think if people grew up on him, like, oh, he was a scares man word. Yes, when he was 19, that guy was a monster. Still not top 5. He was a monster.
He's always got a discount.
Not top 5? Are you kidding me?
I don't know enough about boxing to know what top 5 is.
Yeah, you don't know enough about boxing, but you know Mike Tyson. He's top 5, for sure.
I wouldn't surprise me if he was.
In some sort of ranking.
Okay, so here's my ranking. Jerry Cody.
You're not even in celebrating.
I didn't name all the white people. But not even boxers. All right, so I mean, from what I know about boxing, Muhammad Ali was up there, right? George Foreman probably. This is so boring. Who's the dude that like was almost undefeated?
Mike Tyson, just kidding. Floyd Mayweather?
No, the guy way before him. He was like Sugar. It was not Sugar Ray Leonard, but he was like Sugar something.
Lewis?
Is that it? Let's see. Then now they're doing it. So they put Khalifa. I mean, only for sure that I know is probably Muhammad Ali and Foreman. I think would probably have to.
Larry Bird, Donald Trump backstage.
Sugar Ray Robinson. Yeah, that's it. He's probably those 3 are for sure on the list.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what's crazy? I saw Sugar Ray Leonard. I went to a restaurant and he was there.
Oh shit. I saw Cuba Gooding Jr. at a restaurant once. He was all moved up waiting for me.
So maybe Tyson's on. I don't know. You have to look it up. I've never been a boxing guy.
Yeah, Tyson's top 5. And you know what? I don't have to be right here. Julio Cesar Chavez had 100 fights undefeated, but he was a heavyweight, right?
I don't think so. But I don't know if Sugar Ray Robinson was heavyweight, but he was like undefeated or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of people.
So this one's posted by You Angry Maj, podcast cringe. Has the goods on Papa.
Top 10.
What's it called? Princess Diana. Top 10 heavyweight. We haven't seen this one, but I don't think it's worth watching. Okay. You want to watch it? Podcast cringe has the goods on Papa. Because we already know what the goods are. So it's just in like teaser trailer.
Yeah, honestly, I like being on BritishOperational.com. Website. That's really, I mean, the show's fine. We'll keep doing it in the second and fourth. But unless I get put on the website.
That's one of the best things to watch on the truck.
Oh, there you go. It's truck viewing.
Truck viewing. Cats leaked corporate text. Oh my god, you see Brendan tag? No, that's not real, is it? Like cat, like the girl? No, they wouldn't go that far. Yeah, they would because it's around that time. Is that real?
That cat's what?
Cat, like his old producer lady?
Oh, she did what? She leaked the text?
Yeah. Or no, I'm just, this is probably just a joke. We're probably wrong.
Yeah.
But it says cats leaked courtroom text. Oh my god, you see Brendan tag?
Oh.
Yeah, the girl that sells the United States.
But how, just because, why is the picture associated with it?
Oh my god, you see Brendan tag?
He wore that to court.
No. This is from way back when. This is from
the old picture.
No, what I'm trying to say is the cat messaging that is cool. Oh my god, you see Brendan tag?
And then okay, so because of that picture of the little tag, like you got it. I wanna see what the hat is. I want it to be real.
Is this hat not enough for you? This is fucking nuts.
Can you imagine if it was that hat in court? It would be like my cousin Vinny, where the judge is like, sir, you cannot wear
my courtroom.
You must leave and come back.
I'm holding you in contempt of court to the accused George hat.
Does this look like a circus to you?
Brendan Hildebrand's Cootie.
That's true. I have brains. You forget.
Guess what? I've been sensitive to it, dude.
I have a disability. You got a disability problem.
Let's see here. What'd you say? We got a no problem, y'all. Posted by Diligent Brit 2518. Trouble in Paradise with Rogan B. I saw this one earlier in the week. Let's watch this. I want to see the job wearing that. There's ASCP. Probably the hell this grades make you
Come on, man.
If there's Reddit videos proving that that's true, let's see that.
I don't get anybody who does it unless you're a professional athlete. But you have so much inflammation from your kettlebell workouts. Yeah. Pro athlete, I get it. Sure. You work out an hour a day? You think you need a full-time workout? It was so uncomfortable.
Wow. Why wouldn't you sore from kettlebells, just another way. There's the shoes.
Oh, let me see. No, I'm on the shoes.
The shoes, you gotta comment on these, maybe.
Just the bottom.
But it looks like it's the whole shoe.
It looks like, you know those gloves you wash dishes with? The yellow gloves.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else it looks like, because it absolutely looks like that. It kind of looks like soap.
It looks like candle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I was looking for. It looks like wax.
Yeah.
He's wearing wax shoes.
I got candles on my feet.
His shoes are highly flammable. It makes me think, you know those old, like, salt, have you ever been to Salt Lake?
He's got the SpongeBob 11s. I've never been to Salt Lake.
It's like this old German town in California. It's pretty good if you like bacon. But they have these clogs that they wear, like old German shoes. They don't look like that, but that would be funny as fuck if you got those clogs.
He's got the gumpy yellows. Dude, he's running a straight line talking about ice pads. Yeah, right?
The reason that Brendan doesn't want to fucking, it's like Danish or something. But Brendan doesn't want those kind of shoes to get into cold plunge, because if he got into those shoes like that, I don't know.
Or he'd step on the floor and they'd crack. Afterwards. Gerardo's great. It's a great guy. Never met the song. Let's see here. I can find it. Let's see. We already saw that one. This is supposed by Ness. It's Ness Tab. By the way, I saw the comment earlier where it said Gerardo's asking us for full thoughts in the comments. I'll never give you full thoughts. No. Yeah. We're going to end the show. Let's see. How will the OG cats feel after seeing the podcast preview? Just for the take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how everyone feels about, like, every fucking time in this universe. It's always that. He pulls us back in all the time. It's genius.
This one was so funny. That was a good one.
Seen it.
Oh, we haven't seen this one. You're getting closer to the OnlyFans, guys. What's my financial skin? 49.65.
This is the only post I saw by myself.
I don't ask you if you saw the looks already know. This is not a sad thing. People will pop up. Truck in my neighborhood, drive past all gas motor company.
No chance. That's crazy.
Send text here. Post this.
Can you imagine you see that? You're in Texas.
Dude, I would get out and selfie as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah. I get out and selfie faster than I did to take a picture of the guy that hit my car.
Formula One, that's kind of dicey, dude. Could let me borrow that brace with the nibble emoji? He loves he's beating off right now.
Yeah, he wants to join the chat.
Yeah.
All you gotta do
is call me that right now. Very easy. Let's see what we're good at. It looks like he's beating off in his fucking profile picture, dude. What the hell? Dude, why are you choking your camera? He's got both hands on the camera there, daddy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you think I'll still have this on by the next time we record? Yeah. The doctor does.
The doctor told you, like, my next 2 months you're gonna have it.
He isn't listening. He's like, hey, what's up, John? Hey, Bubba.
Oh, yeah, so this is pretty funny, dude. I saw this one. KDEX posted this one. People think we're crazy for doing the most basic American thing to do. This post by Joanna. People think we're crazy. Oh, my God. We're spending our entire weekend at a list of all parties. We don't get it. We have a fellow who seems much of we're spending everything that's not something that's privilege.
Old age.
It's just it's the aesthetic.
The baseball holic. It's like nobody gets that. That's what's crazy too. It's a little too cringe.
There's definitely a Venn diagram
It's not a Humvee, right? It's not a whole truck.
big original email for product reviews and exchange for financing discounts. You might be let's show our support for that. I told my business partner, Rich, I would be a smart discussion. Of course, we're coming ready to say on how they're positioned. Today has been the best of reviews. And it's kind of special.
Off. I've seen this before, but I've now realized that's not great.
That's like a fucking prime day deal. It's like, wait, what's the profit margin? Just like TV. It's like,
It's like because it doesn't work and it's not real, they can sell it.
It's so funny. It's just like nobody gets it. You do it in the fucking store. It's
Not all of them are cheap. Shows that help you out.
the neighborhood.
Stop
Stopping
writing,
I'm
especially
stopping that out here.
descriptions.
Brian Kelly come around.
Descriptive,
Yeah.
like small
This
times,
town is too big for both.
style,
This town is just the right size for
classic
both of
project
us.
manager writing over 7 years working in NGOs, working for humanity, working across refugee and IDP camps just to make sure people are safe. Even though we had some personal issues out there, having in a place where literally people were dying of anxiety, thankfully we are still alive. And we just kept smiling. Tears was the
I was
currency
actually shocked.
so much during my time and then despite
I got a fucking
these guys
15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. That's how kids are different ages. That's the problem. So what?
I don't like most things. Say so many things on spaces.
So I don't get
Sometimes
I don't
you
get
like,
to
oh
like your
yeah,
house. Why don't I
just
don't
trying
see
to
your
lie
house?
because I don't believe when you listen about it that thank
You
you
know
so
what?
much for explaining. I don't want to take so much time.
I don't
Those
know.
niggas want to say so many things. This
It's
is
like
for me and
channeling
then
Calvin.
to you guys. Thank you so much.
You're lucky that Calvin didn't hit him with those movies. Because that would have been like, because you would have like a mortal. They would just never leave the studio. Yeah, they would get the real like records.
Do you think that maybe Mexican just doesn't like it?
A million percent. Yeah. It's like, describe to me what it's like when Shop goes to inevitably singing lyrics by themselves. I don't get it. You know what I mean? He's doing investment lives, taking himself in. You know what I mean?
He's doing a lot of stuff.
But you've been here longer than me. You never invited me here.
You have a standing invite, but getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things I know.
Let's start going for the if I'm cheating on you, we have to pay this out. Nice potatoes out. Squidward's cards, potatoes out. With those small chips, I like it nice potatoes out.
Potato.
Everybody likes it.
That's not true.
You know, it's good.
I didn't think so.
I think there was one time where we talked about the Rothschild'S. I forgot that people remember the whole thing, and I was like, saying out loud, like, it's hot, right? And then you were like, are you okay? And then there were people that commented, like, no, dude, German potato salad, hot.
Potato salad. Hot. What is it?
I mean, it's called strawberry.
Yeah, I don't like cold shit.
Chips, chips.
I like it nice and warm. Yeah, cool. Everyone's just cold. Alright, let's see. Financial Skins 10969 goes to this one. That's a prolific written job off the cover of Diesel World.
Have you ever heard of that? Obviously.
Are you getting context?
Do I want to hear about it? Yes.
Let's get Photoshop.
Try to remember the list. I got shit.
I'm reminiscing like it's a long time coming before my photo. He likes his potato salad.
Honestly, I don't think it needs to be. Because a lot of times you have a potato salad at a cookout. It's not hot, which is crazy that I did at the time. But it can be. Because Germans have fun. But you have potato salad at the cookout. It's not going to be cool.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's outside. Actually, in the fridge.
Exactly. There you go.
When you take it out of the fridge.
Okay, so the only thing worse is this too. It would this fucking
A lot of it is right now. Have you ever been to police?
shout out to
It's not cool.
like I stay away from all those sort of fake salads. They're not real salads. It's potato salad. They're fake. They're not real.
You definitely do not stay away from fake salads. You, my friend, need to remind you that's made sausage salad, which is ridiculous. It's not only warm, it's hot. You cook hot sausages and put it on cold lettuce.
salad, yeah. But it has to go straight from the fridge into my fucking bowl, dude. It's got to go from, I get 5 sausages. What am I going to do with them? Put them in the salad. All right, I'll stop. Yeah, I was addicted to sausage salad. The other day, somebody was saying that I'm the kind of lady that eats the same meal every day, and you can't stand it. You know what I mean? I want food the same. That's sausage salad. Because anytime I brought up sausage salad, it's never ended well. I was making sausage salad for about 4 weeks straight.
I remember I had it. Yep.
I just made some new shots. CJ, thank you for the idea. I'll see you. Thanks, man. Yes, sir. Glad to have you. If anybody is interested or confused, or no, not even if you're interested, go connect with them. I'm not even gonna tell anybody if you're interested. You are obligated to go connect with everybody that comes up here and speaks because you're putting in your connection that that's what this space is for. That's what we're building this community for, is to make sure that everybody is getting connected with everybody can grow. We're sharing the alpha every day, but we got some hands up, so I'm not going to do too much yapping. Rabbi Rothschild, go ahead, man. What's up with you?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in the room. I'd appreciate it if you would follow me back. I follow everybody back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show of real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're available in the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Yes, sir. That's actually pretty awesome. It's really life transformation, real life transformation. If you are interested in anything like that, go check him out. Go give him a follow. Hang out. I mean, look at his page. He's actually got a live running on his page. So he's for real. He's not lying. I saw him talking to the phone, talking to his face. It was actually kind of funny. But, go look at Rabbit. I'm trying to follow Rabbi. My bad. I'm saying Rabbit wrong. I've been saying this whole time. You don't correct me.
You're good, big man. No worries. No worries. It happens all the time. Folks, look at this. This is really gonna just try to summarize it for you.
It's a cold, snowy day in Chicago, Illinois, and this is America's Game of the Week, and you're home for Super Bowl 48.
Daddy always said that happens was a place where everybody knows your name. I'm always Daddy Image. Isabella. Yabba dabba doo. Dakota. Shaka Khan. Wait, wasn't that Cheers? I think that What you see is what you get. You got that charming accent. Peanut butter and pork rinds. Do I really sound like that? Do I really sound like that?
These plays,
If I was one of people from Sunny Vegas, all I would do for you, I'd have it without yours, my leaders for rice. I could have meant for you. Doesn't need to feel style, but you have to be gentle, sweet, loving, genuine, modest, wonderful, intimate. Let's talk sex. Because we get to know each other. Now we're going to a little land. Do a hill for me. And tell me the story. We're in the huge garden alone. And my parents told me that. And I get lost. They go up where I am. They be looking around, all the people. And then they saw me working beside the beautiful, tall legs of a lady with a short skirt. And it's just watching like this. With what she doing, I'm going. If I was one people, I'm sorry, ladies, all of them for you. I didn't have it without yours, my leaders for rice. I could have meant for you. If I was one If I was one people,
Ask the question. I clicked it.
damn, you're cute, girl.
At first sight. I fell in love at first sight.
Same.
I'm looking for someone who's loving and loyalty is really important to me.
Same, girl.
People lied to me before,
Yeah.
and
Those people
well, it
suck.
just wasn't a good time. I craft
because
and
it's
those
on your
very
tweet.
personal craft closet, it can make the best birthday card for
I
you.
love your
For
enthusiasm.
me, a deal breaker is having a girlfriend.
What about a harem? Like,
I can do
oh,
anything
you're
on a first
you
date.
slay.
I like breakfast.
Ditto, girl.
I get breakfast.
Like Belgian waffles.
Unless you don't like breakfast, then
We can make our own Big Mac
you
muffin.
watch football. I'll watch football, and I hate football.
Do you remember what happened November
I
13th, 1993?
and date you and call you
Cool.
and marry you.
Ditto, girl.
We'll be together.
If you're still
Forever.
single, call me.
You should date me because I'm so far out of your league. You would be lucky to date me. Hi, I'm Elizabeth. Call me Beth only. What kind of man am I looking for? I really don't know. Hopefully, a good one. I have never been in love with anybody before. I don't even love my parents or any of my siblings. But every guy I've ever dated has been madly in love with me. And you will be in love with me too. My dream first date is in a restaurant. Get me drunk. You can see if you can keep up. I do smoke cigarettes, yeah, but I don't care if you smoke cigarettes. The key to a good relationship with me is giving me space. I have a lot of pet peeves, but my biggest one is leaving wet towels on the ground. I don't believe in soulmates. I don't really think all people have souls. I like guys who are scared of me. Let's have fun. You should date me because I'm so far up. You should date. You should date me because I'm so far out of your league. You would be lucky. You should
What's up,
date me
bitch?
because I'm so far out of your league.
I'm already a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth.
What's up, Elizabeth?
Only. What
Okay,
kind of man am
Beth.
I looking for? I really don't know. Hopefully,
Hilarious with a huge cock.
I have never been in love with anybody before. I don't
Same
even love
girl.
my parents.
Except I love
Any of my
everybody.
siblings. But every guy I've ever dated has been madly in love with me.
I doubt that,
And
but
you
that's
will be
okay.
in love with me too.
Maybe. You never
My
know.
dream first date is a restaurant.
Cool.
Get me drunk.
Heyo.
You can see if you can keep up. I do
What
smoke
about a
cigarettes,
piano
yeah,
bar?
but I don't care if you smoke cigarettes. The key to a good
Okay.
relationship with is a restaurant.
What about a piano bar?
Drunk.
Okay.
See if you could keep up.
Oh, no doubt,
I
girl.
do smoke
I'll drink you under the
cigarettes,
table.
but I don't care if you smoke cigarettes.
Okay. You like Winston's?
With me is giving
That's
me
what the Flintstones smoke.
I have a lot of pet peeves, but my biggest one is leaving wet towels on the ground.
What about cum
I
towels?
don't believe in soulmates. I don't
Oh,
really
this
believe
one's
in
complicated. There could be an animalistic soul, a Jewish soul. Who the fuck knows?
You should date me because I'm so far out of your league. You would be lucky to date.
What's up, man? I'm already a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer. What's up, Elizabeth? Okay, Beth.
I really don't know.
Hilarious with a huge cock.
I've never been in love with anybody before. I don't
Same.
love my parents.
Except I love everybody.
Every guy I've ever dated has been madly in love with me.
I doubt that.
And you will be in love with me too.
Maybe. You never
My
know.
dream first date is a restaurant.
What about a piano bar? Okay. Oh, no doubt. I'll drink you under the table.
I don't care if you smoke cigarettes.
Okay. You like Winston's? That's what the Flintstones smoke.
I have a lot of pet peeves, but my biggest one is leaving wet towels on the ground.
What about cum towels? Oh, this one's complicated. There could be an animalistic soul, a Jewish soul. Who the fuck knows? What's up, bitch?
And as such, a superstar in Philly cricket club, fun to watch her go about her business. Talking right after she made Apex. Yeah, love that.
I love that kind of response. Yeah, it's the best you can do. And you got Caitlin Henderson on the back there.
Just off agreeing with her third. Serena's great for this next week. She hits for the ball. She lets you know what she thinks.
Oh.
Did you hear that? I heard it. You said that. Serena's such a superstar.
That bitch could have the bottom ones. All 18 holes.
You could date me.
Yes, I'm looking for a date, and I've been looking for a date most of my life. The last guy didn't work out. I'm very easy to get along with, and everybody will tell you that, and my neighbors too. What I'm looking for in a man is he able to afford to take me to the things I enjoy? Most of the things I enjoy are free, so that's an easy one. Take me out rollerblading and catch me when I fall because I'm not very good at that sport. Tell me I'm sexy. I just have an ego that needs to be fed. That's the truth. In my job, I have to be very, strict, non-personal. If you see the sexy side of me, hey, that's going to work for me. I could quit my job tomorrow. I think I'd be a musician. I'd be a musician that maybe something like a play ukulele, because that's something that you can get hired for anywhere. I don't smoke cigarettes, and I couldn't date anyone who smoked. Throw that pack out the window, let the cigarettes fall to the wind. Don't go down and retrieve them. I know that's what you want to do. And then you have more options. Oh, I'd like to go to France. Je parle tout de français. I did take French in high school, and I've been working on it to get me in the right mood. I'm a very good kisser. And if you don't know how to kiss in French, I can show you that.
Damn, bitch. What's up, bitch? What's up, woman? You look like you're a reject from the Golden Girls.
Guy didn't work out.
Fuck him.
I'm very easy to get along with.
Same.
And everybody will tell you that, and my neighbors too.
Are your neighbors single? I like your outfit.
The things I enjoy. Most of the things
Do you like the dollar store?
take me out rollerblading and
What, have sex in a golf cart of a golf course?
the things I enjoy. Most of the things I enjoy are free, so that's an easy one.
Oh, tight.
Take me out rollerblading and
You want to have sex in a golf cart on a golf course? Done.
tell me I'm sexy.
All right, sexy. Same, baby.
My job.
I eat that shit up. You like getting titty fucked, ho? Damn, bitch. I bet you love having your ass slapped. This bitch loves to get spanked.
I'd be a musician that maybe something like a play ukulele.
Ukulele's amazing, girl.
That's something that you can get hired for anywhere.
Maybe in Hawaii.
Smoke cigarettes and I couldn't date anyone who smoked.
Okay.
Pack out the window, listen.
What about if it's a carton? Not just any carton, a carton of Doral. I bet your wrinkly neck loves to get choked. Fancy. Ulu buku she abigwa seswa. You want a tongue wrestle, girl?
Yes, I'm looking for a date, and I've been looking for a date.
Oh, fuck that.
And I've been looking for a date most of my life. The last guy didn't work out. Yes, I'm.
What's good, woman?
And I've been looking for a date most of my life.
Since the Hoover administration? You look like Rue McClanahan's stunt double from the Golden Girls. I bet your neighbors are swingers. A motherfucker who's slaying stick like it's going out of style? Tight. Like the library. How about getting fucked in a golf cart on a golf course, girl? Hey, you sexy hoe. Same, baby. Eat that shit up. I bet that wrinkly neck loves to get choked. Baby, you can get it. I bet you love to get spanked. Tight. Okay. Maybe in Hawaii. What about candy cigarettes? Even if it's a carton of Duralls? How about a French university girl? Oulu vugu she abigwa seswa. You want a French kiss, baby?
Yes, I'm looking for a date, and I've been looking for a date most of my life.
What's good, woman? Since the Hoover administration? You look like Rue McClanahan's stunt double from the Golden Girls. I bet your neighbors are swingers. A motherfucker who's slaying stick like it's going out of style? Tight. Like the library. How about getting fucked in a golf cart on a golf course, girl? Hey, you sexy hoe. Same, baby. Eat that shit up. I bet that wrinkly neck loves to get choked. Baby, you can get it. I bet you love to get spanked. Tight. Okay. Maybe in Hawaii. What about candy cigarettes? Even if it's a carton of Duralls? How about a French university girl? Oulu vugu she abigwa seswa. You want a French kiss, baby?
Take a look right here. It's the helmet. He's lynched the ball. He's clearly loose.
But Dobbs ends up coming in right there, but it doesn't matter. It's going to come back to the spot. Take a look right here. Yeah, the helmet, he clinched the ball. He's clearly loose. But Dobbs ends up coming in right there, but it doesn't matter. It's going to come back to the spot. Take a look right here. Yeah, the helmet, he's like,
No, they just like recording me and they're gonna get me saying anything. Word. Oh hell yeah. I'm gonna start googling who's singing. Look at the name. Who want me to sing this song? Oh no! No! God! Oh no! Oh! Come on! Oh! My name is Trish. I'm good at taking care of things, taking care of other people. Somehow I just always know if something's lost, I know where to look for it, to find it. It's one of my gifts. I'm looking for a man with compassion and integrity. Nothing too over the top on the first date. Just getting to know you. I started playing the alto saxophone when I was in fifth grade. I really wanted to play the drums, but my arms aren't strong enough. I don't play all the time now, but I do still like getting my saxophone out from time to time. New Year's Eve, somebody will say, "Hey Trish, get out your sax." My idea of happiness is, let's say I'm 70 years old and I'm sitting out on a veranda next to a cool glass of lemonade, and my beloved is sitting right next to me, and we're holding hands and we're watching the grandkids play touch football on the lawn. And I say, "Not so rough." And they say, "Yes, Grandma." And I just think to myself, what a legacy. My name is Trish. My name is Trish.
Hi, Trish. I like that line on your kit.
Taking care of things, taking care of other
You want to take
people.
care of this
Somehow I just
dick?
always know something's lost. I know where to look
It's
for
always
it,
the
to
last
find
place
it.
you put it, right?
I'm looking for a
Are
man
you a
with
librarian?
passion and integrity.
I think you have
Nothing
librarian-like qualities.
nothing too over the top on the first date.
I bet
Getting to
secretly
know
you're a
you.
BDSM
I
queen.
started playing the alto
Can you
saxophone.
play Careless Whisper by George Michael?
Play the drums, but my arms aren't strong enough.
Oh,
I
we could
don't
work
play all
on
the
that,
time
girl.
now, but
Give
I
enough
do.
hand
I do
jobs,
still
you'll
like
be
getting my
bench
saxophone
pressing
out from time to time. New Year's
houses.
Eve, somebody will say, "Hey Trish, get out your sax." My
Yours
idea of
friends
happiness
seem
is, let's
encouraging.
say I'm 70 years old and
Okay.
I'm sitting out on a veranda
Wow.
next to a cool glass of lemonade.
Like a Bartles and James
My
commercial.
beloved is sitting right next to me.
Oh, I'm right there with you, baby.
We're watching.
Like in rocking chairs? What about Adirondack chairs? What if they're playing flag football? I kind of like this fantasy. Let's do it, girl. And then I fished you.
I'm good at taking care of things.
What if they're playing flag football? What if they're playing flag football? I kind of like this fantasy. And then I fished you.
I just think to myself, what a legacy. My name is Trish. I'm good at taking care of things, taking care of my name is Trish.
Hi, Trish. I like that line on your tit.
Taking care of things, taking care of other
You want to take
people.
care of this
Somehow I just
dick?
always know something's wrong.
It's always the last place you put it, right?
I'm looking for a man
Are you a librarian?
with passion and integrity.
I think you have a librarian-like quality.
Nothing too over the top for the first
I bet secretly you're a BDSM queen. Can you play Careless Whisper by George Michael?
Play the drums, but my arms aren't strong enough.
Oh, you can work on that, girl. Giving those hand jobs, you'll be bed presses. Out.
Please come in and say, hey, Trish, get out your sack.
Yours friends seem encouraging.
Hey, I'm 70 years old,
Okay.
and I'm sitting out on a veranda next to a cool glass of lemonade.
Like a Bartles and James commercial.
Love it, it's sitting right next to
Oh, I'm right there with you, baby. Like in rocking chairs? What about Adirondack chairs? What if they're playing flag football?
Not so rough.
I kind of like this fantasy.
And
then I fished you.
I just think to myself, what a legacy. My name is Trish.
Hi, Trish. I like.
Clinch the ball. He's clearly loose.
What's good, woman?
And I've been looking for a date most of my life.
There's a Hoover administration. You look like Rue McClanahan's stunt double from the Golden Girls. I bet your neighbors are swingers. A motherfucker who slings stick like it's going out of style.
I enjoy her face.
Tight. Like a library. How about getting fucked in a golf cart on a golf course, girl? Hey, you sexy hoe. Hey, baby, eat that shit up. I bet that wrinkly neck loves to get choked. Baby, you can get it. I bet you'd love to get spanked. Tight. Okay. Maybe in Hawaii. What about candy cigarettes? Even if it's a carton of Durrell? How about a French University, girl? What's up, bitch?
Because I'm so far out of your league.
I'm already a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth.
What's up, Elizabeth?
What kind of man am I looking for? I really don't know. Hopefully,
Hilarious with a huge cock.
I've never been in love with anybody before. I don't
Same,
love
girl.
my parents.
Isabella,
I hate my
everybody.
siblings. But every guy I've ever dated has been madly in love with me.
I doubt that.
And you will be in love with me too.
Maybe. You never
My
know.
dream first date is a restaurant.
What about a piano bar?
Drunk.
Okay.
See if we can keep up.
Oh, no doubt.
I do smoke
I'll drink you
cigarettes,
under the table.
but I don't care if you smoke cigarettes.
Okay. You like Winston's?
Relationship with me is giving
That's
me.
what the Flintstones smoke.
I have a lot of pet peeves, but my biggest one is leaving wet towels on the ground.
What about cum towels?
Even soulmates. I don't really.
Oh, this one's complicated. There could be an animalistic soul, a Jewish soul. Who the fuck knows?
Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm a cocktail waitress at Houlihan's, and I just meet all sorts of interesting people every day. I'm really looking for a guy who is into taking care of himself, who's into aerobics, maybe would go to aerobics with me. I think it's so cute when you see couples wearing matching outfits, maybe with matching pajamas. Sometimes I like it when a guy's a little bit mean to me, because then that makes me feel like he likes me. So you can't be too nice. Sometimes you have to just throw a little sugar in the gas tank and just say a little something snarky and love to talk on the phone. I will call my grandma in Texas and we will talk for hours. I'm not religious, but I like to follow the golden rule. If somebody cheats on me, I just can't be responsible for what I would do. I don't want to go pick out my gift. I want you to pick up on the hints that I'm giving throughout the year of the things that I like and that I love, and then I want to wake up on Christmas morning. Hi, my name is Nana. Hi.
Have I ever watched the same fucking thing? I've heard about these two fucking brothers like 1,000 fucking times. Look at this athleticism, folks. Oh, but it's wet.
that's the way she was focused on most of the time. Again, without getting into all the specifics of the poses, like I'm off the right side, you can go ahead and let follow, not cover, so let the follow stream pose while it's still readily available for other hands. So you've got one component of readily available at the end, and you just go more intended for yourself. So the idea of it is the same. But the opposite of right? The borrow stream comes from the idea that it's strength and preparation. This strength to often do what she is before she is seen. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, one of the also maintained or maintained ultimately again with movement poses, you take those things as progressive muscle literally. So they came and they said something called connection streams. So something that happened to the body before. So they said, so they open up, I'm going to do it once, right? You always go up and point. Then go, now I say that's interesting. You know, which is actually also starts to do that actually. You also know your influence says the members that have like not as connected with what we're doing. Actually, the people that we show up. Well, we call them turnovers that are broken today, trying to guide them. A lot of times we get in the rooms or I didn't just group works with them. So I just group that with and just make it short and what colors. We incorporate it in our rooms. So hold up for day and off so let's say so what we did is we put the points together each of the poses, then we do 8 poses to show all the action, the same action, the formation. But the one second that we do copy line. So there's that, there's that piece. I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. You come to pose information, when you get more from the beginning of the game, you come to build any reciprocity. Therefore, you might not look like you're doing others with the shoe performance. And therefore, you understand the evolution of the making your pose. That's the idea. Therefore, you have also myself, and therefore, you get to essentially more powerful it's the way you say it. Then go to the aspect view. And then just bring it up to some of these other aspects. Aspects of the this person. And these are something called services. Right now, these are really good right? Then after this, we'll go to the next level. So we can go up and you learn. So now you learn establishing business. Makes sense. Design of the person. So learn these exploration design of this. Right? It also blah blah blah. But they didn't go to a lot. So like you did go to the post, and ultimately again, you serve gives right and it gives her allocated. Like that's not the way to do it. Or all of a sudden, or get relationship with doesn't mean anything. But Allah has put on the Muhammad stated what he needed to do establish that's what Allah he gave her. That's anything he gave her Allah he gave her she. They didn't have a relationship with her. But of course, this is what she was able to Allah. Their relationship if you have a relationship with her, then ultimately again, here's the restrictions on us. The Gemara says, this means the same case. One must not get a relationship all the way ultimately there. Even though that's a law, I guess there. Where there's a transactional components. These are relations. Like our relations, when there's immediacy, that's what it is. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, or the behavior of the application of the status of essence. So, what that is practically is that it can, when they want to go sometimes sacrificial or watch this. When they'll somehow diminish Rashi says, Aksha, hello,
I'm having a pretty good day.
Yeah, look at you.
Happy New Year.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year. Yeah.
Why? Just happened a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's too long. That statute of limitations. It's time to run out on the New Year. 3 days. Plenty.
3 days.
By the way, everything doesn't have to be happy. Well, why does everything have to be happy?
I'm having a pretty good day.
Yeah, look at you.
Happy New Year.
It's always great when the mascots and the cheerleaders get together. Whoa! Engulfed! It's always great when the mascots and cheerleaders get together. Whoa! Engulfed! It's always great when the mascots and cheerleaders get. Let's face it, nobody does it better than Arby's.
My cl-
Going with the name? Hi, Tommy. My name's Don. This is actually my friend Tommy Top Knuckles. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. But behind you is okay. Next. He's my appraiser, so he's gonna check it out. Right. What's this? This looks bro. Oh, that shit looks janky. Your oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Looks good, bro. He told me he was an expert. 1200. No, dude. Yeah, dude. Get the stuff, bro. Want to test drive it? Yeah, test drive shit. There's no place on it. And the way you carry yourself, I didn't want to look at it. But you're a drunk, bro. We're at 3. Dude, get the stuff. You going with the name? Hi. Tommy. My name's Don. This is actually my friend Tommy Top Knuckles. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. But behind you is okay. Next. He's my appraiser, so he's gonna check it out. Right. What's this? This looks broken as fuck. Yeah, you look. Welcome to season 2 of Tom Brady's Super Bowl. Tom Brady's Super Bowl helmet.
Wow.
This is Mike Tyson's belt. This is Vince McMahon from the World Wrestling Federation. This is Shaquille O'Neal's shoe
Oh my God.
right here, which is a serious
Is
shoe.
that a real
That's a
shoe?
real shoe. He took it off after a game and handed it. I carry it like this. Of course, the big thing is the view of New York City.
Now, do you live upstairs
I live upstairs.
in the penthouse? Are you going to get down to business when we leave you, or are you going to get down to politics?
I get down to business and politics. I'm running a business, and at the same time, I'm running for office. As a politician, they only have to do the one thing, but I'm running a big business and also running for office. So as the days go by, I get more and more to my children to run, and my executives. I have great executives, and that's not going to be a problem. Tom Brady's touchdown Niners! Christian McCaffrey right on the tee of the Eagles in the end zone. And in the fourth quarter, they retake the lead. San Francisco up 4.
I'm Rabbi Shepherd, and I play Genesis on Star.
We can all agree there's a lot going on right now. Not all of it's good, and I'm just thankful that George Floyd isn't here to see it. You know, because we know the incident happened right near where he was, right? The ICE incident with the woman and the ICE officer right near where he was. But I just like to think that if George were still with us, it would take his breath away. You know. The black girl's laughing. The thing. Black girl laughed. These guys don't like it. Where are you from again? New York. You're from New York? Yeah. And you're from Minneapolis? Well, welcome to Florida.
No matter what the fuck.
While liberal New Yorkers were protesting Donald Trump's capture of
Yeah, so what you see when I talk about the point of the ball a lot, you see it from this angle. This is kind of like a neutral plane. This is with the point slightly down. When you're throwing into the wind, it has to be neutral. If the point of the ball is up, any wind friction is going to push that ball over the top. So as a quarterback, you don't really like that U throw underneath because naturally that's going to point the tip of the ball up. You like more of a C or an inverse, a reverse C. That's how you kind of control the point of the ball, and then you can kind of just snap it off as you throw it. But in these windy conditions, you can't be underneath the ball.
These events are based on a true story.
What do you think shirt you wore yesterday?
for doing 63 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. I need your driver's license, your insurance, and your registration.
You have proof of this?
Yes, I do. It's on my radar, ma'am.
Can I see it?
No, you may not. 227. Send me another unit. I also had you doing 73 further down the road. I need your license, your insurance, and your registration. I need your license, your insurance, and your registration.
Can I see?
Is this your vehicle right here? This vehicle right here? Yeah, is it yours? My car, yeah, all it is? Okay. Are you gay by chance? Like what? Are you gay? No, I'm not. Because you parked in the, right there, I don't know if you saw, in the gate portion only. Oh my god, I never noticed that. You didn't see it when you pulled in? No. Yeah, because it's gonna be a thing like, you're gonna be fined for this? I mean, unless you just tell me you're gay, if I move. Because you've been parked here already, sir. Unless you just tell me and I'll scratch you. Okay. Oh, you are gay? Okay, alright, perfect. So I'm gonna have to ask you just like three simple questions so that I can prove that you're actually gay. Just real quick. On a scale 1 through 10, how gay are you? 1 through 10. 1? Oh, that's not gay enough. Maybe like 9. Okay, you are 9? Okay, perfect. And then second question here, could you give me your best gay voice to prove that you're actually gay? Okay. Perfect. And the next question here is, how many men have you slept with?
7 men? Holy, you really gave them. Oh, okay, that's all, sir. You gotta go. You mean that's the restricted parking just for gay people? Yeah, it's part of the LGBTQ community. It's anything of San Francisco. Just to make sure to look out for us, alright? Hello, sir. Yeah, is this your vehicle right here? This vehicle right here? Yeah, is it yours? My car, yeah. Oh, it is? Okay. I checked all if they were off by just a little bit. That would have been a disaster for the project. Thanks to the engineers, this did not happen. After 2.5 years of construction, there was one more piece left, called the Keystone. There were thousands of people that showed up to watch this crowning event. And the gap for the Keystone was too small, less than a meter. They knew this would happen, but it was still a challenge to deal with. The gap needed to be almost 2.5 meters for the Keystone to fit. Part of the problem was the heat from the sun causing the stainless steel to expand. The south leg of the arch received the most sun, so they decided to spray water over the side to cool it down. And as part of the original plan, hydraulic jacks were put in place to move the legs with just enough room to fit the Keystone. After a few tense moments, the Keystone successfully went in and the workers were able to weld it in place. The engineers had done their job and the arch was now complete. The stabilizing truss could be removed and the arch could now support its own weight. It took the better part of a year to slowly bring the creeper derricks down, cleaning and polishing the stainless steel on the arch as they went. The arch was finished, but there was more work to do. When Eero Saarinen designed the arch, he wanted visitors to be able to get to the top, but he didn't exactly know how that was going to happen. Whatever system they used needed to be able to bring many passengers up, and it couldn't distort the outside of the arch. We want the arch's shape to be unaffected and have that smooth look all the way up the side. To make things harder, the legs get thinner as you get closer to the top. The tram had to be designed with this in mind. Many industry experts at the time were stumped by this problem. How about we build an elevator? The problem is that an elevator goes straight up and down, and we need something that curves. Okay, how about an escalator? These don't go straight up and down. You might make that work at first, but you need to build several of them, and that gets expensive. The main inspiration for the design actually came from a Ferris wheel. This can move people around quite well, and they're always right side up, no matter where they are around the Ferris wheel. This same idea can also be used to transport people up the sides of the arch. Dick Bowser is the engineer that came up with this solution. Instead of individual seats, the design called for enclosed cars for safety, and then put all the cars together and use cables to lift them. This tram system needed to be small enough to fit on one side of the arch leg. This leaves enough room if they were off by just. What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. This is my colleague JT. What up? We came to the city of Miami Beach with one purpose in mind: to prove that partying on a yacht boosts as much stoke as we had hypothesized. We believe deep in our cores that letting loose on a boat cures depression. In my experience, a quick gainer off a tuna tower can make you forget about inflation or automation. To conduct this experiment, we found a young man on Craigslist, Navi, who self-identifies as awkward and a bit sad. We brought him onto a yacht and hooked him up with a brew. To our surprise, his froth did not fully peak. There was one missing ingredient: hot chicks. Hot chicks are crucial to the boating experience. Not surprisingly, after we added beautiful women to the equation, he was stoked. So we would like to go one step further with our proposal. We not only ask that the city provide public yachts to the people, but also hot chicks. Or hot dudes if you are a chick. Or hot dudes if you're a dude who's into dudes. Or hot chicks if you're a chick and that's what's up. What up, Council? My name is Chad Crook.
I learned some guys, they don't like my voice. Alright. Well, I think Nike has said this best. Not everyone is a winner. Now, if that triggers you,
And look at this technique to cut a 90-degree angle iron. He folded the string in the middle, placed it well centered, made a half turn there. Right? He marked, look at this, guys. He came there with this electrode. He could be a ruler, right? He connected the ends.
you're so cute and hot. Thank you so much. So are you. You're such a baddie. Baddies are not baddies.
Hell no. Bro, get away from the top, bro. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. You're talking before you just talking to me. I don't want to talk to you, though. Did you break it about it? No. Why are you asking me that? I don't know. You don't know. You have no idea why you're doing that. No idea, sir. Why you got hair coming out your nose? I'm never going to have hair coming out of my nose. No, I ain't breaking it out, though, man. It is breaking it out. What you need to say? Chill. Hey, man. Y'all fucking say anything your mom or anything like that, I don't know. My bad, bro. My bad. I'll be home a couple days. When you're hurt, when you're... I'm white. My leg. Chain in the leg. What? I know what was it. Alright, well, you got a good one. What's your name? What's your last name? I don't know. Good luck to you. Why are you running from the police? I'm not a fucking man. It's been 2 years. I missed his face. That weird auto roof missed his face. Actually, I'm calling my man again. No, it's on. Hey, Richard? Hi. You've been 86 in the store. I just want to say I'm sorry. I apologize. You started off on the wrong foot. I just wanted to apologize to you. Here, I wanted to give you this as an apology. Look, I can't take it. Richard, I'm sorry. I can't take it. Yes, sir, I understand. I'd just like to apologize, give my sincerest apology. We start off on the wrong foot. We can be friends. Nope. Can I please give you this cash? And no. All right, sir. I apologize. See, I wanted to give him $1,000. You wanted to take it either. I'm not a fucking man. It's really been 2 years. I missed his face. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. We have a conversation, okay? We have a conversation, okay? We can do it outside. Or, I mean, you can pay for your meal first, but... Look, we can have a conversation, right? Or I can get police involved. You don't have to get police involved, okay? You what? Look, we can talk about it. Look, I don't want to get you in trouble. I already have your information. You want to let's just talk about it and get to the bottom of this, and you know, like 2 seconds? 2 seconds for what? It looks like you're walking to your car. Look, I already have your license plate and everything, your personal information, okay? Look, he seems like super stockish. And it's stockish or meeting a 15-year-old?
May I get your last name, please? Yes, it's Kardashian.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, please don't make a big deal or tell anyone. I just don't really need any more attention. And it's just gonna be 2 tickets.
I believe you broke a tie with Peyton Manning for perfect passer rating. Yes, I saw that from our research department. JJ said he broke Peyton Manning's record, so we let it, man. You know what I'm saying? QBR, man. You know. And then I look back and see JJ get hit, and I was like, dang, dude, should I have done something about that? And then I look up, and the ball's in the air, and Christian trapped it. It was wobbling in the wind, and the fact that Christian caught it over shoulder, dude, I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a play. Normally, you don't think about anything during a play, but I saw that guy in a lot of type of thing. It was, I believe you broke a tie with Peyton Manning for perfect passer rating. Hey, turn the fucking camera off. Hey, man, you're not going to talk to me like that. What's going on? This is the wrong toes you're stepping on, but it's the wrong toes. I'm just saying, it's his right to be upset, not to be felt. That's all he's asking for, and that's all it is. If he comes back up here and runs his mouth like that again, it's going to be a problem. You hear me, Edward? Oh, I hear you. All right, brother. Y'all keep moving. If you would like a ride, I'd personally give you a ride. Just need a ride to the stop sign down there. Gotcha. Hop on. I'll give you a ride. That's all. That's all, Edward. That's all. That's all, buddy. I'll give you guys a ride. Hop on. Come on. Let's get it out of here. You're off at 9 o'clock. I'll be back, brother. Hey, turn the fucking camera on. Legend lives on from the Chippewa on down. They make their goal, get you. The lake is said never gets up for dead when the skies of November turn blue. Legend lives on from the Chippewa on down. The big lake they call Gitchagooey. The lake it is said never gets up for dead No, ja już na was pomagać.
Pomagać?
Ja już na was numer.
Юмор?
Numer. Mój numer.
Я номер не даю.
Вот я Джорджа.
He lifts up his foot, shuffles his feet, and lost contact, and Goins have the ball on Frazier. He lifts up his foot, shuffles his feet, and lost contact, and Goins have the ball on Frazier. He lifts up his foot, shuffles his feet, and lost contact, and Goins have the ball on Frazier.
Is this guy rage baiting me?
I like to imagine that Kevin Patullo spins a wheel before every play to decide whether he's going to call an inside zone, a spacing concept, or 4 words. Don't get me wrong, the Eagles had more issues on offense than just Patullo, but this unit is so much more talented than a 49ers offense that doesn't even have George Kittle. But Kyle Shanahan got creative and worked with what he had, and seeing this less talented 49ers offense move the ball better than the Eagles unit.
A ref in high school football in Pittsburgh, he needs to be in the NFL.
5-yard penalty, go first down. All right. Defense, number 6, 15-yard penalty, result first down. The extra point is good. Still first down. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot, result of the play will be a first down.
I don't know if all those calls were accurate, but whenever he was describing them, I just knew he got it right. That's maybe the greatest representation of football in the history.
What's up, guys? It's Fred Warren.
Yo, what up? See how you living, pimp? Oh, yeah, baby. 100%. 24/7. I've been doing this bad boy since last February. So that's like almost an entire year. And it's video. Do you have an iPhone? Oh, dog. Then you can see me. Then you can see me, right? Excellent. Don't I look good? Oh, of course, baby. I'm hot. Yeah. Hey, do you have Discord? Will you please join my Discord and I can hear you a lot better and we can talk about your strategy and maybe I can help you. That's okay. You disconnect from here, go to Discord. The Discord's in my description and then I'll wait for you and if you have any trouble come back in here and I'll help you, okay? All right, see you in a second. See. Shout out to C everybody. C's the man. C's coming to the Discord. Everybody loves C. C's a pimp. C's a space freak. C. happy. She's listening. Yo, yo, Digital X, how you living, pimp? Digital X, come on up. Let's talk. What's good? Shout out to Digital X. Digital X, have you joined my Discord? You need to. You can talk with me 24 hours a day there. Shout out to Digital X, you're amazing. Everybody loves you. Yo, what up, pimp? How are you? How are you? Digital X, I'm sending you a link to my Discord. Join my Discord. You can hear me better in there. I'm live in there too.
Thank you, Ariela. I think passion is actually driven by something. Well, I think since I'm just starting, it's still the passion, but yeah, it's still driven by something, which is what? The money, the money. Well, yeah, passion is actually very important to whatever you're doing because even if you're like after the money, if passion is not there, you're just going to like quit after a specific period of time. So, anyhow, I love your sincerity, girl. Yeah, you're not your age. Yes, of course. So, she said one key thing. She said that passion is driven by something. So something has to feel passion. Yeah, something has to feel passion. But then, if you're not passionate about what you're doing, at least before you see the results, then you're just starting this passion. If not, if you're not passionate, you're just going to give up real quick. Because I'm telling you, as a newbie, it's a whole lot of things. You're trying to grow your account because people are it's a threat to do a lot of things. If you're newbie or your account is small, nobody wants to pay attention to you, or they feel like your account is small. No, stop
project I'm working with, maybe let's say just helping to like on-chain activities for learners to be rejected and more private, more like adding importance to the glass and not just exposing yourself like in a glass house and maybe see whatever you're doing, you're eating, you're even chilling with your babe, you're seeing it's meaningless, it's dryness, like kind of looking remove your house service and everything you're doing okay. So yes, that's all about any sort of purchase. You can also go to post, drop a comment down. Comments are really going on. You guys, everything. Thank you so much. So this is also a trend towards that in the middle of promotion of comment. Just read it. I made it really simple. So you should read it simple. So simple. You think even one thing that understand what the project is about, you don't understand anything. I have in the comment section what is driving me. Visibility, passion and money. But like you said, seriously, have the money. I mean, I said that yeah, I just started this space. Let me just tell you motivation. Why did I join Web3? You know, so I didn't really catch my class, although I know I've been doing Web3 for a couple of years, yeah, without knowing this Web3 actually. All those stuff, dedicative, stuff like that. But when I came on it, so
Yo, Zoot, how you living, pal? I'm about to speak in a space.
I didn't get on wrong.
You didn't get on tonight? Okay, that happens.
There's two things slots, and there was 30 cases signing up. Well, there's 14 slots and there's one page drive. Because there's 15 comedians on, so there's one page drive. So there's 30 comedians signing up, 15 people. And there's probably like 8 to 12 people in the room that's like comedian.
Okay. So, you gonna try next week? Okay, so you're gonna try next week?
No, yeah, sorry.
All right, that's cool. Well,
Trying to get spots out besides that as well. Trying to get like one over myself outside of that as well.
excellent. Hey, Digital X, how you living, pal? Digital X, how are you? Digital X, I know you from X. Digital X, can you hear me, big man?
That's so good.
What's wrong, Zoo?
I'm high as fuck.
Okay, what happened? How'd you get high as fuck? What up, big man? How are you, Digital X?
I was smoking weed at the comedy club.
Digital X, how's your day going? Digital X, can you hear me? Digital X, is your mic working? If it's not, leave and come back. All right, Zoo, you just got to keep 10 toes down, baby. Yo, what up, Digital X? Can you hear me, big man? I saw your video, Digital X. I don't know if your microphone doesn't have permissions on Discord. You should be able to speak. Digital X. Okay, that's all right. Digital X. I'll send you a message on X. You're such a nice person. Thank you for coming here. I hope you're having an amazing day, and I will send you the advice that I send to everybody about how to increase your social media network and how to get a job. So just one moment, and you will have it. And if you have questions, you certainly can ask me anything that you want. And I know that your microphone is. Oh wait, now I can hear you. Go ahead. That's okay, big man. No worries. I'm sending you a message on X. What I want you to do is read through it. Read it a couple times if you have to. It'll tell you everything that I advise that you do if you want to be successful. And if you have questions, just let me know, and I will answer any questions that you have. Okay, Digital X?
Rabbi.
Okay. Absolutely, my friend. Go ahead, Zoo.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I just ordered the funniest thing.
All right, what did you think of, big
And I
man?
might be high.
No, you're
I
definitely
might
high.
be high, so it might not be.
You're
It might not
definitely
be
high.
funny because I'm high.
That's cool. Yo, J Billions. J Billions, can you hear me, pimp?
You want to hear it?
Yeah, I want to hear everything about it.
I just thought the funniest joke.
Okay, what's the joke? What's the joke?
I have a phobia of children, and my friend said, "Do you want help with that?" I said, "Why the fuck would I want help as a single male adult for a phobia of children? I think I'm pretty good. I don't think that's the worst phobia to have."
That joke is absolute dog shit.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. Explain it to me.
I have a phobia of children.
Okay, that means you're afraid of children, okay?
Yeah, but I don't want to get it cured.
Okay, I don't get it. Why?
I don't want to get it cured because if I try and get my phobia of children cured, that makes me look like a pedophile. And I'm good. Having a phobia of children is pretty good. I'm high as fuck.
Yeah, you are. You know, you recognize that you can enjoy children and not be a pedophile, right?
I don't want to be anywhere near children.
Okay, I mean, no one's forcing children to be around you, fortunately. But what I'm saying is, you don't either have to be afraid of children or a pedophile. You can be in the middle. The world is shades of gray.
Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I'd say for the last nearly decade, I've tried my best to avoid contacting any child.
Okay, I mean nobody.
Maybe the last 5 to 8 years.
Okay, I mean that's fine. It's not a. It's that's good. I mean you shouldn't want to contact children as an adult, but that doesn't mean you can't be around them and it'd be fine.
I don't want to be in the same room.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think any parents want you in the same room as their kids either. Not because of you being a danger to their children, but I don't know if you'd be the best influence on their children. Yo, Meta Evolved, you got in here. Zoot, one moment. I'm talking with this person, Meta Evolved. I've been trying to get in touch with them for a little while. So, Zoot, go be high and come back in a little bit.
Because we're on the way out high and I'm just getting unhigh. I just had a bath. I'm getting fresh. I'm daddy daycare, but I'm here for a little bit.
Phenomenal. Meta Evolved. How's life in your neck of the woods?
You know what? Despite all of the challenges, I cannot complain. And even with the challenges, I've found so many silver linings. I'm turning them into gold. I'm transmuting them like a wizard right now.
That's what I like to hear. All right, so you had a very interesting story. Tell me about your experience with Freemasons. What happened?
All right, so basically, I want to preface it by saying the same as I said to you. Rabbi, did they see our message that we shared before or not?
Yeah, I did about your birthday wish, right?
Well, not something that I was just saying, what I preface, you asked me a bit about the Mason a bit more specifically, is that in my life, I've interacted with both good Masons and bad Masons. I said to Rabbi Rothschild that it's kind of like a painter. Someone can't say, they have one bad painter and everyone that's a painter's bad. And I think this kind of rhetoric can be the problem that we see in reality. Like, not all Jewish people are Zionists. Not all people that are Islam are going to go and blow a place up. Not all people in America are going to shoot up a school. But because we have these, anyway, for long story short, I've kind of prefaced it with that. So my experience I had, I've got to kind of go about that. I'll be careful about how I go about this because I'm not doxxed. The reason I'm not doxxed is because I think I'm going to change the world, do some pretty big things and that. I want to protect my family I'm not always at the house. So long and short of it that I will say is my mum was single parent family. I was I'm half caste, my dad's a typical waste man. Had nothing to do with me. My mother raised me. I was very fortunate that, she was my mother and my father. And, fortunately, she actually ended up doing quite well. So she wasn't, a multi-millionaire, but, she had a right amount of money. She had a few properties and she bought a couple of them from family friends. Now, these family friends, she'd known them for over 30 years. What we didn't know is that, they were Freemasons. Now, that's not something where I'd be like, this guy's a Freemason, don't do business with him or anything. But, this is just a little context we'll put that at that point. So, fast forward, we got on a holiday while the work's done, got all architects' plans and everything like that in place. So I'm just hopping around a little bit, isn't it? All architects' plans and everything in place. We went on holiday, we went to America actually. Went there for a couple of months. And when we came back from America, wow. That was obviously a life-changing moment, just the moment of even coming back to the house. It was disgraceful, bro. I mean, that the one human could even do that to another, the position they left the house in. It probably dropped like another over 100,000 probably off the house price. And, that's not your only problem. The other two properties that my mother had bought, they were through the family friends that had recommended the builder who, guess what, was also a Freemason to come and do it. Now, again, I'm not saying these guys only did this because they're Freemasons. Because, as I say, there's many people around the world that do this that aren't Freemasons. However, what I will say, guys, and depending on how high up you guys are, how true or not this is, it is a known thing that is done. Like, people have thought what happened after, happened to someone else I knew. And what it is, and again, this is not all Masons, this is some bad guys, and I will take out the Mason part. Just some bad people have gamed the system where they're smart enough, they know they can get people over leveraged in debt, get them into a situation, whether that's through bad building work or whatever it is, And what the eventuality of what actually happened was my mother brought a dispute against this person at the work, right? They kind of, I tried to persuade her not to, the family did, and everything like that. They tried to guilt trip her. And when it actually came to court, they obviously realised she was going to win the case because architects, plans, everything, you can't really argue with it. Literally, for context, for the level guide, the lintels were falling down. It wouldn't meet the council regulations. Like, guys, this work had to be ripped down. The custom dwarf wall, about 4-bedroom extension, you couldn't even fit it on the custom dwarf wall. Like, literally, the conservatory would not fit. It was that badly out of line. So it obviously wasn't the right work. But again, because do you see how, I'm not saying any of these people did this because they were Masons, but because there are so many Masons in this situation, there's no impartiality in these kind of things. So you then go to court to plead your case, and guess where you're going to court? They've all got the bar. What are most people in court? They're past the bar. They're clever, so they then get inducted to the Masons. So now you've literally got a whole justice system where you've gone to get justice, and they're all friends, whether they're good or bad. As you see, I'm very fair. I'm not saying they've done this for the Masons. I'm trying to give Masons a bad name. I mean, a lot of Masons do a lot of charity. I believe same with a lot of people. Some do it for the right reasons, some do it for the bad reasons. Me personally, I pardon my language, but I don't give a fuck. As long as you're doing good, you're not doing bad. It's the bad stuff I'm focused on. And let me give you one example. Then, I mean, I'd be interested to hear what you say. I will land the story on that. Basically, what happened is when we were in court. This is a very little known fact, and I'll give you a bit of alpha here, depending on if you already know this, guys. I guess it won't really be that relevant to you. This is UK law. In UK law, you can basically win 99% of a case, and if you lose 1% of it, you're obviously still going to be awarded probably the main bulk of the win, but you can get awarded your opponent's costs. Now, in this scenario, the opponent's costs were like 90,000, which is about what, $140,000 or something, and your own costs were about $100,000. Obviously, you're trying to keep on top of these two properties, and it's a long story short. I'm sure you've got other things to get onto, Rabbi. We were left in a very bad situation. Whether that had anything to do with these guys being Masons or not, I don't know. But it definitely made it a lot easier for them to do that to my mum. And honestly, it was literally, I'm not going to dock where she came from, but it was a very small little village. Not many people out there make anything out of their life. She made something out of her life, and it was completely ripped away from her. Fortunately, I'm trying to buy her a property eventually and do things for her. She now lives in my old rental house. It was a private rental. I managed to get her a good price, and I can't even, I'm Devin, but because I'm a white hat, I don't take loads of money out of crypto. All the money I work for my life, and I've got kids myself. I help her as much as I can. I'm working towards that battle, but I shouldn't be in this scenario. She's going to have millions, but unfortunately, some people duped her. And as we know, all the religions around the world, they all say similar things. There are bad forces in this world, there are good forces. And I'm on the fence with Masons. I see a lot of good they do. I also see a lot of bad. And I'll finish it with saying I'd like to hear your side on this after your take on the third part. My second part, that would be like, if you look at the US presidents of the world, is it something like 54 of them have been Masons? And how would you rate their performance and the stuff they've done? Because there's some American presidents I think are brilliant. On the balance, I wouldn't say the majority of them were better for that, because some of the things they got pushed to do behind it probably weren't the agendas that they want to do. But I'll be very interested to hear what you guys have got to say on that, because you got more insight than me.
Certainly. Okay, well, first and foremost, don't want anything bad to happen to you or your family and the people who harmed you. I don't know what their background was. They very well could be Masons, but I don't think it's good to paint with a broad brush. And I know you're not. You're open. You're on the fence.
1,000% Masons, know them.
No. I'm not denying that they're Freemasons. What I'm saying is they could just be bad individuals. And let's not forget that.
Oh, that's what I said. Yeah, I agree with that.
Exactly. And I know you said you're 50-50 and you're definitely on the fence about it. And you should know at least some of the statistics that you cited, like 50 some presidents have been Freemasons. Well, we haven't had 50 presidents. So
okay, allegedly, then I apologize if I misspoke.
No.
I didn't say one of the guys I know that's a good Mason. He's one of the biggest charity givers I know, bro.
No, just one moment. There haven't been 50 presidents, so we've only had 47 different presidents essentially, and two of them have one in different terms. So really, it's like
I meant of the presidency, so
it's like 45.
what's it,
So
54, 57, how many times? 47, isn't it?
40,
47 times so far.
exactly. So, but what?
Exactly, it's not my politics. I
No,
apologize.
I understand. I understand. I understand. Now, what I can tell you is about 7 of them are publicly acknowledged Freemasons, and so people like Harry Truman, Gerald Ford, these types of people are publicly acknowledged as Freemasons. However, what is done behind closed doors may be different, and there may be some type of honorifics that are given, certainly. But, like, for instance, Donald Trump isn't publicly known as a Freemason. Joe Biden wasn't publicly known as a Freemason. Barack Obama was not publicly known as a Freemason. George W. Bush was not publicly known as a Freemason. Bill Clinton, not publicly known as a Freemason. George Herbert Walker Bush, not publicly known as a Freemason. Ronald Reagan, not publicly known as a Freemason. Jimmy Carter, not publicly known as a Freemason. But before Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford most certainly was a Freemason. So perhaps there are. I mean, certainly we've had as
Right, why my point would be, it could be alleged that I do charity work or this or that, and to people that don't know, haven't seen me in person, they might not know, or they might. But if you then see me in person doing it, or if you learn of information and proof that I am, then you know that. So me and you, Rabbi, we know roughly the numbers. So we don't need to get bogged down. That is a question anyway, more than I'm not making a statement. As you see, it's not my politics. I don't know the exact numbers, but you know what, Rabbi, I'd be more interested. The first take I gave you, that was fact, and that, factually, admittedly. So as I said, I separated from it. But what do you think, and this is a full question, I'm not trying to lead this question, what would you say to someone is a reason that they are going to be more positive or live a more positive life than being a Mason than not?
Oh, excellent, excellent question. Okay, so to be a Freemason, at least in the United States, there are some qualifications that you need to have. You need to be freeborn, which many times was used to keep out people who were enslaved. You need to be of good rapport. Generally, it means that you have to have a clean record. You have to be someone who believes in a deity. It doesn't have to be God. It could be just the creator of the universe, whatever you want to believe. But generally, this has been used to keep out people who are atheists, and you can't be a madman. So, at least in the state of California, those are the prerequisites. And you have to be a man who is at least age 18. Aside from that, we welcome all men who are interested in being Freemasons. Now, what does that do? That keeps out a lot of people who maybe have been institutionalized, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. That doesn't necessarily keep everybody out, but it does keep out some people. And some people who have been institutionalized can still be Freemasons, but it's just somewhat of a qualifier. To make sure that you're 18 years old and a male, that means you're an adult. There are opportunities at different types of Freemasonic organizations. One is known as DIMOLA for people who are not 18 years old. Having a clean record generally means that someone's going to be an upstanding citizen, and being freeborn generally, they're not enslaved. So those are some things. Also,
Rabbi, sorry to interrupt you, but how, just out of interest, how come it's no women? Or do they have a separate organization?
Yeah, excellent question. And this has been fought over a lot, especially with the transgender movement. So traditionally, there's been no women because from a politics standpoint and a sociological, when you have women in an organization, people start to date. And when they start to date, what happens when they get married? And then there's a divorce. And then that will tear apart the organization. Essentially, people will take sides and you'll have splits. So traditionally, women have been kept out of Freemasonry. Now, what happens when you have someone who is a transgender person? They came in as a male, but then they've changed to being a female. Some states are making these arguments of what they're being considered, but there are female organizations. One's known as the Rite of the Eastern Star. So basically, there is a group that allows for men and women. It's a Freemasonic adjacent organization. where if you want to be a woman and you want to join, you absolutely can, and you're welcome to, and men are welcome to as well. But for Freemasonry proper, it is a group that is limited to male membership, and really many of the things that I can't necessarily divulge, at least, but you could see on something like a Netflix documentary or something. There's some let's see. Look, I could just say like there's part of the ritual where you are um, shirtless. So like having a woman there that might cause some issues, certainly, and that's to prove that you are a man and not of a woman. There are other issues though. Just when having a woman in a group of men, you're gonna get guys who want to date her, and then eventually get married. And if there's any kind of bad blood within that relationship, it's gonna break up the marriage. It's gonna break up the lodge. And so to avoid these types of confrontations, women are limited to the rite of the Eastern Star, and generally the Freemasonic organization has just been men. So I hope that answers your question. Um, and then in terms of you were saying like what? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go, Rabbi. Sorry, I didn't say you finished.
You're okay. And in terms of you were saying, well, like what makes these guys any better than anybody else? I mean, really, I've seen very successful Freemasons. I've seen pretty poor Freemasons as well. At least in the state of California, depending on your lodge, you need to have maybe $150 a year or so, depending on the size of your lodge, each year for dues. And then generally, we do a lot of charity work. So sometimes there will be like collections to help people who may be like everything, a lot of things like food drives for places, helping the homeless, helping like youth organizations go to the state finals or things like that, whatever it may be. So there's always somebody who's taking up a collection or passing a hat around. And so to be a member, I would say you have to have at least the bare minimum, but you don't necessarily have to be employed. You don't have to be educated. Um, you could be a blue collar worker. You could be.
We're pretty good on that. Sorry to interrupt you, Rabbi, but I have got to shoot because I've got to get to my kid. Well, I just want to quickly say to Rabbi, one of the reasons I joined in, as I say, you've not seen me around, probably you didn't notice me as much. I'm just getting back in the spaces. Don't worry, I'm not going to show anything. It was actually because, also from the point of looking at your profile, see, this is the way I look at it, guys. I told you about the negative experience I had with, I allege were Masons, right?
Yeah.
Now, I could have come in here and been all angry, and at one point in my life, I was very angry, very angry. And when you said, Rabbi, I don't want you to get yourself in trouble, fortunately in life, I'm actually this way. For me personally, I'm more interested in making partnership with people from all groups of life. I don't need to join any of this or that or of anyone. That I still need to. The way I came to conclude, I said to you in the DMs tonight about when I was younger, I used to blow the candle. My wish, I could never be corrupted. Because my only wish was that everyone could be happy and everyone could know peace. Because the way my little brain thought, and still does now, is if everyone's peaceful and everyone's happy, to do that, even the people you don't get on with, they need to be happy. So, like right now, I don't really hold any kind of malice towards any Mason. Because as I said to you, they might have particularly Masons. They could have been from a football club like this. Do I then go and hate that football club or from this? So I don't see it that way. So it was kind of an olive branch because I looked at your profile, and if you're really about world peace, if Masons are really about world peace, I'm kind of like a little conduit to the other side because I ain't gonna lie, guys. I'm probably never going to be a Freemason, but also I'm not out there saying all Freemasons are bad. And honestly, guys, that is a bit of a brand that you guys have got, especially if people are getting more aware now and all the voters around. So if you can actually make some real bridges with people and get some trust, then hopefully it can be good for everyone on this planet. And that's what more where I'm at. I just want everyone to get on. As long as you're doing charity, you're doing good for your peoples, you guys can kind of do what you want, and everyone else can, as long as it doesn't interfere with the rest of the people. That's what kind of way it is. And we are all, but we might be Mason or not Mason or this or that, we're all human, aren't we? We're all on the same planet. We all bleed red. We all got families that we want to be healthy. We want the planet to be healthy for. The only way, in my opinion, to do that is if we all come together. We bring our skills, we bring our strengths, got differences behind us, and that's the way forward. Right now, I think we're very stuck in the past. Like I say, I could have been stuck on what I experienced before with Mason. Since then, as I say, one of the kindest charity givers that I've met, and he did a lot. He helped with the Olympics. He helped with a few other big things. He's a Mason, and he knows the strengths of Masons. He won't say too much, obviously. We all know the code, and I don't ask too much. That's why I jumped in at you, Rabbi, because I know I'm not interested in becoming a Mason. I don't want you guys to give me any knowledge that you would think you're going to initiate or anything. So I'm going to bow out soon and go see my kids. I hope we can drop in the DMs, Rabbi. I hope we can make this world a better place together, because that's my goal.
I'm in agreement with you 100%. You're always welcome, Meta. I look forward to your DMs, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much, guys. I wish you all the best, and hopefully we can really make this work and make a bridge between us.
100%, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Peace. All right, dude. So you got high as a kite?
Yeah, I'm sure I told before. There's a premise there. There's a premise there, but the execution sucked and just made me come off as weird.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. I get what you're saying. It's just it's not very funny. And maybe we have different
There
sets.
was fun. There was something in my head that made it funnier, and then I thought it out loud, and it wasn't so funny.
That's okay. That happens. I get those kind of jokes myself. Let's see if there's anything there. So, you say that you are you have a phobia of children. By you saying that, that is that alone is outlier behavior. Basically, it's saying that you are afraid of children without reason. And then for you to say, but I said to a friend of mine that I told them this, and they said, well, why don't we try to counsel you so that you're no longer afraid of children? And then you say, no, absolutely, I don't want that, because if you do that, then I'm going to want the opposite of that, which is not what I want, something along those lines. But like to a normal ear, it's too black and white. You either love children or you hate children. There's a very large middle ground that you can have, and that's why the joke doesn't necessarily land as well, is because most people are going to think, all right, well then you could just have normal relationships with children as from afar. And but I get what you're saying. So with that being said, you got really high. Did you get high on a sativa or an indica or a hybrid?
Indica, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I should say. Wait. Indica's flat, right?
Indica is more a body buzz. Sativa is more of a mind buzz. Indica makes you tired, and sativa generally not as much.
Is sativa the one that's like green and green? Like it's like got a lot of bugs and it's like grassy. Or is that indica?
You can't tell the difference between an indica and a sativa generally. They're both green, and they both have like they can both have bugs. It's more about the strain. So what it does to you once it is burned. No big deal though. Not a big deal. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
All right, Zoo. I've got a feeling that you're gonna play like one game and then you're gonna quit.
Yeah, it was indica.
Okay, it was indica. There you go. All right, big dog. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, Zoot. You don't know what I'm gonna send.
I smoked sativa once.
Okay, I prefer sativa, so
Sativa has a premium.
Sativa's more expensive where you are?
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. I've never heard of that where one strain is more expensive than the other based on whether it's a sativa or a hybrid or an indica. So you have an invitation, and everybody's waiting on you. The entire world is waiting on you. Zoot, I just sent you an invitation. Zoot, there you go, big dog.
But it doesn't have a premium. It's just that sativa is more common. Or the indica is more common than sativa.
Okay. Is not shooting the ball more common? Oh, fuck you. Oh, if you would have made that, I would have been pissed. Alright, Zoot, let's see if you're worse than you normally are.
But yeah, it was a good night. Everyone was there.
Was Chelsea there?
Yeah.
Was she eyeing you?
No.
Do you think Chelsea wants to fuck?
No.
Okay.
There's more girls than her there.
I know, but she's the one for you, big dog.
No.
Yeah, you love that bitch. Do you recognize that you're 0 for 2?
I was talking to a girl most of the night. Well, not most of the night, but yeah, I was talking to her. I was sitting at the table with my friend and girl.
Well, what's her name? What's your friend? What's the girl's name?
And I know, I just gotta look it up so I don't pronounce it wrong.
Okay, so she has like a strange name.
Yeah, she has like an Arab, not Arab, but like a Middle Eastern name.
Okay, no big deal. You don't have to look it up. It's not a biggie. All right. So is she hot?
I do know she's just I just do know she's very high and I don't want to pronounce wrong.
That's okay. Is she hot?
Is she hot?
Yeah, you would know the answer to this.
I don't know. I'm very, very. I don't. Attraction for me takes time to build.
No, it doesn't. If there's a hot chick, you want to fuck her. It takes no time. Zoot, you're playing like a motherfucker. Watch, there's just one of these games when you're high and you're just really, really good at it. Like this one. Dog, I've never seen you play this well. You have 8, 9. That was
She's
really
not
good.
ugly. She's not ugly.
Alright, that's cool. Would you fuck her?
Probably.
Zoot, you would fuck a hole in the ground. So
I
that,
kind of don't want to answer this question on stream.
dog, shut the fuck up. Nobody watches my stream.
Yeah, but they might later.
Yeah, and so what? It'll be really cool. When that happens, you'll be super famous, and she'll want to fuck you, even if you said, "No, this bitch is a dog. She's the ugliest bitch I've ever seen." This bitch is still gonna want to fuck you. Why? Because she'll be like, "Oh yeah, you didn't think I was hot when you were high? Fuck you, dude. I'm gonna fucking ride you like a fucking horse."
I just have to. I'm pretty sure she likes my friend.
Okay. Does your friend like
I don't
her?
think he realizes. I don't think he realizes it yet, though.
Why not?
No. Just one of those people who I don't think he realizes that she likes.
All right.
I'll tell you, like she was reading, like he was writing down all his jokes, and she was like reading his jokes, and like some of them were terrible. She was laughing at them because some of them were terrible, and then she was laughing at some that were actually funny.
Okay. So do you think these two are going to get married?
No,
Okay.
I do think eventually I don't know. I do have a feeling that they like each other too. So that's why I'm not trying to get involved.
Okay. So did you see that the 49ers beat the Eagles?
Yeah,
Did you see the Bills beat Jacksonville?
yeah.
That's tight. Dude, you're doing pretty well. But I don't know why you used the strategy that you used. Like, you did all that work for 190. Look at my strategy. And look how fucking sick it is.
So Chelsea, the people got out tonight. Chelsea got up, and she kind of she did stuff that she performed before. She wasn't bad, but the thing was the crowd didn't really react to it.
How hot is she? 0 to 10.
My God, you you. Oh my God.
Dude, it's a simple question. You can be like, she's a 7, and that's really good.
She's not ugly.
Okay, the fact that she goes up in front of people makes her hot already. So, Chelsea, if you're watching this someday, you can ride the Rabbi train. Zoot won't say that you're hot, but I'll say you're hot. Just because you've got the balls to get up in front of people. That To have that kind of confidence, that's a fucking amazing thing. Zoot, look at I just got 450 points, pimp. Do you recognize that I just got 450 points? Zoot, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Like no.
Go.
Did you have bonus to go?
Yeah, go. How the fuck did you do that? You have a ball that didn't even make it up the thing.
How did I do that?
Get it.
Rabbi, you know that you don't even have to do anything, can you win?
Yep, I do know that. But I'm still gonna dominate because that's what I do.
Did I tell you the story of the first time I met Chelsea?
Tell it to me again. It's one of my favorite stories ever.
No, I don't think I just said that I met her. I mean,
I know.
like,
Let me quickly say, I said to you, "What's her name?" And you're like, "I don't want to say." And I'm like, "What letter of the alphabet does her name start with?" And you're like, "C." And I go, "Chelsea." And you're like, "How the fuck did you know that?"
and so first night I met her, she we didn't talk first night, and then she came up to me and she's like, "Oh, I was here with my friend that she said that you went to school together," and she's like, "Oh, she knows you," and I was like, "Yeah, yeah." I was like, "Oh, she went to work with her, and she knows you," and she's like, "This city's really small." And that's how we were. That's how. Yeah.
And then you ate her box?
No,
Okay. Do you think that she wants to fuck?
I think she wants to fuck my friend.
All right, shout out to your friend. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off? So you know that's a terrible shot. You knew that was a terrible shot. Look how good a shot this is, though, Zoot. Look how good this is, son. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, you're up, big dog.
Dude, I gotta say something weird.
All right, you say a lot of things weird, so hit me with it. Say it, Zoot.
I feel like going to a comedy club is like going back to high school relationships because like you kind of do feel like people that you get like the vibe that people there have crushes on each other.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's such a weird environment because it's like if you want to go back to high school and you feel like you want to have a crush on someone, go to a fucking comedy club and do comedy. It like although I don't have a crush on anyone at comedy club.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Yeah, you do. What's her name?
No.
Zoot, you'd fuck a hole in the ground. You've got a crush on anything that moves. Zoot, did you know that there are people who just have sex with comedians? You know what they're called?
What?
Chuckle fuckers.
Really?
Yep. They're like, oh, fuck you, Zoot. They're like chicks who go to comedy clubs who like guys who make them laugh, and then they'll just have sex with all the comedians.
Well, I haven't done that yet. Am I doing shit?
Yeah, I mean, probably. Let's be honest. If you were making 70% of the crowd laugh, you would be no longer an open micer, and you'd have tons of chicks who would be wanting to fuck. But you're making like 10% of the crowd laugh. All you have to do is get a higher ratio of the crowd to laugh, and then people will ask you to open for them. Like right now, you take these giant swings of jokes, like frankly, like too big a risk. Your jokes are all. The thing is, your jokes. Oh, nice shot. Even if they do make people laugh, they make a lot of people feel uncomfortable, and that's something you never want to do is make someone feel uncomfortable. Now, some people may think your jokes are really funny, and that's cool.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, you're going to make them feel very uncomfortable.
So you're not getting the feedback when I'm going there. Like you're not seeing what their reactions are.
Zoot. I've known you for more than a year, and I've heard you tell a lot of jokes, and you don't have one clean joke, period. You don't have a joke that you could tell a child.
I,
You're a comedian
by the
who does not have a joke that they could tell a child or tell an old lady or even just like a, a like a business. You could tell it in a business meeting. You don't have a single joke that you can do that way. And that's okay. I mean, some people are blue comics, and you're kind of a blue comic, but um, just know that like if you're gonna be a comedian, you got to have some kind of joke that makes people laugh, that doesn't offend people. And if you don't, then you're not a very diverse comic. You want to be able to make whatever your crowd is laugh. If you've got college kids, you want to be able to make them laugh. If you want to make uh, like old people laugh, you want to be able to do that. If you want to make cool hip people laugh, you want to be able to do that. If you are ever a comedian in front of children, which happens, you want to have clean jokes. What'd you say?
Fuck that.
I mean, it happens. Dude, you just water bumped me like a motherfucker, son.
There is a guy. There is a guy in Australia like that. Do you know what his name is?
Jim Jeffries?
No, Jim Jeffries is not a comic for children.
No, I'm not saying you have to be a comic for children. I'm saying that you just need to have at least one joke that if a kid comes up to you and asks you, hey, he says to you, what do you do for a living? And you say, I'm a comedian. Then they say, tell me a joke that you can. The reason why I say that, do you know who Bert Kreischer is?
Yeah.
He sucks, and I don't think he's funny. But he was at Target once doing a live stream, and some kid comes up to him, and he's like, "Are you a YouTuber?" And he's like, "No, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a comedian." And the kid's like, "Oh, okay. Can you tell me a joke?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "Well, I don't really have any jokes for kids." And then he says, "Well, I was once abducted by the Russian mafia," and the kid goes, "I don't get it." Like that's what you don't want to be. You want to be able to say, "Oh, okay. What is," or you could say, "I'm really good friends with all of the letters in the alphabet except one." And the kid says, "Okay, which is the one that you're not?" And then you say, "I don't know why." Zoot. Not that it's a hilarious joke, but it's something that makes you think. All right, dog. Zoot, you have an invitation. I didn't even tell the joke correctly. You say, "I'm really good friends with all the letters in the alphabet except one. I don't know why." It's a pun. It's funny. Zoot, you're up, son. Oh, what a shot. Did you see your ball just go in? That was amazing.
It was an okay shot, but you know what? It kind of sucks because it just fucked up all the other shots.
No, you just put the orange one in, dog. Dude, put the orange one in. Quit fucking around. Look at the orange one.
I pocketed stripes.
Yeah, but it's an open table. It's an open table.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it says that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious.
You could have told me that.
I just did. Did I just lose? Fuck.
Yep.
Fuck this game.
Rabbi, you still got the best shot.
Isn't that interesting?
How is your best shot the shot you lost? What the fuck?
Dog, fuck that. We're playing carom.
Why is the best shot you losing?
Because it was a good shot, I guess. Alright,
Now
dude.
that's funny.
Okay, you can think that's funny. I think that's some bullshit. Zoot, you're up, big man. Zoot, you're up, big man. Zoot, go. Zoot, come on. What are you thinking about? Just go.
It wasn't letting me play. It was like I had to refresh.
Okay. Then you can say that.
Sorry, I'm playing. I'm like really delayed in my speech right now.
You're good, big dog. Zoot. I'm proud of you that you went back to the comedy club.
Yeah, I don't know. I can tell children say most majority of comics are like that.
No, they're not. They know a simple. Okay, it doesn't have to be to a child. Zoot, what joke would you tell to an old lady? What joke would you tell to an old lady?
Look, old lady.
Yeah, say there was an old lady in here, and she was like, "Oh, you're a comedian? Cool. Can you tell me a joke?" Are you going to tell your Amish orgy joke?
Nah, I was thinking because I was going to tell the old ladies, and one of them were really mean that were going through my head.
Okay, I mean, imagine there was an old lady here. You're a comedian. Your job is to make people laugh. And not everybody's going to be like a 20-something person for you to make laugh. Some people are going to be, you might have a diverse audience. And if you had a diverse audience,
Rabbi.
yeah, baby. Do you have a single joke that even a family member might think is funny?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the joke?
Took an ADHD test with 10 million questions, so I gave up.
And your family thinks that's funny?
Alright, what's another one? I'm so high right now. That's a fucking bad joke.
Yo, that's actually a funny joke if you say, I took an ADHD test, but there were too many questions, so I gave up, and they told me I passed. That's a funny fucking joke.
Yeah.
Now that's a joke you could use. That's a funny joke you could use. It's simple. It still talks about your psychological bullshit. You should
doesn't really exist.
You should use that joke, Zoot.
I have used that joke.
No, you didn't. That's a new joke.
No, I've used it many times before.
No, you didn't say the joke. I gave it a new ending.
Yeah.
I gave it a new ending that's funny. Your version of the no, it's not how do you pass an ADHD test. You just say, I took an ADHD test. There were too many questions, so I gave up, and they told me I passed. Zoo, you could easily win this game if you just focused like a little bit. No, what are you doing? Why would you do that shot? Why would you do that shot?
I can tell you that I also know that like 90% of comedians, like probably 90% of the comedians at the club have told me they have ADHD.
Okay.
Like, fuck. It's like, who doesn't?
Zoo, you can win this game if you just focus a little bit. There you go.
Sure. Wait.
Zoo, get these.
I should
Zoo,
try.
get these two in. Just shut the fuck up and get these two in. Dude, shut the fuck up and get these two in. There you go. All right, well, you got one in. That's fine. Now get that one in. There you go. No, wrong one. Dude, your shot selection is terrible.
And your shot there was terrible.
Oh, it was even worse than terrible. I would have been better just passing.
So, Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
You know that there was a game that I had. You fucked up. I thought you had to go for the queen before you got it in. Or you did that.
Dude, remember when you said you fucked up and I just almost won?
Almost.
What were you saying?
There was a rare game when I was a kid.
There was a rare game. Okay, what was the game?
That's now one of the most streamed games on Twitch.
What is it?
It's not one of the most streamed games on Twitch.
It's over, baby.
Got a very cult community. It's got a cult community though.
Okay, what is it called?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Is it the most amazing game in global history?
So, the game is like nearly possible because like the game is like has like the weirdest RNG of cards you can get, and like there's like people speed running it.
What's RNG?
No RNG.
Arrangement?
Random generate. Sorry.
Okay, well, you think of that. Stay here. I'll be right back. Stay here. I'll be less than 2 minutes.
Random number generator.
Dude, I'm back. What's RNG?
Random number generator.
RNG. All right. So you were saying Zoo, you were saying you were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Or Hidden Memories.
Forbidden memories.
Forbidden Memories. Okay. Zoo, I'm about to send you an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation, dude.
Man, a lot of my sets have gone really well except for 2.
No, that's incorrect. You've never had a set go really well. You've had mediocre sets and then 2 bombings. But you've never been like, dude, I blew the fucking doors off the crowd.
I've had.
You've never killed. And the reason why I say that is you would have come in and you would have been like, Rabbi, I absolutely killed. There wasn't a single person who was not laughing. Every single person laughed, like hysterically. There were people who were crying. People came up to me afterward and said that was the funniest set of the night. You've never had anybody say anything close to that. So for you to be like, they've all gone well, I mean, maybe they've gone well, and you didn't have to kill, but like, I'm just saying that like you have yet to have that, and when you do, it's going to be a really great day for you, and I'm looking forward to it because you could. There's a chance if you worked on your comedy and you came up with jokes that were funny that you could do that. So, did you know that you have the lead on me? But I just regained the lead on you, son. What the fuck happened to Zoot? Zoot, what happened to you?
Yeah. Sorry, cut me off. No, Rabbi, I've had multiple people come back and said the same man. I got really good feedback in some of my events.
Okay, well maybe you've done really well. Who knows? Okay, so
And like, like Chelsea was sitting front row at one of my fucking events and she was like, "Oh, that was really good."
okay.
So like, it's, you're not at the venue. But if you're at my last venue, you'd be like, "Oh," if you were at my last event, you'd be like, "Holy shit!" Like some of that was good, but you fucked up hard at the end.
Okay.
But I started off strong. When I bombed, I started off strong. Like people love the P Diddy joke. Hey, what's up?
Well, I think you have the chance, if you work on your jokes, to be really funny. You try. Nobody's saying you're not trying, but what you think is funny and what average people think is funny are miles apart.
Comedy's subjective.
Yes, so is beauty. Zoot, have you ever thought of being a prop comic?
Yeah.
Okay, why
Do you
don't
think
you?
it would be funny if I got, do you think it would be funny if I got on stage and just like pulled out my phone and just started like playing dick ratings on cam models?
No, I don't think that'd be funny, but maybe under the right circumstances, people might think it's funny.
How do you build up to that?
Nobody thinks it's that funny. What are you gonna say? Some bitch is just gonna be like, "You have the ugliest dick I've ever heard." That's like the funniest thing that somebody could say, and that's not that funny.
Imagine if you find to go see like a really big name comedian and they just told you that they just did nothing for the whole hour but played played dick ratings on their phone. Would you find that funny?
No,
Would you think that?
I would consider that to be extremely desperate and not funny.
Why wouldn't that be funny?
Because you're not the one making people laugh. It's whatever somebody would rate your dick as. Also, you're reading it. Also, you're reading it. People will find it.
Why
To,
do you fall?
people will find it to be better if you don't read it. So it'd be funnier if you came up and you said, "Yeah, I send my dick to women to rate, and some of the favorite things that they've ever said to me are this." That's funny.
James McCann's in Adelaide on 2 days.
Oh,
Um,
oh yeah, was he there tonight or last night?
so it's very strange because they have Royal Comedy event on and they have James McCann at the same time, so I don't know how it's gonna work.
What'd you say?
I don't know. I think there's James McCann on the same night as Royal Comedy.
How's that gonna work?
I don't know.
All right. So you taking the year off from World Comedy?
Doctors telling me you're gonna die. I wanted to make you get better.
What'd you say?
I'm repeating someone else's joke. Doctors telling you you're gonna die. I wanted to make you get better.
Okay.
I don't understand it.
I don't either.
Dropping your antidepressants on the ground is a great way to tell you if you still need antidepressants.
I don't really get that.
Am I allowed to say the word retarded?
Yeah, I don't really like that word.
Anzac Day steak delivered by a drill sergeant. Why hasn't one of them made drill sergeant?
Of 1984. Yeah, he won the Heisman in 1982. That was Herschel Walker. Steal of 1984. That was Doug Flutie. We're just asking Heisman questions.
Well, you know, I'm Heisman guy. I'm taking anybody in the world.
What Heisman winner? That's the point where you have to say it. What Heisman winner killed in World War II has a stadium named after him?
Stop doing 1940.
No, I just said he's in a bag right now.
World War II has it.
That's a wall. I was going to. What two? You go over this?
Second 1985.
Chuck Long, Iowa. He won the Heisman in 1982. That was Herschel Walker.
Yo, baby.
If you think you want to play this field goal, it's 40. Am I getting most cheap?
A lot.
Just rent. Like, you're not going to get unless you make the guy.
Okay.
Like, he can do the joke to make them funny. But, like, I'm rating them and they're not funny. But when he presents them, they're just funny.
Okay.
What is that called?
Delivery.
No, but, like, delivery. Like, it's his personality to make the jokes funny.
Okay.
It's like, you got to know the guy personally. Like, if you know the guy personally, like, it becomes more funny.
Okay.
Are there any comedians like that where you wouldn't, if you didn't know their backstory, they wouldn't be funny?
Perhaps.
Most comedians are like that, to be honest. Hey. But I think if you watch Dave Chappelle's new stuff and you haven't watched his old stuff, you wouldn't find it funny if you didn't really know the backstory of him. That's funny.
I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
I don't know about that.
Then you haven't watched his most recent special then?
I've watched every special of his except his most recent one.
Why haven't you watched his most recent?
Couldn't get it on like the Pirate Bay yet. It only came out like 25 days ago.
Alright, guys, still a thing. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
How was Game of Thrones possible when everyone was just watching Empire?
How was Game of Thrones possible to win what?
Everyone was just watching Game of Thrones Empire.
What was that other part? Everyone was just watching
Game of Thrones Empire.
Pirate Bay. Oh, yeah. A lot of people had HBO and watched it. A lot of people had HBO and watched it.
Is HBO bigger than that?
Yeah, it's like arguably like it used to be as big as Netflix.
Why did it die?
It just doesn't have that many. Well, like because people went to Netflix really.
What is HBO?
Home box office. They had like Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, Sex and the City.
Breaking Bad.
No, that was AMC. They did not have Breaking Bad.
Oh, I actually had Breaking Bad. Ramsdale's dead now.
They had two really big shows. They had Mad Men and they had Breaking Bad. Oh, and they had The Walking Dead. They had three big shows.
The stock plummeted.
What stock plummeted?
AMC.
No, that's different. That's that AMC is like for theaters in the United States. There's also a channel that's unrelated to that theater chain that does that is owned by like Paramount or something like that. Like they're different. They're different. That's a good question. So what I'm saying to you is there's AMC, which used to stand for, still does, but whatever, it's American Movie Classics. They used to just show old movies, and then they changed to that from that to be like Mad Men and Breaking Bad and Walking Dead. And then there's AMC, the theater chain, which is like totally unrelated. They're not the same.
Is AMC still around?
The television channel, yes, and the movie theaters, yes. But they're different.
Do you know what the major cinema in Australia is called?
What's that? Fox?
I think that's
So what are they?
Advanced Cinemas and Advanced Cinema and Voice. Man, why did chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side?
No. Because they watch the social network. Because they not he. Because they watch. She. They watch the social network.
I don't get it.
They watch the social network.
I've watched part of it. What's the big thing about it?
He feeds the chicken to another chicken in the social network.
Oh, okay.
Why did chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side.
No, just to the side. Because it was going to get hit by a car.
Okay.
Because there was a drunk driver on the footpath.
Okay.
Rabbi, you know this is the first time in a year that I've been tired on stream.
That's amazing, too.
This is the first time I ever been tired on stream.
All right. Well, you're not too much different than you normally are.
I am turning on. Rabbi, do you want to do trivia?
I'm listening to this Twitter space right now, so sure. I mean, ask me what you want.
Have you heard? Have you heard the guy who was drug addict became a genius after he got into a fight?
No, what happened there?
Right?
What happened there?
He had a rare traumatic injury that turned into a savant that he was able to do like these like good geometry, like mathematical equations, and he was like a genius after he got hit in the head.
Okay.
He had a traumatic brain injury and he became a genius, and he was able to stay out savant abilities of these mathematical geometry solutions.
Okay.
Have you heard of this story before?
No.
Do you think so? It might be possible to like hit your head and become a genius.
Okay.
But it is extremely like rare. Like this is like a one in like chances are like you probably have better odds winning the lottery, but it's still possible.
Okay.
Don't you find that interesting?
Yo, big dog.
If someone punched you in the face, they punched you in the head and you became like had some like abilities but like superpowers, would you be mad at the person who punched you in the head?
I'd probably be appreciative.
Right? You'd be appreciative.
Yeah.
Have you ever met a savant?
I met a guy who could spell any English word. That was pretty amazing.
That's savant syndrome.
He was a very talented individual.
Was he a normal person to have a conversation with?
Oh yeah, totally. And he couldn't spell things slowly. It had to be fast.
I'm still trying to figure out something that has savant syndrome. It definitely isn't many. It definitely isn't many gamblers to Plato. I have a terrible memory, so I doubt this would be a savant. Oh, I have met a savant. Rabbi.
Okay.
They could sing in like pitch perfect harmonies.
Okay. That's just known as perfect pitch. That's not savant.
Can you be a savant at singing?
Yep.
What type?
Someone with perfect pitch has some type of. I mean, savant syndrome is different, but they're very talented.
Savant syndrome is not actually diagnosed. It's so rare that they can't diagnose it. It's so rare. Rabbi, do you know when my birthday is?
January 16th.
You're a day off.
January 17th.
No.
January 15th.
Yeah, but technically it would be the full team for most of the day where you are.
Alright. Do you have big plans? You're just gonna masturbate and let the cum dry on your chest.
Yep.
All right. Well, how is that any different than any other day that you have?
Oh my god. Okay.
How'd you fuck up, Zoo? Yo, it's the biggest pimp of all time. The West Side Gang. West Side Gang. Yo, how about you call me up, you fucking loser? Because I'm the best motherfucker of all time. Yeah, nobody. You still don't let me have it? Come on. Because he's a pimp. You got 66. Yo, hold on. Stop. So, smell my balls. Does it smell like this?
Make sure you lock in. Sounds like you anybody else feel like they have something to say? Yuki does. What's happening? Yo, fam, I'm gonna get ready to drop down whatever. I just wanted to say thank you, Doc. Thank you, Toz. The space is amazing, bro. I'm really looking forward to coming back. I have got to get you guys in my space. Bro, we gotta vibe, man. You guys got something special here. Shout out to everybody down there. You guys are absolutely looking good, bro. Have a phenomenal day. No doubt, you're doing it, bro. So, definitely lock in, man. Pay attention to some of the biggest best spaces out there, too. So, we'll definitely we'll be talking. What's happening, girl? Or Dream? I don't know. We're supposed to call you Dre. Dream, Joe.
Listen, you can call me doctor because you're the doc and it's 32 doctor right now, okay? I heard Yogi did a speak and Pearl, he was working on telling them the schedule space is on his header, just letting you guys know. It's on his header.
Yeah, if you guys haven't checked out that profile yet, you're doing it wrong. If you're sitting in this audience, you're trying to get up here and see what's going on, the best thing you can do is go to the hosts, the co-hosts, and start liking stuff on their pages. We're getting so many notifications. I see somebody like 15 of my posts all of a sudden. Of course I'm going to bring them up on the stage. Of course I'm going to see what they want to talk about. Or if you're up here, you're not even following the host that you're requesting. Why would I bring you up here? If you don't follow Toes, again, you're doing it wrong. You're not paying attention to what's happening down here on Web3. So if you're not following, I can't bring you up. It just doesn't even make sense. Otherwise, rotate from right now. Facts. You guys had no said. You all need to know that right now, the alpha of this space is following Doug, following us, following your co-hosts, following wisely, bro. Yucky ducky, bro. I don't even care. Follow me. If you don't follow me, bro, follow this guy. You want a life changing opportunity. There are a lot of projects coming on these spaces. They might be looking for workers to work with them, blind guys, community moderators, people to actually work with them, like just giving you the platform to really grow big. So without further ado, I'm gonna be calling out the names of the persons that have been active, replying to the comments of the space. So right now, we're gonna get your name. Get ready. I'm gonna be calling out the names right now. So I see Melly, I see Benny, I see Iran, I see Peter, I see Man Yusuf, I see Not 3X, I see Uskida King, I see Nodex, I see Alexis, I see Peter again. Oh, Peter is riding, bro. I see Until Open 3, I see City Life, I see Michael, I see Guns, I see Peter, and I see Scorpio, the TGI guy. You see those names? Give them a follow because they are fucking active, bro. Let's go, motherfuckers!
Mamita Akman.
So I'm not following you, bro, but I'm about to go unfollow somebody that I don't know, and I'm about to give you a follow in a minute. That's important, everybody. In case you don't know, follow your host, your co-host. Doc, everybody, good morning, man. Thanks for having me up, man. I'm not here to show anything. I'm here to tell you guys a little bit about what I'm doing, if that's okay. Right now, as everybody knows, I'm a graffiti artist. I paint murals. I paint whatever the fuck I can. I tattoo. I do a lot of stuff, but I've been out here Web3 for 2 years. I'm not a digital creator. I am one of the team. My girl Canna Chick is my designer. Right now, bro, we are painting the biggest motherfucking crypto mural in the world. We are setting in the Guinness Book of World Records. We're setting the Guinness Book of World Records for this. We have over 120 projects on the wall. It's 140 feet long, 3,400 square feet. And we're showcasing all of you guys. We're showcasing your projects, your NFTs, your coins, your artwork on our wall in a really cool way. Check out my timeline, check out Canna Chick, and get a sneak peek of some of the panels that are going on this mural, dude. It's really cool. I'm very excited about it. And but the fact is, if you guys don't see yourself up there or your project or your NFT, hit up Canna Chick, man. This is free. It's not gonna cost you nothing. All you have to do is be real, be a real project, be a real community, and you'll get your ass up on that wall. We are setting a Guinness Book of World Records. We're going to immortalize everyone here in Web3, and I'm excited, dude. 6 years ago this week, I was in prison doing life without parole, man. They changed the law in 2019, and they knocked on my door, and they released me January 5th, 2020. And my 6-year anniversary just passed out of prison. And I spent 25 years there, bro, under pressure, under a lot of things, man. The fact of the moment is, it's a system that I survived. It's not one that I glorify. Context matters, but growth matters even more. I don't come out here sharing my story every single day, just for the fun of it. I do it because the truth matters. And what I want to showcase out here to you guys is they tried to give me the death penalty. I was in solitary for 11 and a half years. Let me tell you something, man. The most important thing I want people out here to see is that this stuff comes from under pressure. And the fact of the matter is, this goes to show you what you can create whenever you take that pressure and you turn it into discipline and you turn it into something good. Okay? I mean, literally, I was sitting in a cell doing life, not even thinking about coming out here. And now I'm doing Web3. I painted some of the biggest murals in my city. I've painted thousands of graffiti projects out here for crypto people. My whole art studio is full of NFTs that I paint draw every single day, and I surround myself with them because I love art, man, and I love the colors. They get me going. But literally, Web3 right here, you guys, all my followers, everybody that I rock with for the last 2 years have given me the strength, the courage, and the energy. And now I'm setting up Guinness Book of World Records, bro. The damn cell block to the blockchain to the Guinness Book. I mean, I can't even believe it. Like I said, I'm not here selling anything, man. I just like to come and tell everybody what I got going. I got one other thing. I'm gonna make it quick, man. There's a kid in my family. It's my best friend, Lady's son. He's 13 years old. They call him Cage Side Kid. Now, if anybody knows anything about me, I have 3 black belts. I train every day. As a matter of fact, today I'm going to Rufus Sport Gym in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to train Anthony Pettis, the fucking champ, who used to be the champ. And I'm so excited, man. A kid in my family, all of us are fighters. One of our best friends in the family is the father of my daughter's sister, was some hillbilly shit, I guess. But he had been struggling with drugs and alcohol. This guy is a potential UFC candidate. He is a good fighter. But he pulled his car. He's been drinking. He went into a house. He almost died. And now he's got to spend 90 days in jail. Well, the kid in my family that I've been raising and teaching karate for the last 5 years, he's 13 years old, man. And 2 days ago, he came and told me that he's autistic, okay? He came and told me, he said, you know what? He said, I made up my mind about something. I said, what? He said, I'm going to start an X page. I'm going to start the Twitter handle. He said, I'm going to call myself Cage Side Kid. He said, and I'm going to post MMA content and every day until our buddy Dusty gets out of jail. He said, when Dusty gets out, I'm going to show him what I've been doing for the last 90 days. And I'm going to tell him he needs to come home with us, get back in the gym, and be sober. And just for me to hear this come from this kid's mouth that I've been raising, like,
dream that he would come to Twitter or do anything. And the fact that he made this page so passionately, man, to try to help people stay sober, fighters, people that I love, one of my best friends. Like, it inspires me, man. And it tells me, man, that everything I've been doing has been the right thing here for the last few years. And it also, it gives me the resounding knowledge that, bro, I can't slip up. These fucking kids are looking to me. I can't be out here drinking and drugging and stuff. I have to be in these gyms every day, taking on the wall, going hard, because they're watching me, bro. And look at the product of this, man. I can't believe it. If anybody sees Cage Sidekick X, man, give him a follow. He has a noble cause. He's my best friend's son. I'm just saying, man, this community is out here, bro. You know, you can follow coins, you can chase this, that, dollars, wherever you want. All over the world, you're probably going to chase it down into a rug if you're running too fast after it. I can tell you that right now. But communities down here is where it's at, bro. And thank you guys for always giving me the stage and letting me tell you what I'm doing. I just can't believe it. Like, I can't even believe it, you know? No, that's awesome. I appreciate you shouting at that kid, too. That's big, too. People are showing up for their people and making things happen. It's just like you said, man, Coin's on forever. Community is. These boys, bro, and most of them do. The people are still there, so make sure you make connections, tap in with the real ones. And Coco's definitely in the chat. Another thing with that cage kid, man, that's cool, man. I like hearing shit like that. I did bring a couple more people up. We only got about 20 minutes left, so I hit up that kid. What's happening, buddy? What you got going on today? Yeah, man. What's up? I've been coding a little bit, you know, the new. But we've been trying to introduce all the people who are actually building Web3 and up here in the network. So we're still learning about your project. This kid's actually up only 15, and he's putting in more work than half these pretend KOLs out here, but they're underexposed. This guy's got a little thing going on. So a little silly guy, man. Come on, Rabbi, let's go. We need these kids out here. Come on, man. Tell us what you got, my dude. So recently, I bought an NFT collection of like 111. So if you buy one, you can get access to the Discord bot and can help you make your own Discord server for easy. Let's say you want to get a Bitcoin Discord server. You're just gonna select an option to it. You're just gonna make a Discord server manually with the rules, like everything in the server. You know, that's what I've been working on. Let's say like Discord server. You can get like access to this utility for free. You know, like Discord server people like they make it gonna charge you like $100 or something. Like if you want like an NFT from my collection, it's just like $7. You can get access to that like for free. You know. So why are you waiting for to get your straight kids? Yeah, want to get that quick sales pitch for everybody. Everybody's been saying they want to make a totally gated Discord and they need to do this, do that for their project. Like I'm a dev kid, man. Fucking go get this project. He's got the bot set up to do it. It is so easy. I've had time to do it, and I have no time. So definitely tap in with it. It's cool. How much for NFT is it?
What up, Zoo?
Yeah, look up Straight Kids on Soul or on Launch for NFT. That's how you're gonna get one. Make sure you follow them and tap in with them.
What up, baby?
I just worked out groundbreaking.
Let's hear it.
I might be high as fuck though.
No, you're definitely.
I realized something, right?
What'd you realize?
The consciousness doesn't exist inside the realms of physics.
What'd you say, big dog?
Consciousness doesn't exist inside the realm of physics.
Okay.
Like, what does that even mean?
No one knows, dog.
What do you mean?
No one knows what that even means, dog.
Do you get what I'm saying? Or am I just like...
No one understands what you're saying, dog. I mean, I kind of get it.
Consciousness does not threaten the existing realm of physics in the same way that matter change.
PTSD.
Are you okay? Are you sure?
Everybody is affected by drugs
What?
or alcohol,
Are you sure?
directly or indirectly. So when they bring a social connection
Yeah.
closer to people, where
Okay,
you can have a
I like
social
your
platform
story.
you got to, you can go on there and create content while live streaming. You can earn rewards, earn recovery on the social platform as well. When you sign up, you can create your profile, and you can have an animated profile. You can upload 3 songs just like you used to be able to do on MySpace. There's cool background imagery, transparent tabs. Everything's user friendly pretty much. And this is one way of being able to get back. So as people create content on there,
The honest answer is we don't know yet. It's one of the few major open questions where physics and advice so long. Technology feels seriously overlap with it. It's great.
That's cool,
That's
dog.
what AI said.
I like your story.
So the consciousness might not exist inside the realm of physics, which means anything is possible inside the mind.
It's not too hard, but like I said, I've been building this for the past year. Safe Haven's been out for the recovery points been out for the past year. Safe Haven's been out for the past month, 2 weeks, something like that. And we're doing kind of like beta testing, and then we hope to have it on the Play Store before too long. By the end of the year, we'll have it on the Play Store.
Rabbi.
Yeah, big dog.
So we're looking to build and to keep developing, looking for investors.
A lot of people in the comedy world are like really fucked up and like suicidal, correct?
Okay.
We're networking with people like Doc, Barbie, Crypto Can, Laser US, so many great other projects on, Straw Hats too. These are all community members of other tokens, but we're all networking together and working together. That's what I recommend for anybody that's listening. Just find your community, even if you don't.
Dude, how high are you?
Get to know them for a little bit, and then see what they're doing
Right.
out there. We have NFTs, we have
All right.
the token, we
Well,
have
that's tight.
I want to be able to make rehab facilities for
How do you scale it?
How do you scale what?
By Highness.
Um,
Is there like a blood and alcohol test?
perhaps it
Is
exists.
that like a blood test?
Perhaps it exists. Just a moment. What up, pimp? How you living? Yo, I know you. Hey, dude, come to my Discord. I've got people in Discord right now. Okay, I'll send you another. I'll send you a link. Okay, I just sent it to you, big man. All right, come to the Discord. Yo, there he is. How you living, Alex? I see you in there. Yo, big dog. What's good, son?
Yeah, that's it.
Excellent. All right.
So, first of all, before I know I'm late, but I still want to wish you all a joyful and successful 2026.
Thanks,
Hope
big
you all
dog.
had a good holiday.
Same to you, big man. No worries. What's good?
So, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sending you a message. Just a moment. I'm sending it on
Okay.
on X. It'll teach you how to market yourself and how to get a job, all for free. And if you have questions, I'm here to help you. So go to your X messages, and you're gonna start seeing my messages to you. And if you have questions, I want you to read it. And if you have questions, come to me, and I will help you with whatever you have. So in the meantime, I'll read the messages that I just sent you.
I started a great project 4 years ago about the kid, and I really didn't feel sorry for publishing this business because of want to make it real. So I wrote what I could do, and I basically implemented and wrote all of my books, softwares, and everything else in each covered, and made an amazing NFT collection, which is going to launch in February, Cyber Pro. And basically, this is a digital library for books, music, and software, and everything available for those who want to have. We also create a legal framework where the people are going to receive a commercial license for NFTs which they can use. But if they decide to license back those usage rights, they are going to be they are going to get access to 25% of the revenue we make on digital sales. Everything that's what we are going to do in the future, including selling the books online, in Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, licensing software, and so on and so forth.
Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
So that's basically
I once had bought alcohol,
so I'm not going to talk about
blood alcohol rate that was 0 point, sorry, 0.4, 0.39, right?
That's like nothing.
0.39?
Is like nothing. You can drive in the United States on that.
No. 0.39%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can drive in the United States on that.
No, that's But my blood rating was 0.3.9%.
Yeah, that's not a lot, dog. Wait, that's a lot.
Yeah. 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 It's not live, but I thought I was gonna die.
Okay.
Rabbi, I have 22 to 24 on the 8 hours.
Are you sure?
6 hours.
You're 100% sure of that?
No video. Framing it. Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I think I caught it in a jerk. You can tell
What?
for a fish.
What's your joke, big man? What's your joke? What's your joke?
What's the best?
Zoo, are you speaking English? Zoo, what's your what?
Pretty cool.
Zoot, you think of your joke. I'll be right back. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes, and I want to hear this joke. Zoot, I'm ready for your joke. Hit me with it, baby. It better be the best fucking joke I've ever heard. Zoot, let's hear your joke, big man. Zoot, Zoot, what is your fucking joke, man? Zoot, your shit sucks, man. You're not. Okay, what's your joke?
Um,
Yo, what up, Alex? How you living, Alex?
yes, so that's all good, bro. Just chilling.
Okay. Wait, what? Did you see the message I sent you, Alex?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah. Yes.
All right. Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
if
Thanks
you
for letting. Yeah.
100%. If you have questions, let me know. I'll help you.
They make sense, and I'm kind of interested. Should I say seems interesting, and I'm kind of interested.
You just do it, and if you have questions, come to me, and I'll help you through them. Okay?
All right. Yeah, I think I've got some couple of questions.
Okay. Ask me your questions.
So yeah, before I start setting everything up, I want to be aligned. So I do this once and I do it properly. So yeah, which specific social media platform do you recommend advertising? Is there a minimum number you want created before reviewing like my link tree?
I want you to create them all.
Hmm?
You should create all of them. There are 30 of them there. They're free. It takes a little bit of time, maybe a day or two. You create all of them in a browser. You connect them to your link tree. You never have to create them again. And this is going to help you in multiple ways. It's going to give you 30 different places to promote yourself, 30 different places to promote your clients. It's going to give you 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. It's going to help you to dominate search engines, social media, AI, and it's going to make it very difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
That's it. Well, that's what you want to do.
For the username, huh?
Okay, go ahead.
For the username, do you suggest using like a brand name, my real name, or any specific handle format? Like how strict should the consistency be across platforms?
So it should be as consistent as possible. And I recommend, if you haven't already, making it a business name. So you can use your personal name, and that's totally fine. But if you have the opportunity, you want to say something like, I don't know, Web3 digital marketing or something like that.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. I think I'm better. So the thing I think that person was like,
What did you say?
okay, there we go. When you do the entry, what are you mainly looking for at that phase, like corporate structure or position? What exactly is are you looking?
What are you saying?
I say when you review the entry,
Yeah,
what are you mainly looking at that phase?
I want to make sure that
Corporate.
you. I want to make sure that you got them all, and I want to make sure that you didn't miss any of them. But you should do that. You should do the. You should do the necessary to make sure that you have them all there. But I'll look them over, and if any of them are missing, I'm going to tell you. You need to add the other ones.
Okay, okay. So after the review, what does the next phase usually involve?
We
Like
put.
in terms of time commitment and expected outcome.
Yeah, I mean it's as much as you want it to be. But right now, if you want to be shilling yourself as a reply guy or Web3 marketer.
Sorry, I think the connection is dead. Like,
Okay, well, improve it if you can. Um, I can tell you that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Probably I can't hear you. I don't know if it's from my own end or yours, but the connection is that.
Yeah, it's your end. It's not.
Okay.
It's not my end.
I think I hear you. So yeah, as you're saying.
Okay, so we're gonna put content on.
Sorry, can we?
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put content once you create.
So after the
My man, go to where you have better connectivity, because I keep trying to tell you, and you keep saying you can't hear me.
sorry, I think I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna put content on your different platforms. my man, go, because I keep trying to talk to you, and you keep saying, "I can you hear me?" You
Yeah,
can.
I can hear you. Sorry about that. I can hear you now.
It's okay. Okay, we're gonna do this one more time, and if it doesn't work, then just go to where you have better service, and then I will help you. Okay, so we're gonna put content on your different accounts, generally like AI generated videos. We're going to make sure you know how to join X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, and I'm going to teach you to shill. And then you go into any space that you want. You shill yourself as a Web3 marketer. You go in and say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help you to be able to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms." What this is going to do for you is it's going to help you to improve your search engine rank, your social media rank, and the visibility that you have in AI. If this sounds like a great strategy for you, I'd love for you to send me a DM and we can get to discussions on how I can help you specifically. That's what you want to be able to say. And you do that every single day, multiple times a day, and you'll be making hundreds of dollars a week if you can do it if you can do it regularly, routinely.
I drunk on it. So, sorry, got disconnected. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as of, so yeah, I think you made a point there in the space about after reviewing the intro. So I think another question
Go ahead.
I'd love to ask for those airspace pitch, is this tailored to a specific niche or client type, or is it like the general framework I get from customize data?
You can use what I just told you in any space, any shill and chill, anywhere on X. And if you do it enough, people will send you a message and be interested in your services.
Okay, okay. So would there ever be a need for account access like posting permissions or anything security related,
No,
or is it everything fully self-managed on us?
it's all on you. You keep it all.
Right, right. I think that's all I have. That's all.
Excellent, big
Thanks.
man.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks for this.
You're welcome, my friend.
I think let's just say like my own earliest convenience. How we kick off with it. How kick off with it. Like probably in I don't know, the next yeah, also I should ready. I'll get back to you.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
I appreciate that.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Yeah, big dog. What's up, pimp? Hey, what's up, Durango? Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good, son? Absolutely. Just enjoying life. How was your weekend? Excellent. I don't see any. I don't see any shilling bills. Shilling chills. I mean, there's like one, but there was just a really big one that they said they're gonna start doing more often, like Monday through. Hold on, hold on. You did send me that mess. That you sent me an invite, and I came and I spoke in it, and it was giant. Oh, okay. Oh well, I really appreciate that you sent it to me. I got it as soon as I saw it, and I came in, so I appreciated that. Who's Peter? Yes, sir. I'm looking. Oh, Peter Schiff came in. Dude, that's a big, big person to have in there. Dude, high five to you, man. That's great. That's a big get. Okay. Oh, is there any way you can send it to me in a DM? To the account you always send it to. Dude, that is amazing. Well, I feel badly that I missed them, but I'll get them. Don't you worry. That is huge for you, though. Look at you, man. You're moving up in the world, Drago. That's amazing. Is that the biggest person you've ever had in a space? That's a huge, huge person. He's very famous. That's incredible. Good on you, man. That's a new high score for you. Well, that's phenomenal. Do you have big plans for your week? You, are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Drago. Drago. Yeah, are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so he moved it to May. That's really unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. So, I just sent you a message. Look, if you want a job, I can't give you one, but I can help you to get one. And I just sent you a breakdown. I want you to read it. It should make sense to you. Do you have a resume? Do you have a resume? You don't know what a resume is? Oh, then I can definitely help you. It's a thing that has your contact information, your previous work history, your education history, and your desired career. Okay, well, read the message that I just sent you, and then talk to me. Just read what I just sent you. There you go. And you want to get a resume first. So you go to ChatGPT and say, I need a resume. Here's my contact information. Here is my education history. Here's my experience, and here's the kind of job that I want. And it'll create the best resume that you've ever seen within about 5 seconds. And then you take that, you make it a PDF, and um, what what I can help. I mean, here's the thing: it's a numbers game, Durago. So you're really really smart. You're different than like a lot of people I meet on Web3, and you just need the opportunity. You're willing to work and you're willing to be consistent. Half of the issues with people from Nigeria are the fact that they don't have good connections. It has nothing to do with them personally. It's the infrastructure. But you have a good phone and you have good connection. You have a laptop, right? Excellent. Well, so you're going to have access to that, and but that's okay. The right job will send you a computer, so that's not a big deal. But here's what you're going to do. You're going to create your resume, just like I said. Well, the right job will. So like when I've gotten jobs like the way that I've sent you, they send you your own computer. Yeah, but I'm not saying every job will do that. I'm saying the better jobs they will send you your own computer. Right, but don't think that you shouldn't have your own computer first because you can't put your personal files on their computer. That's all for work and stuff. But what I am saying to you is that many of these contracts, they want you to have good equipment, and especially the bigger companies, they'll send you your own computer. But what you're going to want to do is you create your resume with your contact information, your employment history, your education history, and your desired employment. And yours would be something like a community manager, social media marketer. You're really a Web3 guru. You're a Forex trader. That's really a big one you could do. And so and then you have your your resume that's optimized for that. Then what you do is you create those different accounts on those different platforms. Now you have to understand that it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And what do I mean by that? It means that you're going to want to keep applying because you're going to get rejected not just tens of times, not just hundreds of times, but perhaps even thousands of times. But if you do it enough, and the thing is, it's pretty easy to apply on them. You just have to hit one button, and many of them you apply to. I recommend to people applying for at least 100 jobs a day on each platform. And if you do that for a month, you'll have people who want to interview you, and you'll have people who maybe make you an offer. And so I'm willing to help you with that and guide you through that and give you some of the tips and tricks. And so what you do is um, you create your resume. Then what you do is you create the different accounts on like you already have a LinkedIn, right? Okay. Do you have a headshot on your LinkedIn? Can you repeat that? No, it doesn't. It's best to. So what you want to do is follow maybe 10 people a day, and they'll follow you. Maybe five of them will follow you back. And over the course of 20 days or so, you'll get over 100 followers. And once you have that many connections, then you look legitimate. Absolutely. And then what you do is you want to make sure that you have a good headshot. Your headshot that you've got here is cool. Um, it's a cool profile picture, but for one of these websites, you just want to go to ChatGPT and ask it to create a headshot for you. And it'll create a headshot with you in a suit, and then you upload that, and then you create your profile and say what kind of job that you want, all that kind of stuff, and then you start applying. And it takes maybe to apply to 100 jobs, like maybe 30 minutes. It doesn't take that long. And then there are about 3 or 4 different platforms on which you could apply to maybe 100 jobs a day. So that's like four, maybe if you do it on another 500 jobs, you're applying to a day. And within a week, you're going to have people who are wanting to say, okay, well, we want to interview you. And so you just be ready and have your schedule open, and you're going to have to be able to chat with them on camera generally, and they're going to ask you about your forex experience, your Web3 experience, what motivates you, what your passions are, and then they're not going to hire you. And guess what? You've got to be okay with that. You're not going to win every single interview. All you need is one. Okay, so keep that in mind. You may apply to 10,000 jobs. All you need is one, and you're going to meet somebody who says, hey, yeah, I've got a job for you, and you have 3 years of forex trading and you've been successful. All right, well, here's our project. If you're interested, we'll send you a contract. If it's of interest to you, then you sign it, and then we're going to send you a computer, or we will give you credentials to our system, and then you start working. And then, you're going to want to, once they make you an offer, whatever, you ask them, like, okay, so how, like, what's the payment structure? They usually, if they're legitimate, they'll say, like, you'll look them up and you'll make sure that they're a legitimate organization. But once you have that type of understanding, and another big thing, and I'm going to recommend this to you, whenever you get somebody who's sending you an invitation to interview or anything, do your research on that company. Look up what people say about them. Look at people. Okay, absolutely, Durago. 100%. Absolutely. I'm here if you need my help, okay? You're welcome, big dog. Take care. Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Hashem. Baruch Shem Kavod Mashiach. What's up, sluts? I guess today's day 17. Is that correct? Or is today day 18? Maybe I got the numbers wrong. How could I know this? How are we gonna do it? Well, I can tell you this: it's 310 days, 17 hours, 14 minutes, and 40 seconds until Grand Theft Auto launches. Okay, turn up. New. Feel like I got the number wrong. So today's day 17. No, I'm right. Alright, so today's day 17, folks. Today's day 17 of Pimp Kabbalah Chronicles. And what are we learning? I don't know. I actually want to learn about. We have to have it. Has to be something Kabbalah. Um, I don't want to do it that long today. I always say that, and then like 3 hours later. But all right, let's just look up Jewish mysticism. Okay, so that's and then I'm gonna look up Baruch Spinoza. All right, academic study of Jewish mysticism, especially since Gershom Sholom's Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, 1941, draws distinctions between different forms of mysticism which were practiced in different eras of Jewish history. Of those, Kabbalah, which emerged in 12th century southwestern Europe, is the most well known, but it's not the only topological form, nor was it the first form which emerged. Among the previous forms were the Merkava mysticism. We learned about that. That's about the wheels. Uh, Ezekiel's wheels and Ashkenazi Hasidism, early 13th century, about the time of the emergence of Kabbalah. Kabbalah. Kabbalah means received tradition, a term which was previously used in other Judaic contexts. But the medieval Kabbalists adopted it as a term for their own doctrine in order to express the belief that they were not innovating, but were merely revealing the ancient hidden esoteric tradition of the Torah. This issue has been crystallized until today, but the alternative views uh, today by alternative views on the origin of the Zohar, the main text of Kabbalah, attributed to the circle of the central protagonist, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, in the second century Common Era, for opening up the study of Jewish mysticism. Traditional Kabbalists regarding it as originating in Tanaic forms and Ta'anim means repeaters, teachers, singular, borrowed from Aramaic, were the rabbinic sages whose views are recorded in the Mishnah from approximately 10 to 220 Common Era. The period of the Tanaim, also referred to as Mishnaic period, lasted about 210 years and came after the period of Zugot pairs and was immediately followed by the period of Amorim interpreters. So we have the Zugot, the Tanaim, the Amorim, the Savorim, the Geonim, the Rishonim, and the Akaronim. So we're right now in Akaronim. Okay. The root Tana is the Aramaic equivalent of the Hebrew root Shana, which also is the Semitic root found in the word Mishnah. Shana means to repeat what one is taught and is used to mean to learn. The Mishnaic period is commonly divided into 5 periods corresponding to the generations. There are approximately 120 known Tanaim. The Tanaim lived in several areas of the Roman-ruled southern Levant. The spiritual center of Judaism at that time was Jerusalem, but after the destruction of the city and the Second Temple, Yohanan ben Zakkai and his students founded a new council of Jamia. Other places of learning were founded by the students in Lod and Bnei Brak. Some Tannaim worked as laborers, for instance, charcoal burners, cobblers, in addition to their positions as teachers and legislators. They were also leaders of the period and negotiators of the Roman Empire. We'll go through this another time. All right, but that's what that is. So, traditional Kabbalists regarding it as originated in Tanaic times, redacting the oral Torah, so do not make a sharp distinction between Kabbalah and early rabbinic Jewish mysticism. Academic scholars regard it as a synthesis from the Middle Ages, when it appeared between the 13th and 15th centuries, but assimilating and incorporating into itself earlier forms of Jewish mysticism, possible continuations of ancient esoteric traditions, as well as medieval philosophical elements. The theosophical, theosophical aspect of Kabbalah itself developed through the two historical forms: medieval classics of Har Kabbalah, 1175 to 1492 to 1570, and Lurianic Kabbalah, 1569 to date, which assimilated medieval Kabbalah into its wider system and became the basis for modern Jewish Kabbalah. After Luria, two new mystical forms popularized Kabbalah in Judaism: Antinomian heretical Sabbatean movement, 1666 to 18th century, and Hasidic Judaism, 1734 to today. In contemporary Judaism, the only main forms of Jewish mysticism which are practiced are esoteric Lurianic Kabbalah and its later commentaries. The variety of schools of Hasidic Judaism and Neo-Hasidism, including Neo-Kabbalah, in non-Orthodox Jewish denominations. Two non-Jewish syncretic traditions also popularized Judaic Kabbalah through their incorporation as part of the Western esoteric culture of the Renaissance onwards. The theological, other kind of Kabbalah, not even Kabbalah, which is something different, around 15th to 18th centuries, which adapted Judaic Kabbalists, the Exgian Kabbalah, uh, which adapted Kabbalistic doctrine to Exgian belief and is its diverging occultist offshoot, the Hermetic Kabbalah, 19th century to today, which became the main element in esoteric and magical societies and teachings. We kind of want to learn about that. As separate traditions of the movement of development outside Judaism, drawing from syncretically adapting and different in nature and aims from Judaic mysticism, they are not listed on this page. So, early Israelite traditional origin, second millennium to 800 BCE, before the Common Era. So this is the Hebrew patriarchs and matriarchs covenant, cover the pieces, Jacob's ladder, Jacob's wrestling with the angel, Moshe Rabbeinu, burning bush, theophany at Sinai, and then the Y, and then the A, and then the H, and then the W, and the I, and the S. Early Israelite monarchic and cult prophets Elijah's ascension. Then prophetic Judaism, 800 to 5th century before the Common Era. Prophetic meditation, divine encounter, heavenly host, throne of Hashem visions, mystical elements in the literary prophetic books of the Bible, from the kingdoms of Israel and Judah to the Babylonian captivity and return to Zion. This is Isaiah, Ezekiel, Zechariah. Apocalyptic Judaism, beginning 5th century before the Common Era, 300 to 100 before the Common Era, continuing to the 1st century before the Common Era. Mystical and apocalyptic speculation, heavenly angelology, and eschatology in Second Temple Jerusalem under foreign rule and oppression after the social institution era of prophecy closed. Daniel, First Enoch, biblical apocryphal pseudepigrapha, pseudo pseudepigrapha, mystical elements in Second Temple period. That's around 200 before the Common Era to 100 after the Common Era. Mystical, esoteric, and pious elements among the diverse Jewish sects in the religious syncretism of the Second Temple period. Judea and diaspora. Second Temple Judaism, Hasidians, Essenes, Therapeutai, Hellenistic Judaism, Jewish Gnosticism, Philo's Platonic philosophy influence on early Xtian Jewish and early Xtian mysticism. Early rabbinic mysticism and mystical elements in classical rabbinic literature. This is around 1 to 200 of the Common Era, influence of the 5th century Common Era. References in exoteric Talmud and Midrash and Tanaic early rabbinic mystical circles, Messe, Merkaba, that of course is Merkaba mysticism, that's chariot, Merkaba is chariot. Work of the chariot exegesis and ascent Masa of Bereshit, work of creation. So Masa Merkaba is chariot work, Bereshit Masa is work of creation. So it'll be work of chariot, Masa Merkaba, work of chariot, and Masa Bereshit, work of creation. Exegesis, wide, contributing mystical elements of Agada, rabbinic theology, and narratives. Yohanan ben Zakkai and his disciples, Rabbi Akiva, Shimon bar Yochai, traditional pseudepigraphical attribution of later Kabbalist Zohar. Mystical Agadot, dog. This is so long. Oh, I thought this picture was going to be easy. Mystical Agadot examples 4. Who entered the Pardes, his orchard in the subject of Jewish religion. About 4 rabbis in the Mishnaic period, first century, who entered the Pardes, the orchard of esoteric Torah knowledge. Only one of them succeeded in leaving the Pardes alone. Basic story goes as follows. According to the orchard, Ben Azai ben Helma, Acher, Elisha ben Aruya, and Rabbi Akiva. One looked and died, one looked and was hung, one looked and cut down the trees, and one went up in peace and went down in peace. That's from Tosaf Akiva. Okay, so oven of Achanai and voice of Hashem. Torah, black fire on white fire. God looked in Torah to create world. Shekinah accompanied Israel in exile. The Mashiach at the gates of Rome. How about that one? That's an interesting one. Hey, I'm in the middle of something right now, so I can't talk right now. Apologies. The Mashiach at the gates of Rome is a traditional story, mashal, and parable in Jewish tradition in the Talmudic tractate Sanhedrin 98a. I actually remember this. Okay, Rabbi Joshua ben Levi, who lived in the first half of the 3rd century while meditating near the tomb of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, was visited by the prophet Elijah. When will the Mashiach come? Asked Joshua. Ask him, replied the prophet. The Mashiach is at the gates of Rome, sitting among the poor, the sick and wretched. Like them, he changes the bindings of his wounds, but does so one wound at a time in order to be ready at a moment's notice. Then Joshua went to Rome and met Mashiach and greeted him, saying, Peace upon thee, master and teacher. And the Mashiach replied, Peace upon thee, O son of Levi. Joshua then asked, Why will you be coming? When will you be coming? And was told today. Joshua went back to Elijah and was asked what Mashiach said. Peace upon thee, O son of Levi. Joshua replied, and Elijah told him that meant that he and his father would have a place in the world to come. Joshua then said that the Mashiach had not told him the truth because he had promised to come today, but had not. Elijah explained, This is what he said to thee today, if you will hear his voice. A reference to Psalms 95:7, making his coming conditional with the condition not fulfilled. Reception. Medieval Jews saw this story as possibly anti-Roman, and Rashi interpreted Rome as meaning not the physical city, but a part of paradise overlooking Rome. This neutralized and spiritualized the story and reconciled it with legends of Mashiach being carried alive to paradise. Later, Maharsha went further and suggested that Rome wasn't mentioned at all, as Deromi should be read Deromi, southern, referring to the Mashiach being found in the southern part of the paradise. In the early 16th century, the Kabbalist Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi suggested that the Rome in the story was a small town in Galilee with the same name, and a bit later Moshe Alchish put the Messiah in paradise overlooking this town. Concern about being seen as anti-Roman also led to translations of the Talmud replacing the word Rome in the story to the city Karta. Sources are Midrash, Tefillah, 9 Leviticus, Rabbi, 19, Pesach, 36a. Alright, um, then we have Merkaba, Herkala, esoteric text and method, 2nd century to 1000. This is traditional pseudepigraphical, anonymous, esoteric Merkaba mysticism, thrown in Herkala palaces, ascent literature and methods. Text protagonists are early Tanaic rabbis, though texts academically dated variously from Talmudic 100 to 500 to Gnostic to Gaionic 400 to 800 periods, and sectarian rabbinic origins debated. Earlier texts 3 Enoch, Hakalo, Rabbatai, the greater palaces, Hakalo, Zutari, the lesser palaces, Merkaba Rabbah, the great chariot. Later texts, Shiur, Koma, divine dimensions, mystic speculations from Geonim. Influence of post-biblical Jewish mythology and folklore on mysticism. Jewish mysticism from the early Hakalo text through medieval spirituality to the folk religion storytelling of East European shtetls absorb motives of Jewish mythology and folklore through a Gothic creative imagination. Reception of earlier Jewish apocryphal traditions and absorption of outside cultural influences. Later Midrash and smaller Midrashim evolved towards the ethos of Kabbalistic mysticism. This is Lilith, Theli, Estries, Ziz, Kefitzat, Haderic, Evil Eye, Divya, Superstition, and Judaism. Then there's practical Kabbalah white magic. This is early Common Era, the early modernity. Elite Jewish use of white magic directs spiritual practices to influence the material realm or to gain spiritual ascent by mystics, colloquially called practical Kabbalah, drawing from syncretically collected traditions of the Talmudic period to early modernity, distinguished from Kabbalistic theurgy, influencing solely the supernal realm of inner divine attributes from natural magic, interpretations of Kabbalah, and from popular folk magic. Magical elements in Merkaba mysticism, Hakala literature, a sense use of Sefer Yetzirah for magic, Sefer Razio Hamala, Golem, amulets, Joseph della Reina, 1400s attempt to hasten the Messiah, 16th to 19th century European Balshan. Then there's proto-Kabbalistic 200 to 600, Masai Bereshit creation speculation text describes 10 spirot, though without their significance to later Kabbalah, received rationalist interpretations before becoming a source text for Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, book of formation. Mystical elements in medieval Jewish philosophy and culture, 11th through 13th centuries. Mystical elements in the thought of medieval rationalist and anti-rationalist Jewish philosophical theologians. Solomon ibn Gabirol, Jewish Neoplatonism. Israeli ben Solomon, Jewish Neoplatonism. Abraham ibn Ezra, Jewish Neoplatonism. Judah Halevi, anti-rationalism. Moses Maimonides, Neoplatonism. Aristotelianism. Mystical elements in the efflorescence of poetry in Moorish, Spanish, Jewish culture, and Extian Spain. Jewish Sufi piety, 11th to 15th centuries. Jewish mystical piety influenced by Islamic Sufism, systemic meditative experiential practices. Van Baya ibn Baguda, 11th century to Shavuot, Levav, Levavot, Judaism of the Heart, Abraham Maimonides, and the Jewish Sufis of Old Cairo, 13th to 15th century. Early Kabbalah, 1174 to 200 to 1200. Emergence of mystical, mythic, theosophical, theurgic Kabbalah among the Hakmei province in southern France of Kitani. The Behir, first regarded in academia as the first Kabbalistic work, incorporates an earlier source text. Sefer HaBehir, Book of Brightness. Abraham ben David of Posgires, the Rabbi, critic of Maimonides, Isaac the Blind, Eden and Unique Cherub, mystical circles of unknown provenance. Uh, Hasidei Ashkenaz, around 1150 to 1250. Mystical, ethical piety, and speculative theology theory in Ashkenaz, Germany, shaped by Merkaba Hakalo texts, practical Kabbalah, magical elements, mystical reinterpretation of early medieval Jewish philosophy, Rhineland Crusader persecution, and German monastic values, established a supreme value for devotional selflessness in Judaism. This is Samuel of Speyer, Judah of Regensburg, Sefer Hasidim, Book of the Pious, Eliezer of Worms. Then medieval Kabbalah development, 1200 to 1492, calendar. Alternative philosophical and mythological interpretations of theosophical Kabbalah, Neoplatonic quasi-philosophical hierarchy, and Jewish Gnostic mythology interest in sexual faith, and demonic dualism motives, centered in Spain's Kabbalistic Golden Age. Early 13th century Gerona Neoplatonic school, as Rio of Gerona, Maimonides, Ramban, Torah commentary, 13th century Castile Gnostic school, treatises of the left emanation, Zohar in Spain from circa 1286, Zohar literature, Book of Splendor, late 1200s to 1400s, Castile's Gnostic culmination, canonized as Kabbalah's central poetic visionary scripture, later strata, Rayama, Re'aya, Mehimena, Idrot, are most esoteric and anthropomorphic. Subsequent Zohar exegesis dominated other Kabbalah traditions. Possible Kabbalists in Zohar include Moses de Leon, Todros ben Joseph Abu Lafia, and others. Kabbalistic scholarship, Joseph Gitatilia, Ja'ari Ora, Gates of Light, circa 1290 Spain, Sefer HaTamuna, Book of Figure, 13th through 14th century influential doctrine in Kabbalah of cosmic cycles, later rejected by Cordovero and Luria. Bahaya ben Asher, Torah commentary. Medieval ecstatic Kabbalah, 13th to the 16th century. Medieval meditative Kabbalah developed its own traditions. Abraham Abu Lithos, ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah, his Maimonidean alternative competitor to Theosophical Kabbalah, embodies the non-Zoharic ecstatic stream in Spanish Kabbalism. Reimagining Judaism's prophetic techniques, it remained marginal to mainstream Kabbalah, but established a following in East Mediterranean. Abulafian prophetic Kabbalah school. Abraham Abulafia, Mediterranean area, late 13th century. Judah Al-Botani, Jerusalem, 15th to 16th century. Other meditative methods, Isaac of Akko, 14th century, Joseph Shayach, Damascus, and Jerusalem, 16th century. Renaissance and Kabbalah influences, 1450s to 1600s. Influence on the European Renaissance, crystallizing philosophical and magical interpretations of Judaic Kabbalah, and fusions of philosophy and Kabbalah in late medieval, early modern Jewish philosophy. Italian Jews' historical openness to general culture, Florence center of Renaissance humanism, perennial philosophy influences on Jewish philosophy, Yohanan Alamano, culmination of natural magic interpretations of Kabbalah, interpreting Judaism, drawing down divine influx to the material world. Influence on 16th century systemizations of Kabbalah and later Hasidism. Influence on Pico della Mirandola, Christian Kabbalah and Western esotericism. Platonists influenced fusions of Kabbalah with Jewish philosophy. Abraham Cohen de Herrera, early 1600s, other mystical elements in early modern Jewish philosophy. Judah Leon Abravanel, Leon Hebreo, Portuguese, Italian, early 1500s, dialogues of love, Platonism. Post 1492 and Spot Kabbalah, 16th century. Transition to esoteric medieval Kabbalism and Kabbalah as a national and messianic doctrine after the 1492 expulsion from Spain exile, Judaic Renaissance of the P words. Joseph Teataza, Solomon Mokel, Jewish Messiah, claimant Meir ibn Davi, 16th century early systematizer. The two definitive systematizations of Kabbalah in later 1500s spot Galilee. One, quasi-rational Moses Cordovero Rama, Hardis Rimonim Cordoverian systematization of medieval Kabbalah until 1570. Two, supra-rational Isaac Luria Ari, new post-medieval Lurianic systematization, taught 1570 to 1572. Other Kabbalists of the spot, mystical and scholarly Renaissance. Joseph Caro, central legalist and mystic diarist. Shlomo Alphabets, Hayim Vital, main Lurianic compiler and other writings. Spot, meditative Kabbalah, vital, Sha'ari, Kedusha, gates of holiness, Luria, Yehudim method. Maharo's mystical theology, 16th century. Medieval Kabbalah expressed in non-Kabbalistic philosophical theology. Judah Loyal Maharal Prague. Early Lurianic, early Lurianic and post-medieval Kabbalism, 16th to mid-18th century. Esoteric Lurianism, the second of Kabbalah's two systems of theosophy after medieval Cordoverian, incorporating dynamic myth of exile and redemption of divinity taught by Isaac Luria, 1570 to 1572. Other post-medieval popularizing ethical Kabbalah based itself on the more exoteric system of Moses Cordovero. Disciples compiled Kitvei Ari Lurianic thought. Chaim Vital, Etz Chaim, Tree of Life, Israel Sarug spread Lurianism in Europe, Lurianic exegesis and meditative methods dominated other post-medieval Kabbalah trends, popularizing Kabbalistic Musar and Homiletic literature, 1550s to 1750s. Moses Cordovero, Tomer Deborah's Palm Tree of Deborah. Eliyahu de Vidas, Reshi Chokmah, Beginning of Wisdom. Kav HaYashar, Isaiah Horowitz, Shelah, Shnei Lukot HaBrit, Tables of Covenant, Central Europe. Kabbalistic Renewal and Scholarship. Abraham Atzulai, Chaim Ibn Attar, or Chaim Torah Commentary, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Ramchal, Italian early 18th century mystical messianic circle, now public dissemination and revelation of Kabbalah, Joseph Ergas. Sabbatean movement, 1665 to around the 19th century. Kabbalistic messianic mystical heresies developing antinomian new theologies from Zoharic and Lurianic Kabbalah. Theological spectrum from mild to strong. Sabbatean, Sabbatized v. Messianic claimant, Islamic convert. Nathan of Gaza, Sabbatean prophet, moderate crypto and radical antinomian factions. Emden Iberschild's controversy and rabbinic excommunication of Sabbateans. Frankism, Joseph Frank, messianic claimant, pseudo Christian convert, late 18th century nihilism. Early and formative Hasidic Judaism, 1730s to 1850s. Eastern European mystical revival movement, popularizing and psychologizing Kabbalah through pantheism and the Tzaddik mystic leader. Neutralized Messianic Dang expressed in Sabbateanism. Pre-Hasidic origins. Baal Shem, Eastern Europe, Practica Kabbalist. Zadikim Nistarim mythology. Early Hasidism. Israel ben Eliezer Baal Shem Tov, the best founder of Hasidism. Dov Ber of Metzerich, the Maggid, systematizer and architect of Hasidism. Jacob Joseph of Cologne, Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev. Main Hasidic schools of thought. Mystics after 1850 shown later. Mainstream Hasidic Zadikism, Elimelech of Lizhensk, Noam Imelech, Pleasantness of Imelech, Yaakov Yitzhak of Leuven, of Koza, Chabad Intellectual Hasidism, Russia, Shneur Zalman of Ladi, Tanya Lukatai, Amarim, Collected Words, Theorist of Hasidism, Aaron of Staroselye. Breslov, Imaginative Hasidism, Ukraine, Nachman of Breslov, Lukutai Moharan, Collected Teaching, Dathan of Breslov, Peshicha Katz, Introspective Hasidism, Poland, mystical offshoot from Mordecai Yosef Leiner of Izbika, Meyer, Maya, Maihash, Iloa, Waters of Shiloah, Personal Illumination, Shivchei HaBesh, Praises of the Best, published 1814, Supere Ma'asiot, Stories That Were Told, Nachman of Breslov's 13 Mystical Tales, 1816. Later traditional Lurianic Kabbalah, 18th century to today. This is traditionalist esoteric interpretations and practice of Lurianic Kabbalah from 18th century until today, apart from Hasidic adoptions. Brody Kloitz and pre-Hasidic introverted Hasidism Kabbalistic circles in Eastern Europe renewed esotericism in response to Sabbatean heresy. Mitnagdic Lithuanian non-Hasidic Kabbalah, Elijah ben Shlomo Solomon, Vilna Gaon Gra, figurehead of the Mitnagdim, 18th century Chaim of Volosin, Nefesh HaChaim, soul life theorist of Mitnagdism, founder of the Yeshiva movement. That's cool. Chaim of Volosin. Shlomo Elishiv, influence on Hasidism on the Lithuanian Musar ethics and Eliyahu Dessler, Mizrahi Sephardi Oriental Kabbalah, Shalom Sharabi, 18th century from Yemen, and Beit El Synagogue, Jerusalem, introverted esotericism, response to Sabbateanism, Lurianic exposition and elite meditation circle, Chaim Yosef David Azulai, Ida, 18th century, Yosef Chaim Ben Ish Chai, 19th century, Chacham Baghdad, Abu Zaria, Iraqi Kabbalist dynasty, Mordecai Sherabai, Yitzhak Kaduri, 20th century Ashkenazi European Kabbalah, apart from Hasidic thought. Sha'ar Hashemayim Yeshiva, Jerusalem, Yehuda Ashlag, 20th century Israel, Sulam, the latter Lurianic Zohar. Later Hasidic Judaism, 1850s to today. Dynastic succession and modernizing society turned Hasidism away from pre-1810s mystical revivalism to post-1850s consolidation and rabbinic conservatism. Mystical focus continued in some schools. Yitzhak Eltzik Safarin of Komarno, visionary mystic Chabad Lubavitch, intellectual Hasidism communication, Zadok HaKohen, late 19th century, is Bika School, Aharon Roth's early 20th century Jerusalem piety, Kalonymus Kalman Shapira response to Holocaust, Menachem Mendel Schneerson, Lubavitch, Rebbe Hasidic outreach, and 1990s Messianism, Breslov contemporary mystical revivalism. Synthesis of Haskalah, political ideologies, and secular culture with mystical elements, 1800s to 1950s. Haskalah, Jewish Enlightenment promoted critical rationalism, strongly opposed Kabbalistic and Hasidic anti-modern mysticism. However, moderate Maskilim began scholarly investigation of Jewish mystical texts and adopted Haskalah to Orthodox religiosity, while modern Jewish philosophy encountered universalist intellectual and mystical elements in German idealism. Late 1800s East Europe shifted toward Jewish political movements, awakened secular Jewish culture spiritually. This is Elijah ben Moshe, 1800s universal modern interpretation of Kabbalah, continuing Italian Jewish fusion of Kabbalah with general humanist culture, Wissenschaft des Judentum, early critical historical scholars of Jewish mystical texts, the J in Jewish should be covered. Adolf Jelinek, 1800s Russian Reform rabbi scholar. German idealist, rational, mystical elements in modern Jewish philosophy. Nachman Krochmal, Galicia, early 1800s Jewish Hegelianism. Mystical elements and influences in post-1800s Jewish political movements and secular Jewish culture. Secular Yiddish Renaissance mystical themes in Yiddish literature. Jewish autonomy, auton, autonomism, Jewish autonomism, cultural folkism, and Jewish folklorism. Cultural Zionism, national revival, secular spirituality. Chaim Nachman Ba'aili, Israel's national poet, and mystical influences on secular Hebrew literature. Fusions of Kabbalah and Hasidism and Jewish anarchism. Neo-Hasidism and Neo-Kabbalah, 1900 to today. Modernist and non-Orthodox Jewish denominations adopted spiritual teaching and Kabbalistic and Hasidic theology and mysticism to modern critical thought and interpretations. Early 20th century Martin Buber, from existential and neo-Hasidism to dialogical encounter. Hillel Zaytlin, philosophical neo-Hasidism. Eric Newman, Jungian interpretation of Hasidic Kabbalah and depth psychology. Post-war and contemporary. Abraham Joshua Heschel, neo-traditional Haggadah Judaism. Zalman Schachter Shalomi, Jewish renewal. Arthur Green, Reconstructionist academic and mystical theologian. Lawrence Kushner, Reform Neo-Kabbalah. Gershon Winkler, Shamanic Judaism. Influence on modern and postmodern Jewish philosophy. Jewish existentialism, subjective experience of divine relationship, postmodern Jewish philosophy, narratives, independent scholarship, Sanford Draub, The New Kabbalah, Zevi Slavin, Seekers of Unity. Zionist and monastic, Zionist and monistic mystical thought of Ralph Cook, 1910s to today. Innovative teachings and influence of Abraham Isaac Cook, pre-state chief rabbi of Mandate of the T-Word, and poetic mystic harmonistic unity of religion and secularism, halakha, and agada, activism and quietism developed from Kabbalistic Hasidic and philosophic and secular Hasidic philosophic and secular thought. Abraham Isaac Cook, neo-Hasidic monistic poet, mysticism beyond Kabbalah and philosophy. At Shalta de Gula, religious Zionism, Rav Cook's partial influence on modern Orthodox Judaism. Academic study of Jewish mysticism, 1920s today. Critical study of Jewish mystical texts in the 19th century by Gershom Sholom's school in the mid-20th century, founded the methodological disciple in academia, returning mysticism in a central position in Jewish historiography and Jewish studies departments. Select historian examples. First generation Gershon Sholem, disciple, founder, Hebrew University, Alexander Altman, American initiator, present generation multidisciplinary, Moshe Idol, Hebrew University revisionism, Elliot Wolfson, feminist contributions. All right. Um, okay. All right. Now, I want to know about Baruch Spinoza. Oh, there was another thing. Um, like the two kinds of. I want to learn more about. Um, well, just ask what you said. Come on, you little bitch. Jewish mysticism. There was something reading historical patterns. God, where is this? Hermetic Kabbalah. Yes, not right now. Okay, and then what? Baruch Spinoza. If his shit is so long though, I'm gonna be pissed. Yeah, his shit looks really long. Dude, his shit's too long. No, no. So we'll just read a brief background. Baruch de Spinoza, November 1632, 24th of November 1632 to 21 February 1677. Also known under his Latinized pen name Benedictus de Spinoza, was a philosopher of Portuguese Jewish origin who was born and lived in the Dutch Republic. A forerunner of the Age of Enlightenment, Spinoza significantly influenced modern biblical criticism, 17th century rationalism, and Dutch intellectual culture, establishing himself as one of the most important and radical philosophers of the early modern period, influenced by Stoicism, Thomas Hobbes, Rene Descartes, Ibn Tufayl, and heterodox axioms. Spinoza was a leading philosopher during the Dutch Golden Age. Um, Dude, how long is this? This shit is really long. We'll read about him later. Alright, at the end of that. No, now we're gonna go. We're gonna debate. We're gonna get a brief breakdown. I should really read all this shit. Maybe there's a. See, here's the thing. If I read it really quickly, I don't pay attention to it. Yo, dog, can you give me a breakdown of Baruch Spinoza's religious stuff? Like his religious philosophy or his theology or whatever? Yeah, sure. Spinoza's religious thought is weird, radical, and way ahead of its time. I'll break it down without academic fluff, but still precise. Who Spinoza was? Quick context. Baruch Benedict Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, was a Jewish philosopher in Amsterdam who got excommunicated by the Jewish community for his religious views. Ex-Jews didn't like him either. A lot of people straight up called him an atheist, though that's not quite right. His big religious ideas show up mainly in ethics, theological, political treatises. God equals nature, the core idea. This is the Spinoza move. God is not a personal being. God is nature itself. He uses phrases like Deus sive natura, God or nature. What that means, God isn't a dude with thoughts, emotions, or plans. God doesn't intervene in history. God doesn't answer prayers. God doesn't give commandments. Instead, God is total reality, a single, indefinite, infinite substance. A single, infinite substance. Everything that exists is a mode of God. Natural laws are divine laws. So, a tree is an expression of God. Your mind is an expression of God. Gravity is an expression of God. This is pantheism, or sometimes pantheism, but pantheism is the usual label. No personal providence or miracles. Spinoza straight up nukes traditional theology here. Providence, God does not guide events towards moral ends. Things happen by necessity, not divine intention. There is no God's plan in the normal sense. Miracles are impossible. They would violate God's own nature and natural law. Biblical miracles are either misunderstood natural events, medical, political tools to control people. So religion shouldn't be about supernatural suspension of nature. It should be about understanding nature. Scripture is not divine revelation. This is why you got kicked out. Spinoza says the Bible is human, not divine, written by different authors with different agendas, full contradictions, shaped by historical and political context. But he's not dismissive of Scripture entirely. He thinks the Bible's purpose is moral instruction, not philosophy or science, teaching simple ethical rules to ordinary people. So, Bible is not a metaphysics textbook. Bible is not a science book. Bible is moral political guide for social order. Religion versus philosophy. Keep them separate. Spinoza draws a hard line. Philosophy seeks truth, uses reason, aims at understanding reality, God slash nature. Religion seeks obedience and moral behavior, uses stories, symbols, and commands, aims at social harmony. The separation is key to his defense of freedom of thought, freedom of speech, secular government. The state should protect people's freedom to philosophize, not enforce theology. What piety actually means for Spinoza. Since God isn't personal, religion changes shape. True piety is understanding nature through reason, accepting necessity, stop raging against reality, acting ethically toward others. The core religious virtue, love of God, equals intellectual understanding of nature. This leads to his famous idea of intellectual love of God. When you understand how reality works, when you see yourself as part of the whole, when you stop fighting necessity, that understanding produces peace, joy, freedom from fear, especially fear of death. This is basically religious enlightenment without superstition. Sin, evil, and moral law. Spinoza redefines these completely. Sin is ignorance, evil is misunderstanding what's good for us, good that increases our power to exist in life, bad what diminishes it. There's no cosmic moral scoreboard, no divine punishment, no hell, ethics is about flourishing, not obedience. Why people call him an atheist and why that's not quite right. He rejects a personal God, rejects miracles, rejects revelation, rejects divine law. So people said that's atheism, but Spinoza absolutely believes in God, just not that God is. His God is infinite necessity, eternal, the ground of all being. So he's better described as a pantheist, naturalistic theist, or God obsessed heretic. Why Spinoza still matters religiously. Spinoza influences Einstein. I believe in Spinoza's God. Okay, now that all makes sense. Secular Judaism, liberal theology, modern biblical criticism, human spirituality. He is basically the bridge between religion, philosophy, modern secular thought. One sentence summary. Spinoza replaces a supernatural command giving God with impersonal, rational, infinite reality and turns religion from obedience and fear into understanding and freedom. All right. Um, all right. Okay. Um, how would the Rebbe, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, deal with like a clear argument? Like pretend the Rebbe was here and we had all of the evidence that the Zohar was contrived and is not something that was from Shimon Bar Yochai, but was made up by Moses of Leon. Great question. You're right to frame it as a clear argument with evidence rather than a vague academic claim. I'll choose this as if the Lubavitcher Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson was sitting across the table, engaging seriously, not dodging. I'll break it down into what the Rebbe would not do, what he would do, the deeper Chabad move that changes the whole frame. What the Lubavitcher Rebbe would not do. He would not panic, say academics are all evil, and shut down inquiry, claim bad faith overrides reason, say Judaism collapses if the Zohar's authorship is questioned. This is important. The Rebbe consistently held that truth cannot contradict truth. If something is really true, it must be able to withstand scrutiny. The Rebbe's first move, reframe the claim. He would immediately separate two questions that people tend to conflate. Question A: who physically wrote the text called the Zohar and when? And that's question A. And question B: does the Zohar contain authentic Torah truths that originate in Sinai and Tanaic era divine wisdom? The Rebbe would insist that question A does not settle question B, even if Moses de Leon compiled it, edited earlier traditions, gave it a pseudepigraphic frame. That does not automatically determine its spiritual or theological status. By the way, yesterday I was reading about polygamy, and for some reason ChatGPT said polygamy with like an M, but that's not a word. And it made me second guess, but then I checked. Oh, polygamy. Okay, with an M, as in the Rebbe's historical argument very likely he would point out that pseudepigraphy was normal in ancient and medieval Jewish transmission. Examples: he would cite parts of Tanakh compiled later than their events, oral Torah redacted by Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, Midrashim attributed to earlier stages but edited centuries later. He would say authorship does not equal origin of ideas. Moses de Leon could be a redactor, a systematizer, a revealer of an older or esoteric tradition, not necessarily an inventor. The Rebbe's strongest move, internal evidence. This is where he would press hard. He would argue that the Zohar contains conceptual systems too coherent and deep to be invented wholesale, uses Aramaic dialects inconsistent with a single medieval author, reflects Tanaic frameworks later Kabbalists did not fully grasp, anticipates later halakhic and metaphysical developments. His claims would not be academics around, but your evidence supports later redaction, not later invention. In other words, De Leon may have written it down. He did not create it ex nihilo. The Rebbe's Chabad specific pivot. This is key. Chabad does not rest its theology on the Zohar alone. The Rebbe would say something like, Chassidus do not stand or fall on one book's attribution. Why? Chabad's metaphysics is grounded in Talmud, Midrash, Rambam, reason metaphysics. Zoharic ideas are corroborated elsewhere. So even if the Zohar were later, its truth value is judged by coherence with Torah as a whole, not by footnotes in medieval Spain. The Rebbe's epistemological epistemological move, how truth enters history. This is where he would get subtle. He would argue Torah truths are eternal, they are revealed progressively. Different generations are vessels for different types. So the question isn't why was it written in the second century or 13th, but was the generation capable of receiving this level of revelation? He compared to math discovered later but always true, physics revealed when humanity matured. Thus Moses de Leon becomes the instrument, not the source, a conduit, not the originator. What if the evidence were truly airtight? Let's take your hypothetical seriously. If it were proven beyond doubt that the Zohar was compiled entirely by Moses de Leon, with no earlier tradition whatsoever, the Rebbe would say that does not negate Kabbalah, that does not negate divine wisdom, that does not collapse Torah. He would likely reclassify Zohar as a Ruach HaKodesh inspired work, a profound Torah commentary, not a Sinai level text. Judaism has done this kind of reclassification before without imploding. The Rebbe's final move, turn the challenge back. He would probably ask the challenger, why does authorship bother you, but truth content does not? Meaning if the ideas illuminate Torah, deepen mitzvah observance, produce ethical and spiritual refinement, then dismissing them because of biographical authorship is a category error. Bottom line, Rebbe style summary, the Lubavitcher Rebbe would say, if the Zohar is true, it is true regardless of who wrote it. If it is false, then its antiquity will not save it. He would absorb the academic critique, reframe the epistemology, and preserve the theological core with intellectual retreat. Okay, that's a cool story and everything, but why couldn't we just say, can't you just admit that his wife said that it was the BS Express and that he made it up and that the Aramaic is inconsistent and he was just making it up to make money? That's what his wife said, and that's where a lot of evidence lies. Yeah, that's exactly the right pressure point, and you're not being unfair. That's basically saying, why not just admit that the most straightforward explanation is the obvious one? Moses de Leon wrote it. His wife said that he made it up. The Aramaic is inconsistent, and he was selling manuscripts for money. Why keep dancing? So let me answer cleanly and honestly in the way the Lubavitcher Rebbe would, not the way an apologist trying to win one. First, the Rebbe would accept the facts. This is important. He would not deny that Moses de Leon sold Zohar manuscripts. His wife testified that her husband composed it. The Aramaic is uneven. There are historical anachronisms. The academic consensus leans toward medieval composition. He would say, fine, accept all of that. So the disagreement is not over the data. Second, he would say the wife's testimony is not decisive, not because women don't count or anything gross like that, but because historical testimony is weighed, not absolutized. Here's the Rebbe style argument. The testimonies come secondhand, reported by Isaac of Acre after De Leon's death in a polemical context. Even if accurate, it establishes that he wrote it, not how he understood what he was doing. Meaning, I composed it does not mean I invented the ideas. A person can sincerely believe what they are transmitting can sincerely believe they are transmitting ancient material while reshaping it. The Rebbe would say people often describe redaction as authorship. Third, the money argument doesn't do the work you think it does. This is where he would be very sharp. He would say being paid for Torah does not prove fabrication. Historically, scribes were paid, teachers were supported, manuscripts were commodities. The leap from he sold it to he invented the metaphysics cynically is psychological speculation, not proof. The Rebbe would insist motive does not equal falsity, greed does not equal intellectual emptiness, corruption does not equal truth. Plenty of people monetize things they believe deeply in. Fourth, the Aramaic inconsistency cuts both ways. Here's a subtle move. Yes, the Aramaic is inconsistent, sometimes fake Babylonian, sometimes Spanish influence. Academics say that proves forgery. The Rebbe would say it proves composite transmission, meaning multiple strata, oral material rendered unevenly, different stylistic registers. Is that proof of antiquity? No, but it undermines certainty that this was a single conscious literary host. Fifth, the Rebbe's core refusal. This is the real answer. Here's the honest part of it. The Lubavitcher Rebbe would refuse to accept the premise that if a text is not ancient, it is therefore theologically fraudulent. He would say the premise itself is modern, this something else, and alien to Judaism. Judaism does not work on ancient equals holy, named author equals false. It works on integration into Torah, life, endurance, transformative power, coherence with the Masorah tradition. So even if Moses de Leon authored it, marketed it, styled it pseudo graphically, that would still wouldn't settle its religious status. Sixth, why he would say yeah, it's BS. Why he would not say yeah, it's BS, because that would mean conceding a deeper claim that the Rebbe absolutely rejects. Truth is determined by modern historiography. Rebbe would say history studies how texts appear, Torah evaluates what texts do. Those are different epistemologies. So he would not say, okay, it's nonsense. He would say, it is the latter vessel for real Torah ideas. Seventh, what he might admit privately, important nuance. This is speculative but consistent with how the Rebbe operated. He might conclude the pseudepigraphic framing was a mistake. It caused unnecessary theological confusion. It made people ground faith in chronology instead of truth. But he would still refuse to throw out the content. Bottom line, no dancing, no mysticism. You're right, the wife's testimony is serious, the money motive is real, the language problems are real. The simplest historical explanation is that De Leon composed it. Lubavitcher Rebbe responds would be fine, except that now explain why that makes the ideas false. That's the line he would hold calmly, stubbornly, and without concluding the metaphysical ground. Once on the truth, the Rebbe wouldn't deny the Zohar looks medieval. He denied that medieval origins equals theological fraud. If you okay, so that's good. That's cool. Yo, dog, what would the Rebbe think about the idea that energy and matter and everything is Hashem, very similar to Spinoza, but that there could be some kind of grand plan that somehow governs all of this, either from Hashem or even like an extraterrestrial civilization that may have seeded humans on planet Earth. That is just too big for us to be able to understand. And with that idea, the 13 principles of faith of Rambam still, I feel, can be consistent. What would the Rebbe think of that? All right, this is actually a very serious theology question, just based, just phrased Brooklyn style. It's like I call it Brooklyn style. I just call it, give me AI. And you're not crazy for seeing the alignment, and you're not wild for seeing the alignment. I'll answer you straight. The Lubavitcher Rebbe will partly agree with you, partly push back, and then radically reframe the whole thing. Let's go piece by piece. Energy, matter, everything is Hashem. On this point, the Rebbe would say yes, but stronger than Spinoza. Chabad teaches something very close on the surface to Spinoza, but with a crucial difference. Chabad view everything exists is continuously created and sustained by Hashem. Existence itself is divine energy and contraction. If Hashem stopped willing reality for one instant, it would vanish. This is called Havaya Mahava Tamid, consecration. Ein od novado, there is nothing besides him. So matter is equal to divine energy, laws of nature, divine will in a stable pattern. Reality, Hashem expressed, not separate. That part, you're basically channeling Tanya chapters 2 through 4. Where the Rebbe breaks from Spinoza, this is huge. Spinoza says God equals nature, necessity, no intention. The Rebbe says nature is chosen, not necessary, meaning Hashem is not trapped by nature. Laws exist because he wills them. He could do otherwise, even if he usually doesn't. This preserves divine will, purpose, meaning, responsibility. So the Rebbe would say, you're right that everything is Hashem, but wrong if you think Hashem is the only system. Some kind of grand plan governing all this. Here the Rebbe would say absolutely yes, and this is where Rambam stays intact. Chabad is not theistic or randomist. The Rebbe would insist there is a plan, tachoes. It is more not just mechanical, it unfolds through nature, history, and mitzvot. But in this matter, the plan is not fully intelligible to us. He would quote, Makos atai lo makos vertichem. My thoughts are not your thoughts. So your instinct too big for us to understand is fully kosher. The extraterrestrial seeding idea. Here's where Rebbe would draw a firm line, but not in the way you might expect. Would he accept extraterrestrial life? Yes, he explicitly stated there is no Torah problem with intelligent life elsewhere. Would he accept aliens as intermediate causes? Possibly as instruments like nature, angels, forces of evolution. Would he accept aliens as ultimate authors of humanity? No, and this is non-negotiable. Why? Because this would violate Rama's 13 principles, especially God as first cause. God is not contingent. God is the ultimate source of existence and life. Hold on, I'm not saying that. The Rebbe would say even if aliens seeded life, they themselves exist only because Hashem wills it. I agree with that. So aliens could be tools, messengers, mechanisms, but never independent players, replacement for divine purpose. I agree with that. Okay, how Rambam still works in your mind. You're actually onto something important here. Rambam's principles do not require a bearded man in the sky, constant miracles, anthropomorphic intervention. They require one ultimate non-physical necessary being who grounds existence, who grounds morality, who grounds Torah. So the Rebbe would say you can expand the universe as big as you want. Rambam's God just got bigger. Your model only breaks Rambam if God becomes unnecessary or morality becomes accidental, or Torah becomes merely cultural. As long as Hashem remains ontologically primary, you're still inside the tent. Where the Rebbe would challenge you, he'd likely say something like, "Why are you so eager to explain the purpose away from Hashem and into mechanisms?" Not angrily, philosophically. He would argue mystery doesn't weaken faith. Reducing Hashem to an impersonal system does. Meaning comes from will, not just structure. So he pushed you to ask, is this model deepening responsibly? Does this model deepening responsibility or dissolving it? Final Rebbe style synthesis. If I had to put the Rebbe's response in one paragraph, yes, everything that exists is divine energy. Yes, reality operates through consistent laws. Yes, the universe may be vast beyond imagination, but no, Hashem is not reducible to nature, necessity, or advanced beings. He chooses wills and gives purpose. The more expansive your cosmology becomes, the more room there is for Hashem madness. Bottom line answer, the Rabbi would say your intuition is close, very close, but he insists on preserving divine will, purpose, and moral demand. Spinoza flattens God into reality. Chabad says reality is speech, not the speaker. All right, well, let's just get down to brass tacks and you just give me the answer. Give me a religion where Spinoza and the Rebbe and Rambam all would agree. Great, got it. Brass tacks, no dancing. There is no existing historically complete religion where Spinoza, Lubavitch, or Rambam would all fully agree. Anyone telling you otherwise is selling harmony that isn't real. But there's a very narrow overlap zone where all three do line up. The overlap is as close as you're going to get to a shared religion. Here it is. The maximal common ground, the real answer. One absolute, non-physical, infinite reality. All three agree on this. I agree. There is one ultimate reality. It is not a body, it is not limited, it is not ground of all existence. Cool. Spinoza's substance, Rambam, necessary, existent, Rebbe, Einzel. Different language, same metaphysical plane. Nature operates through intelligible life. All three agree the universe is lawful, ordered, rational, chaos is ignorance, not reality. Understanding reality is a form of worship. Spinoza, rational necessity, Rambam, divine wisdom expresses law. Rebbe, Ratzon, Hashem expressed as Teva. No magic of the gaps allowed. God is not anthropomorphic. Zero disagreement here. No body, no emotions like humans, no mood swings, no physical intervention like superhero. Anything childlike or literal is false religion to all three. True worship equals intellectual and ethical perfection. They all converge here strongly. Knowing reality properly, living ethically, reducing superstition, increasing clarity and virtue. Spinoza, intellectual level, God. Rambam, Yediat Hashem, leading to virtue. Rebbe, Da'at Eloku, transforming widow. Religion is about becoming aligned with truth and not pleasing a cosmic ego. Fear-based religion is garbage. All three despise this. God does not need flattery. God does not demand belief out of terror. Superstition is spiritual immaturity. Religion aimed at controlling people is false religion. Where they absolutely diverge, non-negotiable. This is where there is no full religion. They all accept. So Spinoza says no divine will. Rambam and Rebbe say yes. Providence. Spinoza says impersonal. Rambam says limited. Rebbe says active. Revelation, human. Uh, Rambam says Sinai. Rebbe says Sinai. Commandments, social tools. Spinoza. Rambam, divine law. Rebbe, cosmic nature. Purpose. Spinoza says none. Rambam says human perfectionism. And Rebbe says cosmic mission. This cannot be reconciled without breaking at least one of them. So what is the shared religion? If you force it into a name, the closest honest label is rational monism. Oh yeah, that's what we believe, monism. With ethical discipline. Or more plainly, non-anthropomorphic monotheism grounded within reason and ethics. That's it. That's the intersection. Not Judaism as practice, not Spinozaism, not Chabad, just the skeleton beneath it all. One sentence, brutal truth. Spinoza, Rambam, and Rebbe agree on what God is, not far more than on what God does. Okay, that's cool, and we're gonna end on that for today. I put an honest, uh, phase, whatever discussion into this. Anything that you want to say? These are like, do you ever watch the Jerry Springer show where he has his wife? little minute at the end after all this shit goes down. Did you ever watch that show? That's probably good. But anyway, um, or what would this be? I'd be like, this might be my Andy Rooney minute where I'm just like chilling. All right, so what? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What do I really think? Yeah, it's all science and any kind of. I think we could be seated here, and in terms of ethics and things like that, that's all subjective. What about free will? We can do what we want, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't like predestined. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Really? That's whatever. I'm hungry. I wonder if there's something that reads Wikipedia to you, because I'd be fine reading the like we could get through this shit faster. What is Wikipedia? No, I just wanted to read it. Audio. So Wikipedia. I already have this. Okay, so I already have this. What the fuck is this? I already have this. Wiki audio. All right, keyword search. So what are we finding? Spinoza. Read it. Oh, that's NTT. That's NTT. Dog, this app sucks. Dog, the fact that Wikipedia does not have this, dude, this app sucks. If I see this fucking Power Wash simulator one more time, dude, when did I download this? Oh, there it is. I want to listen to it. Okay, stop this. Spinoza.
Spinoza, November. Spinoza was born.
Hold on.
T.
This is
Spinoza,
tight.
November 24,
Can it
1632.
go faster?
February 21st, 1677. Also,
Yo, dog, you go faster? That shit's tight. speed. Like, what is this? Wiki hours. Oh, reading speed. It does have a reading speed. Okay, that's tight. Alright, I'd be okay with this. In fact, I think I'd be so okay with this that I would just listen to this right now.
Spinoza, November 24, 1632, February 21st, 1677, also known under his Latinized pen name Benedictus de Spinoza, was a philosopher of Portuguese Jewish origin, who was born and lived in the Dutch Republic, the forerunner of the Age of Enlightenment. Spinoza significantly influenced modern biblical criticism, 17th century rationalism, and Dutch intellectual culture, establishing himself as one of the most important and radical philosophers of the early modern period, influenced by Stoicism, Thomas Hobbes, Rene Descartes, Ibn Tufayl, and heterodox Christians. Spinoza was a leading philosopher of the Dutch Golden Age.
I mean, that's cool. That's really cool and all. But can it be faster? Alright, I want it to be super fast. Super fast. Dude, this would make this so much easier on me.
Spinoza, November 24, 1692, February 21st, 1677, also known under his Latinized pen name Benedictus de Spinoza, was a philosopher of Portuguese Jewish origin, who was born and lived in the Dutch Republic, the forerunner of the Age of Enlightenment. Spinoza significantly influenced modern biblical criticism, 17th century rationalism, and Dutch intellectual culture, establishing himself as one of the most important and radical philosophers of the early modern period, influenced by Stoicism, Thomas Hobbes, Rene Descartes, Ibn Tufayl, and heterodox Christians. Spinoza was a leading philosopher of the Dutch Golden Age. Spinoza was born in Amsterdam to a Morano family that fled Portugal for the more tolerant Dutch Republic. He received the traditional Jewish education, learning Hebrew and studying sacred texts within the Portuguese Jewish community, where his father was a prominent merchant. As a young man, Spinoza challenged rabbinic authority and questioned Jewish doctrines, leading to his permanent expulsion from his Jewish community in 1656. Following that expulsion, he distanced himself from all religious affiliations and devoted himself to philosophical inquiry and myth writing. Spinoza attracted a dedicated circle of followers who gathered to discuss his writings and join him in the intellectual pursuit of truth. Spinoza published little to avoid persecution and bans on his books. In his Tractatus Theologico Politicus, described by Stephen Adler as one of the most important books of Western thought, Spinoza questioned the divine origin of the Hebrew Bible and the nature of God by arguing that ecclesiastic authority should have no role in a secular, democratic state. Ethics argues for a pantheistic view of God and explores the place of human freedom in a world devoid of theological, cosmological, and political worries, rejecting messianism and the emphasis on the afterlife. Spinoza emphasized appreciating and valuing life for oneself and others by advocating for individual liberty in its moral, psychological, and metaphysical dimensions. Spinoza helped establish a genre of political writing called secular theology. Spinoza's philosophy spans nearly every area of philosophical discourse, including metaphysics, epistemology, political philosophy, ethics, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of science. His friends posthumously published his works, captivating philosophers for the next 2 centuries. Spinoza is celebrated as one of the most original and influential thinkers of the 17th century. Better calls TW the age of gave us modernity. Biography. Family background. Spinoza's ancestors, adherents of Greek Judaism, faced persecution during the Portuguese Inquisition, and during torture and public displays of humiliation. In 1597, his maternal grandfather's family left the incoherent Monte lived outwardly as new Christians, eventually transferring to Holland for an unknown reason. His maternal ancestors were a leading Proto-commercial family, and his maternal grandfather was foremost Portuguese drifting between Judaism and Christianity. Spinoza was raised by his grandmother from ages 6 to 9 and probably learned much about his family history from her. Spinoza's father Michael was a prominent and wealthy merchant in Amsterdam with a business that had wide geographical reach. In 1649, he was elected to serve as an administrative officer of the recently united congregation following term. He married his cousin Rachel de Spinoza, daughter of his uncle Abraham de Spinoza, who was also a community leader and Michael's business partner. Marrying cousins was common in the Portuguese Jewish community then, giving Michael access to his father-in-law's commercial network in the capital. Rachel's children died in infancy, and she died in 1627. After the death of Rachel, Michael married Hannah Deborah, with whom he had 5 children. His second wife brought authority to the marriage that was absorbed into Michael's business capital instead of being set aside for her children, which may have caused a rush between Spinoza and his father. The family lived on the artificial island on the south side of the river Amstel, known as the Tiber, and the fifth house along the Branch Canal. The Jewish border was not formally divided. The family lived close to the Regiaco synagogue, and nearby were Christians, including the artist Rembrandt. Miriam was their first child, followed by Isaac, who was expected to take over as head of the family and the commercial enterprise, but died in 1649. Baruch Spinoza, the third child, was born on November 24, 1632, and named as per tradition for his maternal grandfather. Spinoza's younger brother Gabriel was born in 1631, followed by another sister Rebecca. Mary married Samuel de Cosseres but died shortly after childbirth. According to Jewish practice, Samuel had to marry his former sister-in-law Rebecca. Following his brother's death, Spinoza's place as head of the family and his businessmen's scholarly ambitions were pushed aside. Spinoza's mother, Hannah Deborah, died when Spinoza was 6 years old. Michael's third wife, Esther, raised Spinoza from age 9. She lacked formal Jewish knowledge due to growing up in a Christian and only spoke Portuguese at home. The marriage was childless. Spinoza's sister Rebecca, brother Gabriel, and nephew eventually migrated to Claudio, and the remaining family joined them after Spinoza's death. Uriel de Costa has early influence. Through his mother, Spinoza was related to the philosopher Uriel de Costa, who stirred controversy in Amsterdam's Portuguese Jewish community. De Costa questioned traditional Christian and Jewish beliefs, asserting that, for example, their origins were based on human inventions instead of God's revelation. His clashes with the religious establishment led to his excommunication twice by rabbinic authorities, who imposed humiliation and social exclusion. In 1639, as part of an agreement to be readmitted, De Costa had to prostrate himself for worshippers to study for him. He died in 1640, reportedly committing suicide. During his childhood, Spinoza
Studying this intellectual curiosity on all. Until 1656, he continued financially supporting the synagogue and attending services in compliance with synagogue conventions and practice. By 1655, the family's wealth had evaporated and the business effectively ended. In March 1656, Spinoza went to the city authorities for protection against debts in the Portuguese Jewish community. To free himself from the responsibility of paying debts owed by his late father, Spinoza appealed to the city to declare him an orphan. Since he was a legal minor, not understanding his father's indebtedness would remove the obligation to repay his debts and retrospectively renounce his inheritance. Though he was released of all debts and legally in the right, his reputation as a merchant was permanently damaged in addition to violating a synagogue regulation that business matters are to be arbitrated within the community. Expulsion from the Jewish community. Amsterdam was tolerant of religious diversity so long as it was practiced discreetly. The community was concerned with protecting its reputation and not associating with Spinoza lest his controversial views provide the basis for possible persecution or expulsion. Spinoza did not openly break with Jewish authorities until his father died in 1654 when he became public and defiant, resulting from lengthy and stressful religious, financial, and legal clashes involving his business and synagogue, such as when Spinoza violated synagogue regulations by going to city authorities rather than resolving his disputes within the community to free himself from paying his father's debt. On July 27, 1656, the Talmud Torah community leaders, which included Rabbi Fonseca, issued a writ of farewell against the 23-year-old Spinoza. Spinoza's censure was the harshest ever pronounced in the community, carrying tremendous emotional and spiritual impact. The exact reason for expelling Spinoza is not stated, only referring to his abominable heresies, monstrous deeds, and the testimony of witnesses in the presence of the said Spinoza. Even though the Amsterdam municipal authorities were not directly involved in Spinoza's censure, the town council expressly ordered the Portuguese Jewish community to regulate and conduct and ensure that the community kept strict observance of Jewish law. Other evidence indicates a concern about upsetting civil authorities, such as the synagogue's bans on public weddings, funeral processions, and discussing religious matters with Christians, lest such activity might disturb the liberty and joy. Before the expulsion, Spinoza had not published anything or written a treatise. Stephen Nadler states that if Spinoza was voicing his criticism of Judaism that later appeared through his philosophical works, such as Part 1 of Ethics, then there can be no wonder that he was severely punished. Unlike most censures issued by the Amsterdam congregation, it was never rescinded since the censure did not lead to repentance. After the censure, Spinoza may have written an apologia in Spanish defending his views, but it is now lost. Spinoza's expulsion did not lead him to convert to Christianity or belong to a confessional religion or sect from 1656 to 1661. Spinoza found lodgings elsewhere in Amsterdam and Leiden, supporting himself with teaching while learning lens writing and constructing microscopes and telescopes. Spinoza did not maintain a sense of Jewish identity. He argued that without adherence to Jewish law, the Jewish people lacked a sustaining source of difference and identity, rendering the notion of a secular Jew incoherent. Education and study room. Sometime between 1654 and 1657, Spinoza started studying Latin with political radical Franciscus van Denen, a former Jesuit and atheist, who likely introduced Spinoza to scholastic and modern philosophy, including Descartes, who had a dominant influence on Spinoza's philosophy. By boarding with van Denen, Spinoza studied in his school, where he learned the arts and sciences and likely taught others. Many of his friends were either secularized lay-makers or belonged to dissident Christian groups that rejected the authority of established churches and traditional dogmas. Spinoza was acquainted with members of the Collegians, a group of disaffected Mennonites and other dissenting reform sects that shunned official theology and must have played some role in Spinoza's developing views on religion and directed him to van Denen. Jonathan Israel conjectures that another possible influential figure was atheist translator Jan Andrews Slazenger, a collaborator of Spinoza's friend and publisher of works, who could not have mentored Spinoza but was in a unique position to introduce Spinoza to Cartesian philosophy, mathematics, and lens writing. After learning Latin with van Denen, Spinoza studied at Leiden University around 1658, where he audited classes in Cartesian philosophy. From 1656 to 1661, Spinoza's main discussion partners who formed his circle and played a formative part in Spinoza's life were van Denen, Peter Bowie, Jared Jell, Ludwig Meyer, Johannes Baumeister, and Adrian Kurback. Spinoza's following, or philosophical set, scrutinized the propositions of the ethics when was drafted Spinoza's second text, Short Treatise on God, man, and his well-being. Though a few prominent people in Amsterdam discussed the teachings of the secret but marginal group, it was mainly a testing ground for Spinoza's philosophy to extend his challenge to the status quo. Their public reputation in Amsterdam was evident, with all words disparaging them as atheists. Throughout his life, Spinoza's general approach was to avoid intellectual battles, clashes, and public controversies, viewing them as a waste of energy that served no real purpose. Career as a philosopher. Richardsburg. correspondence, sending and receiving letters of the philosopher to different third parties. They maintained their relationship until Sibelius died in 1669. Through his pursuits in fence-finding, mathematics, optics, and philosophy, Spinoza forged connections with prominent figures such as scientist Christian Huygens, mathematician Johannes Hall, and secretary of the British Royal Society Henry Alderburn. Huygens and others notably praised the quality of Spinoza's thesis. Spinoza engaged in correspondence with Louis van Lichtenberg, an amateur Calvinist theologian, who sought Spinoza's view on the nature of evil and sin, whereas Lichtenberg deferred to the authority of Scripture for theology and philosophy. Spinoza told him not solely to look at Scripture for truth or ethic or God. Also, Spinoza told him their views were incommensurable. Godfrey Wilhelm Leibniz outwardly described Spinoza's work negatively, but privately wrote letters substances of the universe. God is the only substance in the universe, and everything is a part of God. This view was described by Charles Hartsworth as classical pantheism. Spinoza argues that things could not have been produced by God in any other way or in any other order than is the case. Therefore, concepts such as freedom and chance have little meaning. This nature of Spinoza's determinism is illuminated in ethics. The infant believes that it is by free will that it seeks the grass. The angry boy believes that by free will he wishes vengeance. The timid man thinks it is for free will he seeks flight. The drunkard believes that by a free command of his mind he speaks the things which when sober he wishes he had left unsaid. All believe that they speak by a free command of the mind. Lions, in truth, they have no power to restrain the impulse which they have to speak. In his letter to G.H. Schumer, letter 58, men are conscious of their desire and of empirical causes by which are determined the ends of health and knowledge. True causes of passive emotion and drawn forward into an active emotion, thus anticipating one of the key ideas of Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis. According to Eric Schlieser, Spinoza was skeptical regarding the possibility of knowledge of nature and as a consequence adopts for scientists such as Galileo and Huygens. Causality. Although the principle of sufficient reason is commonly associated with God-free mindedness, Spinoza employs it in a more systematic manner. In Spinoza's philosophical framework, questions concerning why a particular phenomenon exists are always answerable, and these answers are provided in terms of the relevant cause. Spinoza's approach involves first providing an account of a phenomenon, such as goodness or consciousness, to explain it, and then further explaining the phenomenon in terms of itself. For instance, he might argue that consciousness is the degree of power of a mental state. Spinoza has also been described as an Epicurean materialist, specifically in reference to his opposition to Cartesian mind-body dualism. This view was held by Epicureans before him, as they believed that atoms with their probabilistic mass were the only substance that existed fundamentally. Spinoza, however, deviated significantly from Epicureans by adhering to strict determinism, much like the Stoics before him, in contrast to the Epicurean belief in the probabilistic path of atoms, which is more in line with contemporary thought on quantum mechanics. The emotions. One thing which seems, on the surface, to distinguish Spinoza's Raymond D'Souza Joey described Deleuze's expressionism in philosophy, 1916, as a revolutionary work for its discovery of expression as a central concept in Spinoza's philosophy. Albert Einstein named Spinoza as the philosopher who exerted the most influence on his worldview. Eldon Chapman, Spinoza equated God, infinite substance, with nature, consistent with Einstein's belief in impersonal deity. In 1929, Einstein was asked in a telegram by Rabbi Goldstein whether he believed in God. Einstein responded by telegram, I believe in Spinoza's God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of what exists, not in a God who concerns himself with the fates and actions of human beings. God, Einstein wrote the preface to a biography of Spinoza, published in 1946. Leo Strauss dedicated his first book, Spinoza's Critique of Religion, to an examination of his ideas. Strauss identified Spinoza as part of the tradition of enlightenment rationalism that eventually produced modernity. Moreover, he identified Spinoza and his works as the beginning of Jewish modernity. More recently, Jonathan Israel argued that, from 1650 to 1750, Spinoza was the chief challenger of the fundamentals of revealed religion, received ideas, tradition, morality, and what was everywhere important, in absolutist and non-absolutist states of life, as divinely constituted political authority. Spinoza is an important historical figure in the Netherlands, where his portrait was featured prominently on the Dutch 1000 filter bank note. Legal tender until euro was introduced in 2002. The highest and most prestigious scientific award of the Netherlands is named the Spinoza Prize. Spinoza Riches. Spinoza was included in a 50 canon that attempts to summarize the history of the Netherlands. In 2014, a copy of Spinoza's Tractatus Theologica Politicus was presented to the chair of the Dutch Parliament, and shares a shelf with the Bible and the Quran. Modern Europe. Spinoza and Zionism. In the Tractatus, Spinoza said, in passing, about the Jews that were not that the fundamental principles of their religion discourage manliness, I would not hesitate to believe that they will one day, given the opportunity, establish once more their independent state, and that God will yet choose them. This comment, and Spinoza's general emphasis on the political national aspects of Judaism, had inspired some of the secular forerunners of Zionism. Some Zionist leaders even described Spinoza as the first secular proto-Zionist. Some scholars agree, to various degrees, with the characterization of Spinoza as proto-Zionist, while other scholars are critical of it. Reconsideration of Spinoza's expulsion. There has been a renewed debate in modern times about Spinoza's excommunication among Israeli politicians, rabbis of Jewish press, with many calling for the cherub to be reversed. A conference was organized at the Lulu Institute for Jewish Research in New York entitled Preparing to Europe, a symposium on the impact of Spinoza on the 350th anniversary of his excommunication, 1656-2006. Presenters included Stephen Nadler, Jonathan Israel, Stephen B. Smith, and Daniel B. Schwartz. There have been calls for Spinoza's cherub to be rescinded, but it can only be done by the congregation initiative, and the chief rabbi of that community, Adam Pinkus Toledano, declined to do so, citing Spinoza's preposterous ideas, where he was tearing apart the very fundamentals of our religion. The Amsterdam Jewish community organized a symposium in December 2015 to discuss lifting the cherub, inviting scholars from around the world to form an advisory committee of the meeting. However, the rabbi of the congregation said it should go, on the basis that he had no greater wisdom than his predecessors, and that Spinoza's views had not become less problematic over time. Memory and memorial. Depictions of influence in literature. Spinoza's life and work have been a subject of interest for several writers. For example, his influence was considerably early in German literature, where Goethe makes a glowing mention of the philosopher in his memoirs, highlighting the positive influence of the ethics in his personal life. The same thing happened in the case of his compatriot, the poet Heine, who is also lavish in praise for Spinoza on his own history of religion and philosophy in Germany, 1834. In the following century, the Argentinian poet Luis famously wrote two sonnets in his honor, Spinoza and El Otro, El Mismo, 1964, and Baruch Spinoza and Manuel Agatino, 1976, and several track references to Spinoza's philosophy can be found in this writer's work. Also in Argentina and previously to Portuguese, the Ukrainian born Jewish intellectual Alberto Giuliano wrote a novella about the philosopher's early sentimental life. Los Amores de Garage Spinoza, lit. Los of Garage Spinoza, 1932, recreating a supposed affair of romantic interest with Clara Maria Vandenette, daughter of his Latin teacher and philosophical preceptor, Franciscus. That is not the only work of fiction where the philosopher appears as the main character. In 1837, the German writer Bertold Auerbach dedicated to him the first novel in his series on Jewish history, translated into English in 1882, Spinoza, a novel. Some other novels of biographical nature have appeared more recently, such as the Spinoza Problem, 2012, a parallel story between the philosopher's formative years and the fascination that his work had on the Nazi leader Alfred Rosenberg. My
course, yeah, Quinta is here with us, and with him here and stuff. My like you to a friend of mine, he's a good friend of mine for a long time. Foster Coin, yeah, Foster Coin, me Tom is a good friend, like a great friend as well. So just yeah, he's my friend. I've been telling you about. Yes, after you introduce me to somebody who wants to do it again. What's going on though? Yeah, sometimes it goes like that, you know. And it's not like that, but you know, hopefully that you never unfortunately with that space and everything.
man. And I could have moved down anywhere, but I moved down right in front of Speedway Madison, right on the strip. And basically, I didn't break down 10 feet back, 10 feet forward. I moved down right in front of the entrance, bro. And I literally meet a guy named Jonathan, bro. Nice guy, dude. He's about my age, maybe he's a little older. 6'5", 300 pounds, man. He ends up giving me a ride with his daughter and nieces, picking up and then driving me around for 10 days. Went to Jamaican church with him, bro. Jamaican church is long, bro. Long, long church. It was like 7 hours, bro. Man. But I got to get up there for the first time in my life, and actually, I read Philippians 4 to the entire church, you know, and then I was able to,
When I was making that move last night, the reason why we met was anyone that's looking at my eyes, anyone that's making sure that the church is up towards, because we all cross in South America, in Jamaica, the Caribbean. So, yeah, Central America, so excuse me, sorry, everybody else, right?
yeah, close. You guys are about the same distance from Central to South America.
My head like back of my head like I feel like it's such a very it's nice to get a get a love I say it's serious we're going through Jamaica right now in the Caribbean and
It's raised some more money, man. I'm gonna go back down there with some Starlink, some generators. I haven't been able to get down there, but kind of did some stupid gambling. But
well if I can help you, you know, generating them for shield and help you with it.
oh, bro, I'm gonna make millions and millions of dollars and put them all into my charity bank account. I'm gonna make millions and millions of dollars this year and put them in my regular bank account, and I'm gonna help millions and millions of people, including my friend in Jamaica, Jonathan, bro. So yeah, man, that's what I'm gonna do.
Now
Here, it's gonna happen, bro. Help me manifest it right now, bro. I'm gonna manifest it.
I'm on manifesting now. So like my wife's getting that insurance has gone up to as well. So I've been all involved for your charity and all involved in pushing this thing forward, especially when it comes to this scaling when it comes to crypto. This is what crypto is about. Meet you where you want to try to meet the people. And it gets started.
Connection, bro. Connections. All about connections, bro.
Yeah. And you know, the fact that
You got what, 4 kids?
yeah, I've got like 4 wives, 5, all passed away.
Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
No, I had it was been a rough year last year. Two passed away. My wife's first son, and then we had a miscarriage, early in the year. So it's been one of those times.
First son, how old was he? How old was your wife's first son?
He's 24 years of age. Sad man.
What happened?
July the 4th, he committed suicide.
Man, that's sad, man. That's sad. My daughter was just checked in. She's 11, talking about committing suicide, bro. Man, yeah, bro.
Hey, listen, I have a thing with my wife was obviously suicide. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Who am I speaking to? Sorry, I'm just in and out.
My name's Tom, and it's very nice to talk to you. My daughter has been going through a rough time
sure there's something similar. Not only that, but in America, I'm a naturopath doctor, but not a licensed doctor. But I help people with naturopath medicine, and I try to help heal people naturally. But not just that, but the mind, psychology is, one of the only things that, like you said, isn't focused on helping with the root cause of what's causing your problem. Like there's a TED talk about a guy who has done thousands and thousands of brain scans
charges. Charges calls us something, you call somebody that's not receiving it. So in this life, your charger will go it's from the call source. So now our connection with God, how are we treating it? Because most people don't realize that they are not, walking in the right path. You don't walk in the right path, or you think that you're stepping into the right path because your relationship with God is not well studied. You don't really know much about what it's all about. Yeah, I don't know as well, but when I started going through the scriptures, I started seeing things that convicted me and made me understand that we don't wrestle against, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. So it's all in your mind, it's all in your emotion, it's all about your faith. So going down to peace is giving us, peace is giving, and it's not there yet. I'm gonna use this verse, John chapter 14, verse 27. It says, peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Like when you've got God, you've got peace. When you've got God, you've got peace. God is meant to be in charge. We are not meant to fight any battle. We cannot do it on our own. So we should not wrestle against blood and flesh, but we should give it all for God. And now I'm gonna explain in details about many things. Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not gonna have anxiety or anything. I'm not saying that anxiety is a bad thing. I'm not saying that you're not gonna feel down in some ways and not everything. But now I'm gonna break it down so that you understand what is going on the moment you're having this anxiety, what is going on the moment you're feeling down, and what is going on when you don't really understand what is going on. Because when you feel confused, weak and all of that, like I said, I don't know. I say this all the time. I talk about spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare is a side, but I'm telling you these things are gonna bring you the peace that God has with you. Because the moment you got God, you've got peace. What God wants is peace in your life. Because whenever you should see, he said, fear not, he said, fear not, fear not. He doesn't like, he doesn't want you to be scared of anything. He just wants you to be weak of anything. He just wants to be the one in charge. Because when he's there, he's in charge. He's your father, so he's going to take responsibilities of things going on in your life, even things that you can't see. He's literally doing it for you. So now, what I want to break down is that anxiety tells you that, you should know that this is in the book of Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 to 7. It says, be anxious for nothing, and the peace of God shall guide your heart and mind in sanctified by nature. It is funny how you come up and start saying you should come up from having this anxiety, and then you go to the scripture is telling you be anxious for nothing. Like it's for nothing because you're not meant to be anxious for anything. The moment you feel this anxiety, it shows that it's time for you to charge. Okay, this illustration that some people the moment you feel this it's giving you a signal to plug it in and charge it and yes, charge it and give it to rest. Now this is the same way so the moment you're feeling weak, we don't need that. It's your problem. It's not something that is all about thinking and all of that. That is the moment telling you that this is spiritual warfare. That is you knowing that you should go in prayer. Now I'm coming to us. Philippians chapter 4 verse 6 says, don't worry about anything. Instead, pray about everything. Tell God what you want and repent.
But you understand that this is happening, and I can get this anymore. Just stay on the course and tell God, yeah, it's all for you. Keep the force, it's all keep it up together. Now I was in a meeting with 3 people, and now they said, you think some people think it's all about the peace and everything. No, the thing that scares me the most whenever I talk about love and everything is that we should be aware that the fact that we are living for God,
Yo.
Talking about Nip, and Nip is having space later. Almost having one space in 1.5 hours with me, the artist. It's going to be Ellen's debut on Spaces. We haven't talked in a single space before, so it's going to be fun to say that one. It's also going to be there. Nip's going to be there. And the C3, I think, if it's interviewing artists, I guess all four of them need to be there. So that's going to be a fun one. Then Nip has one later today, and then for Nip, we do have John Boy's back. He's also having a space, and then it's Marcus' space later after that tonight. So it's going to be a full day with spaces. I tried to start this space about 8 hours ago, and then I saw, no, another solution person already has space that's going there. And then, no, another person having a space. I just been trying to get this getting forward and forward. And because I needed more sleep for my normal time slot, as always, it is way too dark outside, and I sleep for way too long when there's still sunlight coming in from my windows. I try to fall asleep with no alarms or nothing. Most of the time I'm just let the sunlight wake me up, but now when it's dark outside, it takes a little bit longer. So let's see what it will. Should we raid another space? I want us to keep this going for about 40 more minutes, and I'm at my next destination. Is it going right now? Oh, yeah. Painted on top for that is from one of the developers. Yeah, painted on top, I think that is a good space to jump into actually. God damn it! No click space tonight, thought. Tomorrow instead. But yeah, I think it's better if we all jump into the Light Street space. Of course, they all do it at the same time. But yeah, let's jump in there, show some support, show how we do it on the zone. Shane Fat, pull up all in yellow. I will be waiting here until everyone had left, and then I join the space myself also. I'm ready to do that. Let's get ready. Probably do a pop-up space after panel space the interview because there is it should be at 2 hours of I will see. I will find a spot that we can put this space back up again and see if we can get everyone in there. So Demon Thunder 1 is the space we're jumping into to show some love for Nip and invite the developers. So jump on in and give it about 2 minutes, then I'm gonna jump in there too, fam. So let's see everyone there.
Good point, Bob. Bitcoin Nation. Big boy squad. Bitcoin Nation. Shady. Damn, who's this bitch? Big boy squad. Bitcoin Nation. Big boy. Big boy squad. Big boy nation. 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 Big boy squad. Big boy squad. Big boy nation. Big boy squad. Big boy nation. Big squad. Big boy. Yes, that is just.
You are here. How you guys feeling tonight? Bill Tony brought to you by Netflix, ladies and gentlemen, where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, airs only streaming on Netflix, so we won't be on YouTube next week. We are only on Netflix. How cool is that? And believe it or not, that is the real D-Magnets live in the flesh. Tony Fan Single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping into tour bus. Ladies are assuming use of radio. Latest February 20th. Alex Martin 20th. TonyMuchBus.com for tickets right now. See the Swamp Tony Show. Green Shirts of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyMuchBus.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where, truly, two of my best friends in the world are on tonight's panel. Austin's own. Make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis. Field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th. And Joe Rogan of the JRE, the #1 show around the world. These are the homies. Normally we get to hang out on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go.
I feel good. I feel excited. Legitimately very excited. I'm excited to be here.
You guys are two of the best guests in the show's history, so you already know that this bucket is filled with over 250 or so of hopeful names. Sometimes it's a great upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's an insane person that just signed up this week. You never know what can happen. I'm gonna let this guy whose eyes are extremely close together, I'm gonna let you pick the first name tonight. You can wear a monocle. And look through both eyes through a monocle. It's unbelievable. If I select one of these people out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up to hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. They get feedback from my dear friends here, and we have a hoot maybe the whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna get it started tonight with a golden ticket winner. While we go wrangle that innocent soul who's going to go up after him. This golden ticket winner is great at opening the show. Very neurotic. Very, very wild boy. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted. A brand new set from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here we go. Someone DM'd me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews. I don't support bombing hospitals. And I was like, yo, that's not me. I'm not doing that. I have no part in that. If I did have a drone, I'd bomb the homeless people. I mean, talk about making
my pee sitting down.
Oh, 0 and 2.
Then I got
0 and
upset
3.
with her,
1
okay?
and 3.
I said, if you don't
1
like
and
me
4.
peeing sitting
1 and
down,
5.
you should see
2
me
and 5.
pooping standing
2
up.
and 6. 2 and 7. 2 and 8. 2
Also
and
didn't
9.
feel as great as I thought
3
it
and
would,
9.
okay?
4.
Very
3 and
cool.
10.
Awesome. Okay, got
4
one
and 10.
more.
1 and 11.
Awesome.
5 and 11.
Hey, you guys hear this app Rocket Money? Okay.
5 and 12. 5 and 13. 6 and 15. 7 and 15. 7 and 14. 7 and 15. 8 and 15. 8 and 16.
I got the app. It turns out I have 2
Oh,
Rocket Money subscriptions.
Oh, 2. Oh, 3. 1 3. 2 3. 3 3. 4 5 6 3. 6 4. 7 4. 8 4. 8 5. 9 5. 9 6. 10 6. 11 6. 11 7. 12 7. 12 8. 12 9. 10. 13 10. 13 11. 13 12.
Why do you think it was? What do you think exactly happened here tonight? Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that maybe it was me. You are correct. That is the correct answer. Yeah. How's life been going, Jack? It's been great. It's the last night of Hanukkah tonight, everybody. Wow, that's a way to get the Texas crowd on your side. I brought some presents for all you guys. That's kind of what I'm doing. You did? I brought some presents. Wow. Hey, can you bring out my Hanukkah presents? Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's Hanukkah time with Jack Shaw. It's Hanukkah time and ladies first, so Tony. I actually got you something very special. I made you your very own Kill Tony yarmulke. Wow. Okay, great. Oh, it says I'm gay on it. There you go. This is where all your preparation for this week's guest went into. I love it. Shut the fuck up. Like I said, tonight's episode is already brought to you by Netflix. I don't need to put it on. With the deal, up in 2 years, I might have to put this back on. But for now, we good. All right, what else you got over there? I got something special for Red Man. I got you a lean cuisine. Because you're fat. There you go. Guys, this is going so much better than your set. This is incredible. Can you pass this down to me?
shoulders like a prize fighter.
This is fat to wear, so I'll give that to you. I'm gonna wear it like a cable. Fly on it. That thing is flag. You gotta treat it like it's the Iranian flag. I don't know what that means. It means it kill you if you lay down the ground. Oh, okay.
Gotta fold it properly.
Yeah. Oh no! I'm panicking. I'm fully panicking. You're doing a good job. It's gonna end up in a dumpster next to a Kiltony yarmulke later. So. Dude, I spent $20 on that. I really thought you'd like it. No, it's great. I really do. I'm just making jokes, Jack. I'm like you during your set tonight. His new get or not is that didn't go how I expected it to. Have you ever thought about doing props? Yeah, right now. You should. I was talking to Carrot Top about this because it's kind of crazy that he's the only guy that does props. Yeah. When I first started out, there was a lot of prop comics. It was a common thing. And Carrot Top got so big that the upcoming people thought they would be stealing if they start doing props. But I think it's a legitimate idea for you. This was like way funnier than the other stuff. You didn't like very clever. You're very clever. You didn't like the rocket funny joke. It was okay. I'm glad I have 2 rocket funny subscriptions. That's good. Yeah, it's good. That's good. You didn't get anything for D-Madness? Yeah, that's the final gift of the night. D-Madness, I heard you lost your eyes in a tragic accident. So, Jesus Christ. No, I actually got you. I don't know what happened, but I got you some brand new eyes. Oh, they really broke. They already broke. Okay, I thought that was gonna go better too. Okay, so that was this Kill Tony said. You did good, Jack. Thank you for all the gifts. Those are googly eyes. If you're wondering what's going on. Good. Keep that trans flag away from D-Madness or else it's gonna light on fire. Famous homophobe, D-Madness. Okay, that's your first comedian of the night. And now we go to the bucket where, believe it or not, it's usually more insane. So we're going to see what happens here. Your first bucket full tonight. Make some noise for Coach Jack, everybody. 60 seconds, uninterrupted interview.
Hey, people keep asking me why I did Jake Paul dirty in the 6th round. It's like, come on, bro. I'm not even British. I do like boxing, though. Rest in peace to George Foreman, boxing legend, died a couple months ago. You guys know George Foreman? But notably known for naming all his kids George Foreman, even the girls. But also the George Foreman grill. I'm sure you all have George Foreman grill, right? I had George Foreman grill, but I'm a little cheap, so I got a knockoff grill. I got the George Foreman grill. It's sort of like the George Foreman grill, but you got to press down extra hard and the grill works. Coach, I can't bring the guilt that's been so this little bit. I had the grill on say BLT, but I don't say B11. That's what I get. I use a counterfeit 20 for it, so I can just spell it. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Coach. George Foreman girl. Hey, that. Welcome, Coach. How long have you been on stand-up? 4 years. Only open us. About 3 years. As soon as the ownership opened, I saw it. Nice. What made you want to start that? I've been watching Kill Tony since 2015. I saw you in. How old are you? You look like you're 20 or 65. I'm 46. Wow, look at that. How do you stay so young? I stay in the gym, sauna. Stay there. Yeah. 24-hour fitness. You just looked at Joe Rogan and say, David. we're the same age, so that was a hell of ago.
You're beefing with a young, how old?
Wait, you're 47. 46? That's even worse.
Is he 16 years old? Like, why is he a bagger? There you go.
Hey, shut up.
How old is he, Kojak?
Look at me. He just turned 25.
Wow, look at him.
Oh, y'all care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all fucking care about gay shit all the time. Fuck out of here.
I love it. HEB now, HIV later. How exciting. Again, go. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman joke. Hit that big joke, but buddy, there you go. Moving along.
Hey, can you come? And I'll serve you at my restaurant.
I don't know what fucking, you didn't want to say the name of the restaurant.
Yeah, I'll tell you. The Lowercase Grill.
Lowercase Grill.
Hey, it's good, dude. I don't know what you guys. He knows.
Oh, okay. There he goes. All right. Kojak, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these good lights. Live in the flesh. HeidiRegina.com. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. I love Prize Picks. It was so simple to get started on the app. I even won my first pick. It really makes my sports watching experience with my friends even better. That is incredible, Red Man. The app has a new feature too. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, Prize Picks puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code TONY to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TONY to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Wow, the news! This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year you launch your business. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake, or perhaps everyone tells you to sell a story you've already designed in your head. With Shopify, 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap, from Intel to Gymshark to first-time business owners just getting started. I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily build your dream store. Plus, set up is fast with Shopify's built-in AI tools that write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product photo. Marketing is built into. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/BillTony. Go to shopify.com/BillTony. That's shopify.com/BillTony. Hear your first this new year with Shopify by your side. Back to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Nick Torney, everybody. Here we go.
So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at following through on things. Like, I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself, wound up in the choking fetish. The rope broke from the ceiling, but I shot a few more right back up there. some French guy show up, house music starts playing. I think it's much more likely someone's attempted parkour and found out they're good at suicide.
There he is. Tony. Your first time on the show, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
About 6 years.
Nice. Where at?
Mostly Salt Lake.
Okay. That's where you live still?
No, I moved down here in August.
Okay. How do you like Austin?
I love it. It's awesome.
What do you love about it?
I like that there's no winter. Big fan of that.
Winter.
Yeah, I'm from upstate New York, and I lived on top of a mountain in Utah in a van for 4 years. So
You can draw it down.
It took me 4 years to realize that. I'm a smart man.
Love it. What do you do for work?
I did work in a ski resort for a while. That doesn't exist down here. I'm working for Amazon right now. I'm working for the devil. It's pretty fun.
So you're driving?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that like? Tell us. Yeah, tell us. For us. What do you hate about it?
They have you on a camera at all times. It's like an AI camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw out my bag yesterday, so I was walking around like Quasimodo for most of my deliveries.
Wow. The last comic book blew out his back too. Yeah. So Nick, tell us more. What are you into, buddy? You have any special skills or talents that might surprise us? You might have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged. Me and my fiance collect taxidermy.
Oh, wow. Where'd you meet this bad boy at?
I met her at an open mic.
Oh, nice. She does comedy too?
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Did she sign up tonight?
She did.
She's at the bar next door?
Yeah, she is.
Cool. Do you know who that is?
What is it? Holly.
Holly what?
Jensen.
Holly Jensen. Go grab Holly Jensen. Let's see. Always fun medium fun here.
How did you get into collecting taxidermy? I got her a taxidermy crow. It's like a cane toad, like the invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has it with her. It's so crazy. My wife would stab me. She loves it. And we got some bats. We got some mice in a teacup.
Was she doing van life with you, or did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Did you ever get close to the old casino?
I do like national parks. Big fan of the park system.
Like a flight of vans.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, they do not have much room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a documentary on Netflix about this one.
That's my joke, you dumbasses.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Saturday.
Oh, I meant saying her name. I love it. You got that. You got rats. What else?
We got a taxidermy fox we just got. We got a praying mantis. And she found a big dragonfly in the woods that would keep her free for right now. So they say there's someone for everyone.
So you guys have a place. It's here in Austin.
Yep.
What does she do for work?
Nothing right now.
Wow.
Or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did like use taxidermy, like people that have died that have like sold it, like so like figure.
She would probably love that for sure. But no, we went to a store. They have human skulls too. It was weird. And spines.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it. How do you? Wow.
He's got a little butthole.
Is that real?
Yeah,
Well, look at me.
100% real.
How do you know it's real, Joe?
He's an endangered species in Australia. He's a
once and everybody. So I'm actually from Salt Lake City, Utah. I just moved here. And the first thing everybody always asks is if I'm Mormon. I'm not. I'm Jewish. But I did have a lot of Mormon boyfriends growing up. The cool thing about Mormon boyfriends is they have some really weird rules. Like they won't drink coffee, but they won't drink gin. I've been having a hard time getting a job out here in Austin. When I was living in Salt Lake, I was a stripper. It was so much more supportive than my parents. They needed the stuff that I would do at work. Like I loved showing up with movie rides and pasties. Turns out men don't like it when the chicks stare back at them. She can go down in the strip club. Like one day our DJ didn't show up, so we had to dance to our radio with the commercials on. So I was just talking on some old dude, like, do you still know what osteoporosis is? Maybe that's my kind of thing.
Where the woman is funnier than the man. Again,
you guys thought I was Puerto Rican. I'm black. I promise. I've got the paperwork. I'll get 23 inches right now. It just sounds like a cool fucking like we Jordan did. So, a lot of people just eat, you know, they're like, I just want to make sure. Oh my God. And so, I just go to sushi restaurants because the waitress is never black. And when she comes over, I go, hi, can I get some salmon niggery? And she's like, you make niggery?
Is this your first time on the show? I don't know how that happened. Welcome. How are they going on?
Since like 2021, January 6th. And she goes, oh my God, you're Rogan. Hell
It's like Floyd Jones when he was manager of offensive North. How many of you have my fucking solids with them? Election wouldn't be the first time. They give it a hell of a run. It's very good. Good interview, good set. Those run sixes, good jump up. Oh, we got Floyd Jones. Floyd saying goodbye to Shane or Charizard or whatever. Here's another fun life happy about my Floyd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who is absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. I'm fucking noise for what?
What you know about being the only black youth at a country music festival and getting this outdoor car taken in the stand? Yeah, no, I only found that out because when I walked into the venue, a dude ran up to me out of breath. He was like, "Hey, my nigga, you look like you perform, right?" And I was like, "No, I'm here for the festival. I love Kitty Chili. I love Kitty Chili." And he was like, "Nigga, stop lying. I got a picture of this in my car." And I was like, "No, I'm here for the festival." And I showed him my ID, and I showed him my badge. He looked at my ID, he looked at my badge. He looked at Tasha, you don't want to hear it. So Tasha came over. I met Tasha. She did the same thing. Tomorrow. I made everybody one-on-one. I mean, all praise to my black people. Black people is hard. You can't call me a jaywalker that's out for late. All the black people that was wearing the big free drinks, they also had re-entry. They stopped doing it. They had re-entry. So we just go to the car and like parking lot, Sam, drink beers. And the only what we do is talk about the beers because my best friend Jelly, who's a rare Filipino from raised black, she's my best friend. Jelly had just had a kid. She would look us in the face and she would be like, "I need to get out of here. My kids are about to pop. I gotta go home." She said, "We'll go back in the car." And she's chugging beers. We're all drinking beers and she's praying, but she put more than like a regular. A white woman could never pump as much milk as they take in a redneck Filipino that raised black. Like my nephew backs up today. He's 10 years old. He's taller than me. She's fucking alive. And I'm looking at her taking milk and I wanted to take some, but I ain't know how to ask. God got my back so much. My friend Gary, my friend Gary, saw me looking at the breast milk and he was like, "Yo, I'll pay you $100. You want to drink Jackie's breast milk?" Alcohol in it, guys. And I see someone put it on the ground. I only got one t-shirt while they said the goddamn place. So I was like, hell yeah, let's bring it. And so they brought the bottle out because there were too many tickets. There were too many tickets. You got to bring the bottle out. It was like 2 gallons of chicken. And I chugged it all in 8 seconds flat. I was doing a great job. I don't know if y'all love tea, but I did our research. Fresh milk tastes like whatever your mom is eating and drinking. So our tea milk, it tastes like the content in tequila. It tastes like a redneck Filipino horchata. You know what I'm saying? It tastes like a little redneck Filipino horchata.
He really grilled those
now if they don't understand me on the internet, so I can talk about too.
I agree. Freedom of speech. Dedrick, you've done it again. We love you.
Frequently. It's great for us. It's present.
On and on we go. Back to the bucket. This person has to follow Dedrick. Makes a noise. It's like it's uninterrupted one period. You need Tyler Cole. Tyler Cole.
So good. Did y'all hear Joe Biden walk up today? Yeah, so 6 more weeks of recession, that's what that means. So I went on a first date the other day and told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear. Do we have any fans of Jersey Shore in here? Yeah, someone told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour. This bedroom was promised to me. Someone also told me I look like the situation in the Middle East. They said it looks like my forehead could bench press 225 pounds. That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Tyler Cole. Making fun of himself throughout. On the stop. Tyler, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
It is.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
What is going on? I don't think that's what's happening over there. Is that the size that you want it to be?
I got the size wrong. Welcome to Lippy.
Did you just wrap Dedrick's grill around your neck?
Like an autoerotic fixation thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
You're trying to look cool, right? You got me. Once you put it over, you're like, no. I was fucking, I spent $50.
How much did you spend on that one?
$50, he was right.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Gillett.
You don't think I'm running into a tight chain?
Where'd you get it? Like Hot Topic or something? What is it?
I didn't need it in a Hot Topic.
Did you really?
No, I forget.
You forget where you got the chain that squeezes your neck all day?
It's so tight, I forgot to get it. Like one of those fucking African ladies.
What part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised.
Wow, with a pinky ring and a choker.
Yep. Bleeding into it.
Amazing. What ethnicity are you?
White.
Regular white. Cool. Not Italian.
Just a buttered noodle.
Wow.
Not Italian. No, not at all.
Not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt. How does this happen? Explain to us how this happened. What exactly, how did you end up trying to be Italian?
It's the chain. You bought the chain and it took over.
The Wago. He's a Wago. It's a potato. He's a Wago.
You are a Wago.
He's a white Dago. The Wago.
Just a big Sopranos fan.
So am I. I'm thinking not getting blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for work?
I sell houses.
Do you really?
Yeah, really.
Timeshares?
No, houses.
Regular houses.
Regular.
Are you good at it?
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah, you see the fucking curtain?